Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of day 3 of the FIDE Grand Swiss, held in the beautiful Isle of Man. I am Grandmaster Christian Kirilla. I will be your host today, and I'm joined by my brilliant and powerful co-host, James Conti. James, good morning, my friend.
Good morning. Good. What's up, chat? What's going on, Christian? We are here. We watching our boy play. See him on the camera there. We got moves off, so
Oh,
I think we have
yes.
something classical, something very, very classical here today.
Yes. We are back. And I have to say, James, two draws in the first couple of games for Hikaru, but I have a very strong feeling that today we're going to see a win. How are you feeling about today's game?
Yeah, I feel, arrested. The energy is through the roof. He's like, even in a tweet today, it says he's due for one. Really needs a
I
win
think so.
right now.
I
Really
think
needs
so.
one.
Yes, that's a very good way to put it. He's due for a win, and I have to say again, there's no cakewalks in the park. There simply just aren't at this tournament. Aryan Chopra, 26-34. You would have expected 1 out of 2 in a Swiss tournament to play, at 2,300, maybe a 2,400, maybe a 2,500 GM, but not a 26-34. Very talented youngster from India. So definitely not an easy task at the office, but Hikaru is showing a completely different game in this one. We've seen in the first game with the white pieces, he employed the gioco piano, the slow game in Italian. I brushed off my Italian this morning, as you can see. Right now, we see a completely different thing. How do you feel about this opening, James?
I feel like it can go either way. You definitely can have, or is known to be more of the positional type games that you'll see here with D4, C4, but they can get aggressive many times. This also is the semi-Slav type thing with the early bishop E2. I'm gonna flip the board from I'm just gonna flip to see it from black's point of view. Yeah, bishop E2, you're supposed to take on C4, play B5, A6, bishop B7, bishop D6 castle, and at some point play C5 from the black side.
Yep.
So I remember this, but from blacks at least. So I think black's already, fine so far. Obviously, both sides need to figure out what they want to do. There's some G4 lines, like what's that thing called? The shear off gambit or something? But
I
like,
know.
boy, some
Yeah.
heat.
Actually, let's say you play bishop e7 right here. I can go g4 right now.
I like that.
I can go g4. It's not a good move.
Like that.
By the way, check what? Check those cameras out.
Hold on. Let me pull it.
Sorry, how did they implant cameras into the pieces? How do they do that?
Oh wow, that's actually,
Do you see that?
no, that's a wicked shot. I'm not gonna lie.
That's
How
a
did they
wicked
do
shot
that?
right there. Okay. Do we have one of those for Hikaru as well? See him through the pieces?
Through the pieces. It's like in the middle of the board. Like they
Oh,
gotta move
there
over
it
the
is.
pieces.
There it is. And Hikaru is right now probably just walking around. But
Right.
once Hikaru settles, we're going to see Hikaru through the eyes and lenses of the pieces. I mean, how wild is that?
Like the pieces are talking.
Yes.
Move me. No,
Like you're one of the pieces.
like you're one of the pieces, chat. Which piece would you be, chat? Which piece are you, chat? Talk to the car. Move me, bro. Move me. And then like
that's right. Move me.
Move me, bro. Move me. And then you just
like
lose.
That.
Oh, snap.
They're his.
Oh, sorry, bro.
They're his. It seems like we're one of the pawns. I want to say we're one of the pawns. But Hikaru is looking at us. Okay, that's intimidating.
Okay. Move you guys. Wow. And look at that.
Okay, we're having too much fun with his G4, by the way. Bishop D6 was the move played, castle, and now we have a B3. Okay, B3. He's looking at bishop to B2, and then set up the break with E4. In the meantime, what black is going to try to do is set up his own breaks as well, potentially either C5 or E5. In this type of structures, already he signaled the fact that he wants to break with E5 by placing his bishop on D6. Because you don't place your bishop on D6 for fun. You know you're going to get hit with E4 at the right moment, and then you don't want to see E5 on the board either. What you do want is support E5 for yourself. It's all about the break. Who's going to time his break better? That's the question.
That's right. Who's going to time it better here? Oh, B6. This is more of the what are this? I'm like chessable. I know all the chessable courses. What's the guy? Thorman, very strong. That plays this B6 line. Magnus has some games with this recently that he's won with the B6 type. Semislav here, putting the bishop
Semi-slab,
on
yeah.
b7 or playing c5 at some point, just being ready for the breaks. Hikaru moving instantly though. He's ready for everything. Like
Wait a
obviously.
minute. So check this out. Bishop e2 sees that the bishop goes to d6, and then he places his bishop back to d3.
Fast too as well.
Okay. And by the way, this is the second most played move in the position. The other one was queen to c2 as prescribed. All we want to do is play the move e4. That's the way to create some imbalances in the position. And that's why he played bishop to d3. I guess he wants to play e4. Maybe he's not in a hurry to play e4. Maybe he wants to play queen e2 first, so that whenever e4 comes and we exchange and you take with the knight on e4, my knight on c3, then I take with the queen and suddenly I create this battery threatening checkmate.
Yeah, it feels like, it gets very e4ish, even though we've played d4 and like, obviously c4 too as well, with classical d4 opening. A lot of times you get an e4 feel to it after you get the queen to e2 and play e4 yourself. Takes, and then obviously as you aimed or as you showed on the board there, queen takes e4 is going to be nice hitting mate. And we open up the other bishop with d5 at some point. Put the rooks on e and d files, and we are in business here.
Oh,
Black
yes.
is going to try to stop a lot of that though, playing e5, c5, and like trade some stuff, open the bishop stuff.
Oh, yes. And by the way, it does seem like this last move, the move bishop to d3 instead of queen to c2, I'm expecting that Aryan Chopra was ready for queen to c2. That was the main line. But what he's not ready for is bishop to d3 because he stopped. Right now, he stopped in his tracks and he's ready to settle in and try to figure things out over the board. It doesn't seem like he has any preparation left in his arsenal, or at least not anything new. He did not expect this, is what I mean.
Right, you didn't expect it. Yeah, bishop d3. I mean, it is like strange. You moved it to e2, then you move it to d3, but bishop d3 puts it on obviously a better diagonal than what it was on before. And the queen can now go to e2 or c2. He's trying to figure out what I want to do. Do I play e5? Do I play c5? Do I play a6? Do I play rook c8? Do I play queen e7 before you go queen e2 and then try to break with e5?
And just to go through some of the lines here, by the way, queen to e7, from your mouth to his hands, he played it just as you said it. Queen to e7.
Yeah, you're right, Canty, got you. It's queen e7.
He's listening. He's tuned in. He's tuned in into the broadcast.
Tuned in, listening to the broadcast. A Gukes shot there. Nice to see him playing as well.
Yeah, yes.
Hikaru on the move after queen e7.
Queen to e7. What do we do now? Now, I'm looking at the position. I see a queen on e7. I see that I haven't established a position for my queen. And I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to e2 anymore. Now that you put your queen on e7, I'm not going there anymore. What I do place on the e file is perhaps a rook. Rook to e1.
Like it. Rook e1, definitely. Definitely.
And
rook
then
e1, play e4.
Exactly. I have a feeling that if you go e5, I might go e4.
Anyway,
I might just simply go e4.
Even bar likes black, whatever. But I mean, this looks great. This is a very cool move.
Rook c. By the way, we have a completely different move. Rook to c1. This is not a move I expected. I'm not gonna lie. This is not a move I expected.
Definitely not a move I expected either. I think he's just like, mixing it up. Maybe even a bishop b1 to d3 for queen d3 stuff. But holding it, just chilling.
Well, the idea of rook e1, okay, I understand it. It's not entirely not decipherable for me, is that once you play e5 or c5, I will have some action down the c file. I'm going to take on d5. You're probably going to take back. I might take once again, and then at some point I will have this move knight to b5. And this move knight to b5 is going to put a lot of pressure on the bishop on d6, coupled with the fact that my rook is ready to jump to c7. You might be in trouble.
And you got the bishop on b2 that opens up as well.
That's right.
Actually, believe it or not, I see why he's also playing fast too as well, because he's familiar with these structures. But the he scores very, very, very well. People don't know this actually, but his stats say that he scores probably one of the highest scores online with knight f3 b3. So knight f3 b3 systems are very, very strong for him. He scores like 60% plus with obviously all the players he's playing. the higher ups and 3 minute and blitz and title Tuesdays. These knight f3 b3 positions, he's really really good with. So obviously this is OTB, but at the
Oh
same
yeah,
time, he has a position that he's already very familiar with because this is reminiscent of it. The bishop usually goes to e2 in those lines. It's now on d3. It looks sort of
absolutely,
Kali-ish like he's doing. So he's
absolutely.
moving very quickly, and I think he's very comfortable already.
No, no, absolutely. You're perfectly right. And in fact, a lot of transpositions land into this precise position after knight f3, b3. So you can start with knight f3, b3, then maybe play something like c4 along the way, e3, and at some point you will play d4 as well. So yes, definitely this can be easily a transposition into something that Hikaru has played hundreds, if not thousands of times online, given the amount of games, the sheer amount of games that he actually plays every single day.
Very nice.
So
very
yes, no, absolutely. Rook to c1. We're expecting ideas of, again, opening up the c file. This is what he's getting ready for. And at some point, it's going to be Aryan Chopra that's going to have to decide on the break. Which one is it going to be, e5 or c5? It does seem like e5 leaves him a bit exposed on the c file, given that this rook is on the c file. I'm going to take, again, take, and then knight to b5 ideas. After taking on e5, I have to worry about e4, the fork. So that's problematic for him. If he does start with the move c5, I think this is the better option for Chopra, because whenever you're going to take on c5, I'm in fact going to take back with the knight. And that's going to clog, that's going to block the action of the rook on c1 over the c file. So there are very different minute details that both players need to be aware of. Now, the question is, who's aware of more details in the position? This is what's going to make the difference throughout the middle game in this game. By the way,
we haven't moved, by the way. Yeah, rook c8.
I'm spotting a couple of, I'm spotting Fabi at newly minted 2800, at least on the live rating list. And
he
then
looked like 2800 too. Like if you had like hey, what you think this guy's rating is? You're like, winds to the north. Yeah, that's you probably 2800. Yeah, that's probably
2800. And then Arjun Erigaisi, we see Korobov. By the way, who is the gentleman next to Hikaru? That must be Alan Pichot.
Oh, Pichot, okay.
Yes, yes. Formerly from Argentina, nowadays representing Spain. Just moved this year, and in fact was very close to winning the championship, but he didn't. It was Iturrizaga who came out on top in the end.
Yeah, very, very strong. Iturrizaga was going crazy. Good work.
Cool. Rook to c8. We have a move.
Yeah.
So he's looking to match the energy that Hikaru brings on the c file with this last move, rook to c8.
And this is just like I've studied a lot of files from the white side of this, and you also get many. The difference is the pawn's on c6 and not on c5. So lots of times you can actually have, for instance, it would be very symmetrical there as well, but you would have sort of London system type vibes where the queen goes to a2, you can take on d5, play bishop a6, rook fd1, stuff like that. Like it's very positional, and you can understand the structures, you can isolate some pawns and etc. But pawn being on c6 does change a lot of things. We probably should push more for e4.
Yeah,
but there is a lot of breaks available.
No, I mean, queen to e2 looks like the most playable move in the position, just for the simple fact that it accomplishes a lot of the plans that we've been discussing, including the one that you just mentioned with potentially taking on d5 at one point and exchanging the light square bishops with bishop to a6. And it's always about improving the quality of your pieces. We always hear this, exchange the pieces that are bad for you with the pieces that are good of your opponents. And the bishop on d3 is a great piece, by the way, but the bishop on b7 is also very good defending, but also aggressive piece, especially if the long diagonal opens up. The bishop pawn d6, I have to say, I like my bishop pawn b2 a little bit better than that, especially once you play the move c5, because that's going to open up this monster on the long diagonal. That's why I'm seeing ideas, as you were mentioning, of c takes d5, bishop to a6. Also, with a queen on e2, I have ideas of e4. This is the main core idea in the position. If you give me one more move, let's say you play rook f d8, now I go e4. Now I go e4 and I'm starting to have, I understand the engine is saying d takes c4 and maybe black has...
E4, what?
Yeah,
I guess they go e5 after those.
I don't believe in this too much. I don't believe in this too much. Look, I understand. The engine wants take and play the move e5, but you know,
Really?
d5 comes on the board with a pawn so strongly connected in the center like this on d5. I have to say, this is not a pleasant position for a black, practically speaking, and we're always thinking about in practical terms, right? Because sure, objective, the engine is always going to be better than us and it's always going to be defeating us, but from a practical perspective, this is a much more pleasant position to play for white. Now, none of this will happen because in fact Hikaru, after a slight think, played the move rook to e1.
I'm just checking the time. Okay, they were on the same. Perfect. Rook to e1. And yeah, I mean, rook's on the files, right? We're feeling good. Didn't commit the queen yet. Can go to c2 or d2. And also over to b1, but that's kind of just strange. It's not necessary. But e4 is the break. We're about to push. Like, I don't think he's playing anything else. So if c5,
I think he has to go c5.
e4 anyway is the question. I mean, you can, but the question is why. for chat, for memes, for the memes chat, for the memes chat.
I'm not sure about this. You know what the problem is? Is that now I have enough time to, in fact, take on c4 and then take on d4. I'm not giving you time to go d5. So if you take with the b pawn right now, I'm not giving you one more move to go d5. I'm taking on d4 as well. And that kind of messes up your structure, right? Especially this pawn on c4. That's what's going to make the difference. So perhaps that's why we don't play e4. It's just two forced. Take.
As well. Yeah, it looked pretty gross.
Take.
Looks cool though. Looks like an awesome move.
Oh, it looks great.
After c5.
So how do you answer c5?
That too as well. Shoot. I mean, we can isolate. Okay, maybe we can. Probably take on d5 first.
I think that's what we have to do. Yeah. Take on d5, and now the big question is: do you take on d4, or do you take on d5? And by the way, you can take on d5 both with the knight and with the pawn. The problem with taking with the pawn, look at these guys.
Structure. Hanging pawns, structure,
hanging pawns. I can take on c5, but I don't even have to hurry with taking on c5, right? I can just go bishop f5. In fact, this is a typical pattern and a typical plan in the position to put this bishop on f5. It looks funny, but it creates a very unpleasant tension in the position for black. And if you do play the move g6, try to kick my bishop away, well, I'll say thank you. I'm going to continue maintaining the tension with bishop to h3. And guess what? Excuse me, the pawn doesn't move like a knight. But you do take on c5. And now, in the absence of the pawn on g7, I mean, this diagonal is going to be, you know, like Yasser likes to say, very tender, Christian. Very tender.
Christian, yes. Yes, Christian. You're correct. Very nice, actually. These positions are very good for creativity, is what I've seen. And I've studied a lot of these positions with like the knight f3, bishop b2 stuff, obviously collies, but you get very, very good practical creativity and creative chances. Not a lot of forced lines, right? Like you would see in like, Berlins or like certain Roys or certain Sicilians where it's analyzed out to a draw 30, 40 moves deep. I remember I was talking to Geary one time. He was like, yeah, on move 32, there's a novelty. And I'm like, did you hear what he just said, chat? Like, did you hear that? On move 32, there's a novelty, right? So first you got to know what was before was played to know what 32 was.
Good luck reaching move 32, yeah.
Right. So it's good to understand that this is creativity. Like you can play a position practically. I think this was a great choice from Hikaru.
No, I agree. I definitely am behind you on this one. Rook to e1. I like the slow maneuvering nature of this position, just for the simple fact that, as you mentioned, creativity is a big part of how you're going to display your prowess in this one. And I think Hikaru, look, Hikaru is looking for a long game. He knows that he's not going to be able to easily outplay his opponent out of the opening. Everybody knows theory. I'm telling you, everybody knows theory nowadays.
Right.
Look, I was at the World Juniors. I was coaching my student at Mizu, who is a lady, 18 years of age, 2200, 2250. She was playing 2200s, 2250s. They knew so much theory.
Yep.
They knew so much theory. Like, I was training her and I was going deep, as you mentioned, 32 moves deep sometimes. You know what I mean?
Ridiculous.
And I was like, and then she was going and playing those games, and her opponents were matching her deep knowledge in the opening phase. It's incredible. When I was 2300, I had no idea after 5 moves what I'm going to do next. You know, I knew, okay, I'm going to open Sicilian, and then plays the dragon. Maybe happens. I know a couple of things, see what happens. I mean, we're going to experiment. Nowadays, everybody knows theory. It's incredible.
It is incredible. And this is why I am a fan of the unorthodox, the creativity clan, or the creativity group, or the creativity Jedi, however you want to call us that, right? Like Richard Rapport, you got RJ Argaisi, you got Joe Bava, right? All these players that are very, very creative, Tal, right? So and these are fun because you're going to get a game. You're going to get a game. We don't have to. You do need to know some theory, obviously, especially in this day and time with all the tools out there and all the chessable courses. It's difficult sometimes getting advantages in some of your favorite openings because they just know it too as well. So you got to take them outside of that theory, outside of as much as you can, make them think on their own.
Yeah, and is that Gukesh next to Aryan Chopra? Is that?
That is Gukesh right there in the zone, thinking there in deep thought.
Yeah, deep in the zone. Definitely. I mean, so many strong players. All of them are very strong players in that event. That's simply the nature of it. Absolutely no easy games, and you can see that in the line scores of a lot of players. It's not easy to get wins. That's the thing. It's not easy to get wins in this one. All right. Since we sort of got out of the opening phase, and I think we're ready to move around and see other games as well. Let's go to number 1, the top seed, Caruana. He's facing Lamy, Irvin Lamy, with the black pieces for Caruana. And we've actually spotted quite a few of Lamy's victories. We were looking at them in the first game against, I believe, Virit, and yesterday also against Fedosev. You remember that game?
I remember that. If he beat Fabi today, they're gonna be fair play checking. They're gonna be like, I know you was like, it wasn't like, because of course there was some blunders in that game against Jordan, but he beat Fabi. They like, yeah, hey man, let me talk to you. Come over here, big dog. You're playing too good. No, but at the same time, he really is playing very good chess.
He's playing
that last game, playing excellent, 2-0, bro. And now you got Fabi with white. Hey, I'm feeling great. Come at me, Fabi. Come at me, bro. Right, like you're ready. You're ready for everything. What was this opening?
Let's see. D4, D5, C4, E6. Okay, so we see Fabi very often play the move bishop to a B4, the Rogozin, right? No, this is one of the most stable and solid openings in chess. It's almost called the Berlin of D4, you know, bishop to a B4. But in this case, he decides to go for A6. This is a much more tame, not necessarily tame, aggressive, but at the same time, an approach that definitely looks to get their opponent out of the opening theory, out of their opening knowledge. A6, take on D5, bishop to F4, and now bishop to D6. Bishop to E5, okay, bishop to E6 to defend the pawn on D5 and get ready to potentially go queen to E7 followed by knight to D7, put a lot of pressure on the bishop on E5. E3, knight to C6, okay, I was just saying that he's going to go knight D7, put pressure on the bishop, but he wants to do it with the knight coming from C6, okay, that's a bit atypical. Bishop to E2, and this is what we have right now. What surprises me in this position is that, in fact, Irvin has 1 hour and 34 minutes on his clock while Fabi is thinking. He's in the tank, so perhaps not very familiar with the opening. Surely something that he prepared specifically for this game, and maybe Irvin just surprised him with one of the moves along the way, maybe this bishop to e5 idea. What do you think of this position?
I think it definitely did surprise him because bishop e5 was just a weird looking move. Like you're not expecting bishop. You're like, bro, what? Why did you stop a square short? You're like, okay, whatever. And then you just try to make some moves around it. But bishop e5 was pretty solid here. I like the move. It makes him think as it is right now. Probably still trying to figure out what to do. I mean, stable position. You wanted to play b5 at some point. That's why a6 is there. It does also stop a knight d5 or something going into b5. We can play b5 ourselves, but we don't really need to in that sense here. It's really solid, I think, for black here. White having the same. It's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a long game. White has the obvious minority attack with the A and B pawns versus A, B, and C for black. So at some point we may see a minority attack on the queen side.
Absolutely. I like those ideas. Definitely one of those, let's say, hybrid Carlsbad structures almost, right? It's not really a Carlsbad structure because the pawn is not on c6, but it could be. It could evolve into that. So this one is definitely going to be a slow game. We're going to keep an eye on it. Let's keep it going. We're going to be looking at Urgaisi versus Serrana as well. Serrana employing the Petrov.
Okay, he's a Sicilian Night Orc player.
He's like, no.
Not today.
I know you're angry. I know you're still remembering that loss in Qatar in the last round. You're trying to blast through this tournament, trying to win it finally. And I'm not looking to be a martyr in this one. I just want to play solid chess. I just want to make a draw, buddy. I just want to make a draw. Knight e4, queen to e2. Okay, what do you? Okay, bishop takes e4. Obviously, that's a big threat. You got to be ready for that. So how do you do it?
Usually you see queen a5, which is kind of annoying because king b1 is going to be played anyway. And this is like standard. Like, king b1, and I'm just going to try to mate you because I know in this line of the Petrov, they do the same thing. We just try to mate each other. Someone is going to checkmate.
Yeah.
Usually it's you want to do it with the white pieces, and black obviously wants to play b5, b4, rook b8, bishop e6, d4, and like go for mate as quickly as humanly possible. Exactly. We're trying to mate you.
Exactly. Yeah. No, absolutely. It's a race almost. And one thing that I need to get rid of as white is the knight on e4. With this knight on e4, I cannot get a checkmate in the position. So I will have to find a way to get rid of the knight on e4 somehow. Maybe knight to d4 followed by f3 just to attack it and push it away. I know black is going to try to reinforce that knight on e4, sometimes with the move f5. f5 is a double-edged sword, though, because, sure, you're reinforcing the knight and the outpost on e4, but you're also weakening the king, right? So that's a little bit difficult. Anyway, we're going to leave them thinking. He played the move knight to c5. Okay, I was just saying how beautiful the knight is on e4, but you do have to address this pin on the d file. He decided to go knight to c5. Makes some sense because you're also looking to eliminate that bishop on d3.
Cool. I'm actually annoyed from white side. Like, I hate giving up that bishop in certain situations because now the attack is going to lose a lot of steam. If he's able, he plays g4. Is that on board?
G4 is on board, baby.
But he is going to lose a crucial attacking piece, which is the light square bishop. Look how beautiful it sits there, just aiming, ready to do something on that side of the board, but you just can't. So queen takes, and now we have to figure out how do we get over there. Obviously, you can say rook g1, h4, knight g5. Just hopefully, black makes some type of concessions around the king.
And if you maybe take with the pawn, open up the g file. I have a lot of ideas in the position. Maybe even h4 followed by knight to g5. That's another typical way of trying to disrupt black's defense. Because, again, look at these pawns in front of the black castle. They're so compact, right? Whatever you move, if you play the move h6, then I have a hook to work with. I'm going to go h4, g5. Thank you very much. I'm going to open up the lines. I'm going to checkmate you. If you go g6, I have a hook to work with. I'm going to go h4, h5, and that's going to open up the h file most likely and mate you. So you have to stay compact with those pawns in front of the king. That's why the biggest problem for white right now is try to disrupt that position of the pawns. The way to do so is by starting off h4 and then knight to g5 and force a reaction. It's all about forcing a reaction from black's perspective. So These are the type of ideas that we're looking in this game. All right, let's keep it going. We're going to, I believe this is the last game in which both players are unscathed in this game. They have both 2 out of 2. Definitely doing great. Remember that game of Pretke versus Duda yesterday?
Yeah, it was crazy.
What a beautiful game that was. And Esipenko also seems like he won his game. We're checking out, I don't remember exactly who he played in round 2, but we were checking out his game as well. Both of these players on 2 out of 2, definitely in great shape. What do we think about this opening?
First of all, nice Hikaru cam there. I just caught the cam. It looks like we're just looking right inside.
Nice.
Like he's just like, he reminds me of like Doctor Strange, but like Hikaru Strange.
Nice,
you know, like he about to do some sorcery on the board there. So, looking inside of the brain of the man himself. That's what it seems. That's a good shot there. I'm gonna use that for socials.
You see the knight's head
Looking right at it.
It's like a landing strip from
right.
Like a ski long jump, like a ski long. He's
right
launching his thoughts,
wow.
And he's feeding us with his thoughts. Okay.
That is crazy.
Yes,
that's just sick. You see how they did that, chat? They did that on purpose. There's a camera inside of the board. Unfortunately, they have to move over the camera with the pieces. Not distracting at all.
Yeah. No. I like it. All right, knight to d4. What do we think about this position? Just before we go to Hikaru's game, d5, knight to d4. Pretke seems to be in his element. 1 hour and 40 minutes for Pretke. Hasn't spent a single minute of his time. Esipenko, 1 hour and 19. Definitely Pretke still in his theoretical knowledge. He's looking good. Pretke is looking good. We know he's a great theoretician, but Esipenko is no pushover. So this one is going to be an interesting one. Let's just go back to our marquee matchup of today. Of course, I'm talking about Hikaru. Let me see if I can find him. There we go. So we have a move after a very long think by Aryan Chopra, and that's definitely a good sign for Hikaru fans. He's out of his theory. He's out of his element in the position, and he just played the move bishop to b4.
That's a good move. Because I want to play e4. But if I play e4, now I'm going to give up the bishop. Like, I don't want to give up this light square bishop like that. Like, I just don't want to do that. So e4 may be a little bit premature here. So I need to figure out, what do I do about that? Knight g5 doesn't make any sense. Knight d2 feels like something's wrong with that. But it does back up the fact that I want to go e4. Maybe he goes c5 if I go knight d2. Which I don't like that idea. Yeah, knight d2 to be hit with c5. So we need it. I gotta find something else. That's what he's thinking about. Yeah.
I mean, obviously, okay, I have an idea. How about this move? How did you guess it? He played it. Knight d2 is on the board.
Oh, it's on the board. Oh, wow.
How did you guess it?
Okay, well, sometimes I am a
Jedi mind.
I am a Jedi.
I mean, that was a Jedi mind trick right there.
Yeah, I am a Jedi, and I spend a lot of time, in the school of Hikaru. I look up when I'm calculating, even when I'm talking to my sons or cooking food. I'm like, what goes next? So I see it on the ceiling and then put it in. So like I've drawn the arrows just like you. You know what I mean? Graduated with honors, school of Hikaru. So sometimes it just happens. Sometimes it rubs off on you.
Yeah. No, I sort of like it. I mean, the idea is that obviously you're trying to reinforce this threat of e4 at the right moment. Also, you're trying to block some the bishop on this diagonal. So, for example, whenever we see c5 landing on the board, we have ideas of knight to b5, getting this knight off the c3 square, and then a3 potentially to try to disrupt the bishop, try to force the bishop on b4 to be traded off, which would be a win for white, because if you do get the two bishops, the bishop pair in this position, and this diagonal opens up, and it's going to open up one way or the other. I mean, black is going to go either c5 or e5, most likely c5, and then we're going to see some trades. This diagonal is going to be opening up, and then the bishop on b2 without a counterpart, if you do exchange the bishop on b4, is going to be such a monstrous piece, right? Such a strong piece in white's position. So I'm liking this move knight to d2. I have to say I'm impressed with the knowledge, and I'm impressed with your knowledge, James. Nice one. Knight d2, beautiful.
Spent a lot of time in the hyperbolic chamber with other Jedi, so appreciate the compliment there.
Hyperbolic chamber.
Yeah, hyperbolic chamber. Other Jedi, 100%.
Nice.
So
what is he? Whoa! What is Hikaru looking at?
Of course, he's looking.
That's a tall ceiling right there.
Tall ceiling. You got Richie there. Richie
in the back. Yeah.
You got Farouja over there.
Nirvana in the prime.
Okay.
Oh, there's Ali Reza.
Oh, Ali Reza, Shreyas Royal.
Yeah.
Martirosian cameo.
Ali Reza sporting a new mustache. Okay, interesting. No, he did some stuff with his hair. Nowadays he has curly hair. So yeah, everybody's changing their styles. Everybody's upgrading.
That's fire. This is good. I like this position from Hikaru here. These positions can get ferocious once the bishops open up, as you've noticed, or as you pointed out. And after the c5 move, yeah, a3 is probably going to be the move. Get rid of that.
You think bishop. A3 immediately, huh?
Yeah. No, I think I was calculating this line. It just doesn't make sense to take this pawn, but bishop takes c3, bishop takes cd4. Probably take with the bishop. I mean, why would you take with the pawn?
Yeah. A3. Good luck taking this one.
And it's like, okay, Rook A1 with the K. Rook takes A7, right? Looking crazy. So, works.
Yeah. Queen d6, queen e7, it doesn't really matter. Again, is that transition into white having the two bishops, and that's going to cost black a lot down the road. Maybe not immediately, but down the road, this bishop is going to be such a powerful piece, a difference maker in the position. So knight to d2, I sort of like c5, a3. I have to keep the bishop on the board. I have to go bishop to a5. I know it doesn't look comfy for the bishop because you have some b4 ideas maybe down the road, but definitely something that Aryan Chopra has to be thinking about.
It looks quite terrible putting the bishop on a5, but
yeah,
really like putting the bishop on a5. Immediately, I'm already looking at. I'd like to take on c5. I would say to say keep the tension, but I
have to take with the b pawn. I have to take with the b pawn. You cannot take. I mean, I guess you can take with the knight as well, just for the simple fact that you're hitting the bishop on d3. I have to lose the tempo. I don't have time for b4. But I sort of like b takes c5.
And
then if you do take on d5, we get the hanging pawns. This would be an interesting position, by the way.
Definitely interesting. I was looking at e4, but then d4, and I looked at knight d5, knight d5, e d5, queen d6, knight c4, but you have queen d8 or something.
Yeah, this would be nice.
Instead of this line, yeah,
this would be very nice. Yeah, this type of calculations he's definitely thinking about. By the way, I can also start maybe with no, but I like it. I mean, knight d5, maybe queen to d8 first, not exchange on d5. Nevertheless, I mean, we see so many complications land in the position, right? b4 is now an option. A lot of ideas for both players.
Yeah, lots of ideas.
Yes, knight to d2, and right now, once again, Aryan Chopra is thinking, deep in thought, trying to figure his way out, because c5, by the way, is such a committal move. Such a committal move. The bishop is not going back home after move c5. So you have to keep that in mind. You most likely will have to exchange that bishop for one of the knights at some point once you play the move c5. And you don't have to play the move c5 immediately, right? So maybe you can try to include the rook into a play with rook fd8. What do we think about this move? Rook fd8. Do we go e4 now, or do we get ready with queen to e2, get the queen off the d file? I think we got to go with e4.
Yeah, it feels like e4 should just be played now. Let's get it out the way, bro.
I mean, we've gotten ready for it, right? I mean, the knight, this knight, the bishop, the rook. I mean, what else do you want? We have to play e4 at some point. So e4 take, let's say knight d takes e4, knight takes e4, and now do you take with the rook?
I'm that kind of guy, but of course, rook takes is going to be maybe hit with c5. I can't go rook h4 yet. So unfortunately, now I can go rook h4. I'm into these lines.
Well, the thing is, c5, I have knight d5.
Whoa, that is crazy.
Yeah. I think this is good.
Ooh, that's
you cannot take.
That's
and
nice.
If you take with the bishop, I mean, that's not looking good for you.
Okay, so knight f6, rook h4.
Yes, I think he has to go knight f6, and now maybe we place the rook on h4. Why not?
Just there, right? Why not?
Stare at this pawn on h7. Maybe g6, h6. I have a couple of options. I don't know. Let's go g6.
I'm looking forward to g6. I want to open this up. Like, obviously, d5 is the first move I look at, but there's nothing there.
Yeah,
it almost works. Like, there's some sick stuff in there. Like, let's just show like how this could happen. D5, right? E5, and then of course it's losing, but yeah, E5. What we were looking for is pawn takes, and then like knight takes D5, and then rook takes H7, queen H7, queen H8 mate. Just opening up the diagonal, right? It's just the fact.
I see what you're doing. Yeah. So okay, I'm going to make some funny moves. Yeah, knight takes D5. This is the pattern that you're showing. Very nice.
Takes queen H5, queen H8 mate. It's just possible due to the bishops and how we have this position, but this is not forced.
Yeah,
this is the problem.
I really have no idea how they achieve these cameras. I mean, how
that's next level. That's next level.
This is the first time I've been in chess broadcast for a while. This is the first time I'm seeing this camera, this up close. I don't know exactly how they did it.
Like he's staring right into the camera too.
Yes. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Okay, so that's the rook, right? That's one of the rooks. So I guess it's placed off the table somehow.
Right.
But it has to be
enough. It's not distracting.
It has to be small, right? Because otherwise you're just going, it's going to interact with your body.
Exactly. Camera there.
A spy cam. Yeah, maybe. Maybe
if they zoom out, we'll be able to see it.
I like it. I like it. I love it.
This is a new angle. Never seen it like this. Like you literally can see everything he's thinking. What do I do? Am I gonna lose this game? Wait, hold on. Let me play this. What about this? So many thoughts go through your head.
Yeah.
What am I eating today? Oh wait, no, that's my move. Right, it's my move. Hold up.
You can almost hear their thoughts, right?
Right. Facial expression.
I mean, you see everything. I mean, look at that. Look, he's looking at one side of the board, then you see he's looking at a different side of the board. He's looking in the void. Now he's focused on something. I mean, you can sense everything. I like it. It's a bit intrusive, but I like it.
Right, bit intrusive. I like it. Exactly. It can't be. If your nose itch or something, you got to walk away because it's gonna be on camera if you're digging for gold, there, buddy.
Yeah. Okay.
It will be on camera. 100% red-handed. You can't do nothing with this camera angle, bro.
Oh, I didn't want to go there, but you did. I see. Okay. Oh, digging for gold. All right. Knight d2, and that's it. He's thinking. Checking.
Maybe you bring the bishop back to d6, but then no, that would be, I would love that. Not just play e4.
No,
that's a strong move. 92 is sick. 92 is sick.
It doesn't look strong, right? Before you see it, it's like, okay, knight d2 seems like a cagey passive move. The knight on f3 looks beautiful. But then you start understanding the deep ideas behind it. This support of e4 is so consequential in this position. So yes, knight d2, very nice move. I'm expecting c5.
a3.
a3. Okay, all right.
Oh, we have a move. I heard it.
E5. Whoa!
E5. He done lost his
E5
mind.
is on the board.
He done lost his absolute. Okay, now first off, it's a solid move. It does make sense, but it's just unexpected. Completely unexpected.
And look at Bishop. He's like, hey, E5. I did not expect that. He's giving him the side eye. Okay, all right. E5. Whoa!
And then he gets up and walks around. All right, your move, bro. Take a page out of your book, bro.
Yeah.
E5.
Okay. E5.
Well, we got to calculate here. There's a lot of moves. Let's
get that bishop to f5. The thing is, if you keep the bishop on d3, black has the option of closing up the position with e4, and then the bishop stays a bit caged, right? I don't want that. I want to get the bishop out. play the move bishop to f5, create that tension in the position. And there's Hikaru coming back
smashing some food
from his
breakfast,
lunch,
right? I forgot. Yeah, it's
or
like
the dinner.
I
don't know what it was. Get a sip of that good agua, and let's get going. Yeah, I'm expecting bishop to f5.
I like bishop f5 as well. Bishop f5 is a very nice move here. There's some Jobava lines that I played that people mess up where the bishop gets to f5 and then there's tension in the center or something like this. You just win a pawn because he's kind of tied down. It's very, very possible that this can happen. But bishop f5 is a thing. I mean, I looked at e4, but I didn't like that c4 move. Again, d takes c4 like you looked at before.
Yeah,
then,
and you can also start with a3, by the way.
Oh, here,
a3 or f3. Also, the thing is, once you have the bishop pawn f5 already in a very active, very aggressive stance, you can open up the position with f3. You don't have to lose a tempo to get it back to f1 or e2 and then play the move f3. It's already there. It's already pointing at the pawn on e4. It's already creating some tension. So I think f3 would be definitely something that's on Hikaru's radar. Again, Black at some point is going to play g6. You cannot allow this bishop to stay forever on f5. It's such an unpleasant piece to deal with. And once you go g6, this is the problem. This is something that I'm having my eyes on. Once that diagonal opens up, I mean, I'm so happy with the white pieces. So I like this transition from Hikaru, and I'm sure he welcomes it as well, because we've been discussing this from the beginning of the broadcast. Hikaru needs a win. We think this is it. We think he will get it today. He knows he has to catch up with the leaders. He knows in the race for the candidates in terms of rating spots, he needs to catch up some points compared to Ali Reza as well. So he knows he needs a victory in this one.
And he's also played the move bishop f5. He's like, I'm not going to
allow
f5
you. On the board.
There it is. You're not shutting my bishop out today, tomorrow, any other day. Bishop f5 is on the other side of the pawn chain if e4 happens now. Very strong move. Play quickly. We're up a little bit of time.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't get up yet. Maybe it's make the move and just get.
He's just making sure, because again, these last few moves, there's been some transitions, right? Structural transitions. The game has changed. The game was very peaceful, very slow at one point, but everybody knew there's a lot of tension and somebody's going to break the symmetrical pawn structure, either with e5, either with e4. That thing has happened. So right now he needs to register all these changes. That's why he's staying at the board.
Readjusting.
Yes.
f5 played. Now, is there a... Well, now that's not going to be with tempo, but that's not necessary. Things change, obviously, when you move pieces. So I was thinking e4, if allowed. But again, dc4 is a move. It's not with tempo this time because the bishop was on d3, but the dc4 is a thing, and we can't do anything about it. Maybe d5, but that's just too much. Not worth it.
Yeah. dc4, knight takes c4 we're expecting, and that's another reason why the knight is so placed on d2, because you can take back with the knight. And we've seen this idea of d takes c4, especially after white plays the move e4, right? We've seen this reaction from black. Now it's a more tame reaction, because I can just simply activate my own knight with knight takes c4. So a lot of things have changed, but I have to say the last couple of moves I think have favored Hikaru. What do you think about that?
100%. I think they have favored Hikaru here. I think these positions, like from personal experience, these are very comfortable positions. Actually, you just have so much play, and you can you dictate the game. Now, obviously, you make mistakes, and things happen, and black will get more than what they wanted for, more than equalizing. But I think these positions are fun to play because you know you're going to get a game, which is nice. It's not anything super forced, and it's really about playing your opponent, which is nice, and the board obviously too.
And by the way, it does seem like these two players' accuracy up to this point is so close to each other. 98.1 for Hikaru in terms of accuracy, 98 for black, for Aryan Chopra.
98, guys.
0.1% in terms of accuracy separating these two
difference.
players right now.
That's
Crazy.
strong.
Crazy. All right, let's move on. Let's let Aryan think about this one. I know he's going to be spending some time on his next move. And let's go back to the first couple of boards and see exactly what's happening there. Bishop to e5, bishop to e2, castle, and knight to e4 was the way this last few moves played out, this transition played out in the game between Irvin Lamy, who's been having a fantastic event. 26-27, has been the underdog in both rounds 1 and 2. He managed to beat some very high-rated players. Yesterday against Fedosev, I have to say he was losing, most likely, out of the opening. He was a couple of pawns down, but he fought hard. You remember how ugly it looked at one point, but Fedosev was just not able to keep it together in time trouble and allowed Irvin to get back into the game. Not only get back into the game, but actually win that one. So that was a beautiful display of resilience from Lamy. And in the first game against Vidit, I mean, what a game. That was completely back and forth in that one as well. So definitely riding a hot wave, Irvin Lamy, but Fabi also riding a pretty decent wave in the last few months. Right now in the live rating list, over 2,800.
2,800. 2,800. That's what it looks like.
That's a big number. That's a big number right there.
Pretty big.
Yeah. So knight to e4. What do we think about this position?
I thought that was really nice. It's going to force some things to happen. You're either going to make me keep this. I'm going to keep this knight on e4, or we're going to do a lot of trades right now, where I think my pieces, if I'm black here, in practical sense, I feel a little bit more active than you.
Okay. So what do we trade? Do we trade like this? Take on e4 and take on d6? Is that something that we should look out for?
Because we can't move the knight eventually yet. Wait, can we take on f3?
I mean, you have so many ways. You can even take on f3 if you want.
Hold on. Let's take on f3 here.
And then d5.
d5 and knight e. No, that doesn't work.
This looks like a very equalish position. Queen takes c6 or even f takes c6, and if you take on b7, rook a, b8, and then I pick up the pawn on b.
Ridiculous. Long line here. Takes.
The vacuum. Yeah?
The vacuum, yeah.
I mean, everything just trades off. Okay, white still has a slight edge, but I think that edge is sort of canceled due to the fact that I have these very strong rooks pointed at the f2 pawn. And in fact, be very careful. Don't play rook a d1. Boom! Take that.
Puzzle rush every day.
That's a mate.
I just broke my high too. 2 days ago. 3-minute puzzle rush, bro. I was at 47. I'm at 49. I'm almost at 50. Puzzle rush 3-minute.
50.
50.
Okay,
50.
That's beautiful. That's very nice.
Everything
and if you take on f2,
puzzles.
take on d1. That's a back rank mate coming.
Oof.
You don't want to see that. That's some heat right there.
That's some puzzle rush.
So big moment right now. And by the way, all of these variations, they're not easy to calculate because you have to address, for example, take. What about this? What if I take like this? Are you going to allow me to connect my pawns with d5? You know that this is probably going to be slightly better for black, but you do have to calculate d5 in the position as white. And perhaps this is good for you.
It's like another version that we just looked at. 95 takes.
Exactly. Yeah, knight takes f3, but this is a much better version for black, I think. Or white, excuse me. Because now rook to b8, I just simply take a pawn, and at least I'm going to be a pawn up at the end of it. So a lot of things can happen. And by the way, take. We've said take on d6. We looked at taking on f3. We looked at taking on d6 with the pawn. We can also take with the queen on d6. That's an option as well. And this is a completely different position. There's no more d5.
More pieces on the board too. I'll probably go this route. I like to keep pieces on. I'm a fan of that.
Yes, especially if you as the black side in this position are looking for a victory, and that's exactly what I would assume Fabi's looking for, just for the simple fact that he's a lot higher rated than his opponent. I mean, he's close to 200 rating points higher than his opponent.
Right.
And that's kind of ridiculous saying against an opponent that's 26, 27. Oh, yeah, I'm
200
almost
points
200
higher.
rating points higher than this guy, 26, 27. But that's the reality. So 92, 97, excuse me, 95. Those are some ideas. And by the way, you know, whoever goes on 3 out of 3 in this round, that's a commanding lead right there. That's going to be very commanding. Such a tight pack. Let's see what's happening in this one. This is the Arjun Erigaisi versus Serrana. We saw it after the move G4, Bishop D7. Okay.
Is he just thinking now? Yeah, he's just thinking.
And okay, he's
understandable.
Yeah,
it's hard. These positions are not that easy. Like I did not. Maybe you go 95. This feels like the only move that you can just make here. G5 is too premature. H4 doesn't work. G4 hangs. Maybe he might be trying to do that to give it up to open the G file. Possible, but I mean 95 feels great. And then you play maybe F4 and then maybe G5 finally.
You just have to push the pawns, right? Try to open up the position by pushing the pawns. Take more space on the king side, push the pawns, and try to hope that you're going to be first, because you know that black is coming on this side as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, black is going to go something like B5, A5, B4, things of that nature. So we expect knight to E5, but again, a slowly developing game. This one is, and the last game of 2 players over at 2 out of 2 is this one. This is the game between Esipenko with the white pieces and Alexander Pretke. And we left it off after this Bishop D7, Knight D2, Bishop E7. By the way, Pretke was still blitzing out his moves. 1 hour and 41 minutes at this point. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Knight C4.
He's in great form.
He's in great. By the way, is he still on 1 hour and 40 something minutes? What is happening here?
Like, why are you instantly moving?
Bro,
no, he not instant move. Maybe that's a transmission error.
No, I don't think it is. I think he's just insta moving his last all the way up to this point.
Bro, he almost have an hour. I mean, like if you think about it, really, like how close is that? Wait, that's almost. I mean, shoot, you are close to being down an hour on time, buddy. No, that's
impressive.
Crazy. Yeah, very impressive. I mean, Alexander Pretke came to play, especially he beat Duda yesterday. He probably just feeling real good. Like, I mean, I would too. Yeah, that momentum does help, of course, and it helps with the confidence too as well.
Absolutely.
He beat Duda like that, and now he's just like blitzing out Yasaplenko.
And you know, this guy is a former 2700 level player. Pretke, both of them are. In fact, Esipenko has been around 2720 as well. I remember when he was only about 17 or 18, not many years ago, when he defeated Magnus Carlsen. You remember that moment at the Tata Steel? He defeated Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces in a crazy Sicilian. So Esipenko is definitely one of the highest hopes that Russia has right now. Pretke, on the other hand, has switched federations. He's right now representing Serbia. So, you know, there's maybe some bad blood between these 2 players as well. Very conflicting views. But definitely, as you can see, 58 minutes against 1 hour and 41 minutes. And this is something that Pretke did to get from that 2650 to the 2700 barrier. He improved his openings. Since then, lost some rating points back to 2656, but definitely a player capable of those highest tiers at 2700.
Nice. Never knew he was 27, so kudos to him. It's work. Our work pays off. Pretty good.
Yeah.
B4 actually just happened. Yes, Spanko on the move. I mean, I'm just playing King H1. Put the rook on G5. All right, just go for mate. Like, you know.
Why not?
Let's just go for mate. What else do we do?
I sort of like it.
We have a move in the Hikaru game. He took on D4. Wait, first off.
Whoa. Let's go back. Let's go back really quick.
On D4. Wow.
Let's go back really quick.
I like the idea, though. That was smart.
What?
Very smart. Yeah, at first glance, it's like, bro, what are you doing? But then I understand it.
Okay, tell me.
Understand it.
So I
Well,
don't
the
see it.
bishop, how are we going to activate the B2 bishop? At the end of the day, okay, cool. You hit me with the little tempo. That's cute. Ah, ha, ha. You got your little tempo. But then when I move my queen away,
Okay, where do you go?
that's a great question. D6 or D8. I was like, probably D6, but I mean, I
Well, the
am
thing is, if you go
skeptical
to
about that.
D6, the bishop is not coming back home, right? If you
Right.
go to D8, that's a bit too passive. So let's go D6, right?
Yeah, that's gotta be it.
Sure. Okay. What if I go, let's say, Queen C2? I even have ideas of A3, by the way.
I
I
was
mean,
definitely thinking of that.
keep these things in mind because you cannot take on A3 anymore.
Is there
I don't think you can.
C5?
Don't I have C5 here?
Oh, wait, that's some heat.
Ah, you still have Queen F4. Maybe you're
What?
surviving.
Oh, he survives.
No, but I'm not sure about survival in this position. By the way, e takes D4 is on the board and Queen to D8. Okay. He wants to stay home, close to
You don't
home.
want those complications with Hikaru, which is understandable. Who does? So he went back to D.
All right, I have a question for you.
What you got?
I'm going to try to be very aggressive. I don't think we have a move after
I'm always a fan of that.
Queen to D8. All right, what if I go C5 and sacrifice a pawn like this?
The idea is, so I take it?
If you take it, I'm going to go A3.
Oh, okay. Bishop A5.
Bishop A5, I can just
And
simply
then you
take.
take on C5 and open the bishop up and no take back. Ooh,
You
that
cannot
is
take because of
spicy.
B4.
That is
So you probably have to
hint
take
of
on C3
spicy.
if you want to keep the pawn up, right?
Take.
And then we go to this position.
Or I might go C4 instead, actually, just to get the D5 square. But I mean, no. I mean, it's just possible, obviously. Takes. Oh, yeah, you just open up the bishop too as well. My idea was just keeping the bishop at bay as much as I could. Because opening those bishops up is just, I mean, lesser evil, I guess, right?
I mean,
Takes,
if you do
look at the
this,
bishops.
you got a pawn, but
Man, look at the
look at these
menacing
bishops.
And
Look at them
your
bishops.
bishop on B7. You know what I mean? Like, wow.
So let's go C5, right? I mean, maybe you have to do something in the position.
Got a punt
But
now.
C5 just loses. I mean, bishop takes F6. That's that.
You can
That's an
take that back.
exchange.
Yeah. 100%.
I mean, you cannot even take with the G pawn because of Queen to G4. That's a double attack. You lose material by force.
Easy. Game over.
Boom, boom. And if you take with the queen, I take on D7. This is game over. C5 is a big moment right now for Hikaru.
Yeah, that's a big one. He's in the think tank too. Is there any other options here? Obviously there are. There's lots of options. Like Knight of 3. Better
Knight
in the
of 3,
position of the knight.
95.
95, exactly. That's appealing too as well. A3 actually is just appealing in itself. All right, kick him back. Figure out what to do later.
A3 is definitely a move. But you know Hikaru is looking at C5. I guarantee you Hikaru is looking at C5. He's seen this type of sacrifices in his career many times. And by the way, if you go take and then you take on D4 and we go into this line, now I don't even have to take back with the bishop. I can take with the rook. And guess what? My rook is getting involved into the attack as well.
Ooh, man, and these, you know what's funny? Like every time I play these positions with white, it does seem as a slow startup. It is. It's a slower startup. But I think chess period, I mean, it's very hard to find openings where, especially at this level where you're just going to be aggressively attacking them out of the opening. Rare does it happen. But you get so much. Look at the right triangles there, right? The classic right triangles.
Oh, yeah.
See, there's so much going on in these positions.
Ooh. That's one triangle. That's
another one. Classic.
That's the second one right here.
Classic right, chat. Wooden shield.
Right triangles right there. Yeah. No, I have to say, this one is looking really good. Really juicy attack for Hikaru if he finds C5.
Yeah, if he finds C5. As Yasser likes to say, white is spoiled for choice.
Yes, he does like to say that. Great job, does like to, spoiled for choice.
White is spoiled for choice.
Spoiled for choice, Christian.
What about you, Christian? Yes.
Then I have to hit him with some engine moves. You know what I mean? Calm him down.
That's so funny, bro. That's hilarious.
Oh. Yeah. All right. By the way, gauging the accuracy right now, Hikaru has increased his accuracy slightly, 98.2%. and 96.5 for Aryan Chopra right now.
98.2, 96.5. Yeah, and then nice. You know, his went up 0.1, and then his went down.
Well, we know why.
C5.
We know why. It's that C5 move right now. Yeah, C5, C5. Big one.
Move.
Big move right now, and we know Hikaru is looking at it. Let's see the camera angle where we can see where his eyes are. Maybe if they're towards the right, the way we see it, that he's looking at C5.
Yeah, he's looking at C5. He's calculating all the lines. Is that Jeffrey back there? Yeah, Jeffrey Zhang.
That's Jeffrey Zhang in the back. Yeah.
Jeffrey.
Yeah, Jeffrey Zhang in the back, coming straight from the United States.
I see him, Chef Jeff.
Oh, yes, that's the right direction. They're all over the place.
C5. It's coming. There's a camera
looking at C5. Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is, right there. That's the C5. Who's that in back? Who's that in the back?
That was that Yes Bingo?
No, I don't think so.
Only caught in. The cam angles.
That's not Sargsyan. That's a player from Armenia. I'm trying to remember his name. I don't know why I'm blanking right now. But definitely a very good player as well. Yeah, he's looking at C5. Definitely C5, and he's looking at the attack coming after C5. He's calculating the attack coming after C5. That's why he's looking towards the king side as well. That's where he's going to sacrifice something to get the checkmate.
Yeah, what y'all think in chat? Let me put the spam up. What you think in chat? Is he gonna play C5 or not? I say yes. He's going to play C5. I put my spam in the chat. You're up now, chat. It's on you. So let's get that spam. Let's get that energy out there. Let's get that good energy, good vibes.
Yeah. I think we're going to see some C5. I think we're going to see some C5 there. Maxim Matlakov in the back. Ergaisi.
Wild art spot.
I don't know. C5, it's, to be honest, I'm trying to find ways for black to not get in a very, very bad position, borderline losing, and the only way I see that is to never touch this pawn on C5. Just simply never touch this pawn on C5, because once the dark square bishop opens up, it's bad news. The problem is if you don't touch the bishop on the pawn on C5, you will get your bishop trapped. You will be forced to exchange it, and then I'm just simply going to push my pawn. Pawns on the queen side, a3, b4, a4, b5. At some point I'm going to break through, and I will also have the two bishops. And guess what is this bishop on b7 doing?
Oh, that's
if you don't take on c5. What is the bishop on b7 doing?
I didn't even know that was a bishop. Don't look like one to me. So,
I know.
Yeah, that's correct. That makes a lot of sense. I also like the fact that Hikaru is spending a lot of time here because like you have to, but he's calculating really like everything. And sometimes you know that that's the move. He can feel it, the intuition. But then he's deeply calculating some line that's like probably 15 moves deep here. And then you reach it and all the combinations or all the things that can happen, all the different things that can happen, all the routes that this can go.
He's sensing the critical moment.
Right.
Sensing the critical moment is a mark of a player that's in good shape. If you're not, and you play fast in a critical moment, you miss it, then that means you're not in good shape. That's a great way to gauge the type of form that the player is in. And it does seem that Hikaru smells something. What's that? Do I smell a C5 in the air?
That tastes like a C. That tastes like the C5.
It looks like a C5. It tastes like a C5. It moves like a C5. I think C5. I think it's C5.
Yeah, it's a C5. C5?
I think C5 is coming. Well, we should let Hikaru think about this critical moment, and we know he's going to take some time. We're going to take a quick break and hoping that we're going to get back to a C5. Get your energy up in the chat. Send him those C5 vibes, and we're going to see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of day 3 here at the Isle of Man Grand Swiss, FIDE Grand Swiss, that is, and we do have C5 on the board. It worked. The energy from the chat, it worked. We got C5 on the board. James, how's it going, man?
We got C5 and we live. You know what I mean? C5 and we live. It's on the board, guys. He in the think tank there, and he already under an hour. So let me tell you one thing. We noticed too as well. When we play tournaments, and we talked about this before, I think in round 1, when you see like, yes, he's under an hour, and like, you know, you're like, oh, 59 minutes, yo, he got a ton of time. Yeah, he does. But you're also on move 16, and you got a lot more moves before you reach 40 where you get more time, and you're gonna have to figure this out. You are playing Hikaru, and you're gonna have to think. So in about 10, 15 moves from now, you may have no time, in fact, and who knows how long he's gonna think on this C5 move, because there's so many moves that you can play. From here, I think we already have a initiative slight advantage here as well. Not only on the clock, but on the board as well. So pretty good for me, Carl. Feels great.
Like it is. That's right. C5 gives white a great deal of advantage because you can never touch that pawn on C5. The problem is the temptation is to touch it, is to take it off the board, is to win that extra pawn.
Right.
Unfortunately for you, if you do take that pawn, you're completely lost. If you play B takes C5, Christian? That's it. Huh?
Why can't I take it, Christian?
Right. That's right, Yasser. I'm going to play A3. And after that, the problem is, if you do continue taking it, look at these two beautiful bishops, Yasser. What do you think of these two bishops?
I like the bishops. I remember back in the U.S. Championship in 1959, there was actually a game I played where I had the two bishops, and they were menacing on the board, Christian. It was amazing.
Hilbert 1958. I know. I remember those days. Yeah, that's right. No, this is over. Game over. I mean, look at these bishops cutting the board in half, and the problem is bishop takes f6 is something that you really have to worry about because there's no defense against it. There's simply no defense against it. That's it.
Yeah, the bishops are menacing, bro. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. This is so good. Like, this is a great position. This is exactly what we needed. Hikaru is not at the board. I mean, he might be feeling like, yes, of course, the initiative is a lot. The initiative goes very far, but he might even feel like I have even more than that. After C5, you have your opponent thinking like, when you feel good like this, you obviously have to close the game out. He's a very strong grandmaster too as well, but you actually feel that you are on the right foot and on the right track to really get this much needed dub.
Much needed dub, and I don't want to say anticipated dub because nothing is over yet, but he's looking really good right now, and he knew going into this round that he needs a victory. He needs a victory to catch up on the rating list. He needs a victory to stay in the tournament as well, stay close to the leaders. We're still early on, but this type of early rounds dictate the way the tournament is going to go for you, and that's what he wants. He wants to set a very positive pace, and that's exactly what he's doing in this one. And you know, I've been thinking about it. Sometimes you start off slowly. Maybe you don't get the type of positions that you want, especially we remember that game against Zvane in the first round. But at the same time, you understand that your resiliency is there. The fact that you can gauge and have the understanding that you were worse in that position, you had to pull the brakes, you had to make a draw with the white pieces. That's a mark of maturity, right? That's a mark of a player that's in a good shape. And I have to say, sometimes those things can turn around from drawing worse positions to winning and keeping on winning. And this is what he's trying to set the pace on right now. Hikaru, with a victory in this one, he's going to move to 2 out of 3. That's going to be a good score.
That's going to be huge. Absolutely. Feeling good. And then you're in a stride. Sometimes it takes a little bit of warm up too as well. You know, seeing how things are going to go in this tournament here. And we're not going to just, you know, oh, I got to win every single game, right? As you said, it marks the maturity and the signs of a very, very great player. Yes, I lost points basically in both games. I mean, he dropped, maybe 6 points probably cumulative between the two
3 and 3 games. Yeah,
probably 3 and 3, losing some rating. You know what I mean? In both games, draws, and it sucks because like you lose rating for a draw here. So 2 draws. Yes, I got 1 point out of 2. This is a much needed win if we're able to convert this but we'll be probably back to just even, maybe grab a few more points, hopefully. So we'll be up, but at least we'll be on the board 2 out of 3, no L's. Don't lose this thing.
Yeah, no. And again, the pressure is on Chopra right now. And I have to say, I have a feeling he did not see this move c5. When he took on d4 and he envisioned this idea of queen to d8, he was thinking, next move, I go bishop to d6. Next move, I get my bishop back to d6, right? After c5, those dreams are happening. That's not happening.
You know what I mean? Like, unless you try to, maybe put it there and act like Hikaru didn't see it for whatever reason. There is no bishop getting back to d6. Yeah. And as we've been talking, we got here at the 59-minute mark. In fact, right under an hour. You see how fast the time diminishes, chat? Ooh. He's almost at 50 minutes now. 54, ooh, obviously, but the more that we chat and chill, we go looking more games, we come back, it's still his move. We actually have a huge time edge in growing and in a position that we are looking very nice in with the white pieces.
Yeah. The time difference is definitely growing in this one. Also, the assessment is definitely growing in white's favor right now. I have a feeling this one, I'm not going to say it's losing, but it's looking very nice from a practical perspective. The objective assessment is maybe around +1 for white, but from a practical perspective, it's such a difficult position. I feel it's even more than +1. It's just an easy play for white, and I think Hikaru is going to take it. It's too early to call it, but again, Hikaru has great chances. Speaking of moving to different games, let's once again see what happened after the break in the other important matchups. By the way, we do have a draw, an early draw between these two players. Esipenko versus Pretke. Esipenko played the move that you considered, king to h1, rook to g1, but guess what? There was a draw offer attached to it. He was like, okay, king h1, I'm looking at maybe starting to attack you, but I also know that you know exactly what you're doing, so I'm going to offer a draw.
And I'm down 40 minutes, like on the clock. Like, hey, bro, you going crazy. Look, don't take it out on me. Let's take a draw. You want to draw?
Let's make a draw. I mean, come on. Let's make a draw. You know, Esipenko is not happy with this, with the white pieces against a player lower rated than him. But given the accents of this game, the way that Pretke was playing this game, the way that he showed he knows the ins and outs of this position, I mean, I think this is a good practical decision by Esipenko. So we have a Lamy versus Caruana. Lamy is trying to get a queens off the board. Take a look at this last move. Queen to b3. Let's exchange. Let's make a draw, maybe. Why not?
And no, I think I'm going for 95 f4. I don't care about the stupid pawn on b7.
You don't care about this guy.
I don't care. I don't care about it, Christian.
Well, probably for good reason. Yes. Give me that queen.
The pawns again. Pawn hunting.
Don't take that. I know you like pawns, yes, but don't take that on b7. No. Don't touch it. I like 95. I like 95.
Is very strong.
Yes. I think we're going to see a transition of this knight. But with the knight on d5, we're also looking at f4.
Right, bro. That's my, I care about the queen trap, but I definitely feel like f4 is just my guy. Like, look how strong this move is.
f4, f3. Really, you got to go with the knight on e5 to stop me from going f3 and queen g4. You still go f3. Yeah, no, this is dangerous.
Yes.
Dangerous. Absolutely. No, these are the type of ideas that both of these players are definitely looking at right now. Okay. Let's keep moving. Still not that much is happening in this one. Still a fairly simple position from the material count and structurally a simple position. But at the same time, there's a lot of difficult ideas that both of these players will need to understand, and that's why they're spending their time. The type of ideas that we were discussing, potentially you taking a pawn, me on the other side, launching an attack on the king side, f4, f3. So definitely a complex position, complex battle in this one. Erigaisi with the white pieces, trying to wash his sins from Qatar. Rook to e8. Take a look at this. King to b1, rook to e8. Still looking at the potential attack on the king side. Still, the bishop is on the board. What do we think about this one?
I have felt it's equal, but I have felt that black, like somehow I just wasn't able to get the attacks you're looking for. Maybe I overpress sometimes, or like it's just difficult. Like you feel as white here, you got G4 pawn up, you got the bishops open, but it's harder than you think. It is actually difficult to get an attack on the king over there in many cases, especially as the higher level here. So it is difficult. I have to figure out what to do. The rook, I think, needs to be on the G file, and I have to push forward here, and which is kind of annoying. Again, I want that 95 move too, but other than that, this is it feels like you should have a move, but there's nothing right now. Like you still have to build this up.
95. That's a good move. That's a good move. For the simple fact that I think bishop to f8, you will go f4, right? You will actually cement this knight, the outpost of the knight on e5. And again, it's all about provoking. It's about provocation in the position. You want to provoke black to play either h6, g6, or f6. Because the position is too compact. These pawns are too compact in front of the king. I don't have any hooks to work with. But if you do go f6, for example, try to kick the knight away, I'm going to take. By the way, why have ideas of this, and that?
Bishop c. Whoa,
whoa,
big fella. Hold on.
This, and that. Take a look at this.
Before you splitting, always in order. Oh my goodness. Bishop d6, queen h8 is mating on f7. That's puzzle rush.
That's puzzle rush tactics, baby. Oh my goodness.
That is disgusting.
By the way, how do you defend?
G5? I mean, shoot. First off, breathe because I need to catch my breath. Secondly, G6? I cannot believe it. I mean, I have to stop queen h5. So take those. I guess I take it with the queen because I don't even know what's next. I just know I can't let you in the house like this.
I guess you do. Yeah. Can I take and then take on d7? I think I can.
I take on. Oh wow, you can. Am I?
You cannot take on e2 because I take on f6.
How is the eval bar like not more than what it is?
I guess you can take on f4 and just play the position like that, but
and just play the position, bro. Look at this. They look at this position. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is sad.
No, I'm not doing Wow.
No. Don't forget about it. Forget about it. No, he's not gonna go f6. I think he's gonna see something like bishop takes h7 if we see this move knight to e5. By the way, Chopra did move. Let's go back really quick to see what happened because we see a couple of very quick moves. G6 was played.
Jesus.
And now a bishop to h3 as we anticipated. Keep the bishop on this diagonal. This is extremely, extremely unpleasant. And you know what? After the move G6, you know that black is not going to take on c5 anymore.
Yeah,
that's it.
Know that.
That's it.
That's
you move the pawn from g7. You're not taking. You're not opening that. That would be suicidal. I mean, do not do that.
Sign the score sheet when you do it.
That's it.
D takes c5. Sign the score sheet. Good
sign the score sheets. Yeah.
Thanks. Bro.
Okay.
GG.
Next.
Thank you.
Next. Thank you very much. Yeah. Good luck. Exactly. Yeah. Good luck. Good game. GG. I'll see you next round. That's it. I mean, you don't touch that pawn on c5.
100%.
Absolutely. So that's at least we know that Hikaru is not going to be a pawn down. Now the task is most likely to do something after the exchange of the bishop on b4 for the knight on c3 to do something
b5?
on the queen's side.
Look at your bishop. I mean, like, come on, bro. But takes and play b5. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, I'm not sure about b5.
It does shut the bishop down. You're like, well, it is, I have a point, but shut down your bishop and mine at the same time.
What's this bishop doing?
Yeah, in fact, that is.
What's this bishop doing?
Bishop at all. Wow.
By the way, I'm thinking maybe a3.
I don't like the fact he gets back to c7 though. He gets on that long diagonal.
I see what you're saying.
It's kind of annoying. Like I'm helping him get there, but. Man, I do have a nice pawn chain. Look at that bishop on borough. That's like a pawn. Like if you pick it up and like drag it off of the board and literally just leave it, like it will be the same position, whether this bishop is on the board or not.
Glorified
funny.
pawn.
Look at that.
Glorified
Bully.
pawn.
That's a
We do
very
have a
bad piece.
move. Okay, what was that? What was
Okay.
that? Knight to h5.
Okay. Trying to spice it up.
Trying
Yeah,
to get
he's
to
not
f4.
thinking. Oh, yeah, that's a good move. That's solid.
Hmm.
I like it.
Hmm.
I like it.
Okay.
I like it. Hmm. Oh, that's
But
pretty
you
good.
know what that means? Since you haven't opened up this diagonal for the bishop, that means that after a3, this is it. I'm picking up that bishop.
And I think I take with the rook here too as well.
Ah, yes,
Just
yes,
the rook
yes.
lift.
I
Do you
like
even
that.
rook lift? Do you even rook lift? We rook lift every day. I'm hitting the
Do
gym
you
later.
even rook lift? And by the way, if you go knight f4, maybe now queen to g4, how do we think about
Ooh.
this transition? I mean, everything is coming.
And the dark squares are weak. I like it a lot.
Everything is coming. Knight f3, knight g5, queen f4, queen h6, something on the h file. And guess what? If this bishop manages to land after bishop c1, g5, h6, somewhere around the king, I don't know exactly where I'm going to place it, but somewhere around the king, that's all she wrote.
There's a wrap.
All she wrote, baby.
Start to a new one.
Yep.
Dark squares around the king look crazy. We have a lot of time here. Everything is looking good here, chat. Everything is looking good.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I have to say. And this
Clean
seems
game.
like the most likely sequence of moves because you know that knight is coming to f4. I don't see a clear way for you to stop it. Maybe queen to f3. I would be considering queen to f3 in the position as well, just to say that, okay, you're trying to put the knight on f4. I'm just simply not going to allow that.
What about an f5? I mean, here you're almost in a must like do something position where I just get squashed. So f5, yeah, it looks crazy, but shuts the bishop out. Knight comes to e4. You know, I still have a bad bishop on b7, but I'm feeling better about my prospects.
Yep. No, I agree with you. And okay, so f5, let's say it's some sort of a mini threat in the position. What if you go, and that's why, you know, this is exactly why you play a3 first. You don't have time for f5 after this because I double up on the e file.
Look at that, yeah.
I double up and then rook comes to e7. I don't think this is good.
Wow, that's not good at all. Especially knight f6, then we can go f3. That's maybe not a move. Maybe we don't have to do it. Maybe go g3 first and bishop g2 or something. But the fact that we do have the e file makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
To me, better pieces, bishop pair, feels good.
Yes, absolutely. And by the way, once you commit to f5, my knight is coming to e5 as well. That might be a problem as well. So you got to be careful. f5 is a double-edged sword for black. I get it. You're shutting down my bishop. But at the same time, you're opening up the king. You're creating some weaknesses. You create this weakness on e5. You create a landing square for my rook on e6. You know, there's a lot of problems with this move, f5 as well.
I can definitely see that.
I think a3 is the move.
Oh, a3 is definitely coming, chat. He's going to play most likely a3.
Yeah. a3 is the move in the position. What else can we play? I mean, I'm looking at queen g4, but the thing is, queen to g4 again. It's the f5 move that I don't like. Otherwise, if you wouldn't have f5, I would be perfectly happy with queen to g4, put more pressure on this diagonal. But I do have f5 coming up. Oh, g3, okay.
Oh, he just said, I didn't care about any of that. I don't want you to put that knight there. But again, f5. But I guess the bishop comes back around, but there's an f4 possibility.
Oh, this is a good move.
Yeah,
this is a good move. I'm warming up to it.
Very nice, right? f5. But bishop g2 or
f5. Now we can go a3.
a3 takes stakes.
a3, yeah, takes stakes, and that's basically a transition in what we were saying is not a good position for black because the rook is coming to e3.
And the only hope that they have is trying to get f4 in and opening the file. But even then, like if I give you two moves, f4 and fg3, like fg, like what did you actually accomplish? I mean, you did open the file and you opened my bishop up. And you can't really get to f2. I mean, it's defended quite well, so easily.
G3 is a great
everything
move.
points to the white being better.
No. G3 is a great move. Because you know what the best move is according to the engine in the position?
For black?
Mm-hmm.
You think about this. Best move. F5 got to be up there. Maybe worst place piece is bishop. Ooh, that's disgusting. Like maybe a rook c7 to go bishop c8 and trade the bishops.
No.
What?
Bishop B takes c5, excuse me.
B takes c5 is the best move here.
Yes.
No, that's material. They just want the material. That's crazy.
Chopra is never gonna play B takes c5.
Yeah, that's not
like he's not playing B takes c5.
You gotta be
like
kidding.
Guaranteed.
So counterintuitive.
Guaranteed he's not taking on c5. If he takes on c5, I mean,
like get him checked.
Kick me out. Kick me out of the commentary booth. You know, if he takes B takes c5, he's not taking that pawn. He's not. Once you play g6, you never take that pawn. That's the thing.
Right.
Once you play g6, you just simply never take that pawn.
Yeah, that's just weak. It's very weird. Like you don't want to do that practically as a human. Giving them type of chances. You already know you're on the back foot, and you might give them both bishops open. And am I barely doing anything?
No,
not doing it.
No, not happening. Not happening. Because I go a3, you take, I take.
This is the worst version of what we looked at before.
Good luck
on F6.
defending this. Good luck
on
defending
G7.
This.
Hikaru with the walk away mic drop.
Yeah. No. He's not taking on c5. No way. He's not taking on c5. By the way, all right. Let's let Aryan think about the position, consider his options, and let's look at the game that we haven't looked at. Ali Reza with the black pieces. And you remember we were talking about a player that was strolling behind Hikaru at one point and we didn't recognize the face. I think it's this guy. Zalmakhanov. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Zalmakhanov. This is the first time I'm seeing this player.
24.
Ramazan from Kazakhstan, 2447. This might
over
be
there, boy.
This might be among the lowest rated players in the event, right?
Yep.
Is he on 2 out of 2?
Yeah, he's swinging. He definitely swinging. Be playing Ali Reza, he playing up. I mean, he playing up every round almost, but he really playing up right now. And look how he playing. Like, what was his opening?
This dude is
good.
What? This dude is 2447 and 2 out of 2?
Underrated. 100% underrated. He just went into the lab, came out on the other side.
What in the world?
Yep, he been in the lab. He been obviously rooking up something special in the lab.
Oh, he's been working. He's in the lab every day, baby.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I mean, to be honest, even the position is not looking that bad right now for him.
It looks, I mean, definitely equal. Like you see this position immediately, you're like, equal. That's it. And then, you could be worse with the bishop on f4 if we get a bishop and knight endgame. Bishop is blocked by its own pawns, right? I mean, how many pawns we got here? 7 pawns. And 5 of them boys are on dark squares.
Yes.
You have a dark square bishop, making the quality of the bishop worse.
All right. I just Googled this gentleman. He's born in 2002. So right now he's 21 years of age.
21.
I mean, who knows? Maybe he got drafted in the Kazakh army and spent a few years in the army.
Right. Chilling, studying in the lab, and then
studying
came back out.
in the lab, looking at chess nonstop. They have that in some of those countries. Forced draft and stuff like that. Yeah, no, I mean, this guy is good. This guy is really good. 24, 40. And by the way, he probably got a wild card. So somebody knows something about this dude. Somebody knows something.
He got to play. Put him in. Watch him rook.
The organizers know that this guy can play. They bet on him, and he can definitely play.
Especially being 2 out of 2? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. That's a good wild card right there.
What was his opening? Curious.
Let's do it. Okay.
Classical stuff.
Some Reti. Okay. Transition into a Catalan.
And this is one of the best lines. Yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing with the black pieces. Let's see Grishik play this a lot with black. But this is
yes.
one of the classic lines where you just equalize quick.
Okay. King to G2. What do we think about the position? How do we move forward? I feel like I want to play C5, but I don't at the same time because I'm giving up the D6 square. I really don't like a rook coming to D6. So whenever you play C5, try to defend like that on the C file. Rook D1, rook D6 is coming immediately. That might be problematic, coupled with an idea of H4, bishop to G5, take away the D4, D8 square to challenge me on D file. Yeah. So how do we stay put? How do we keep the position compact? What I'm looking at is potentially rook to C8 and maybe transition with my knight, slide over to D5. The problem is once you try to do that, I go E4. So
yeah, E4 is kind of annoying. I do like black slightly if I can like consolidate all the way, like, you know, let's deal with these pawns, keep it compact, because I do like this weakness of the double pawns in the center. And the bishop being on f4, making e5 just be a weird target. And so I was actually thinking of stuff like g5 is too much, but at some point that's gonna be a move that we can dislodge this bishop and like maybe try to win this pawn and go for more. Rook A to C I do like though. One of the things I like to ask, what are the weaknesses? What's the worst place piece? In fact, which is that rook on A8, I think probably needs to be moved. Maybe rook AC. I don't, but it's annoying that he can play like queen B3. Like maybe we go B6 there or something. Or even hit
maybe
the knight.
target you on D file somehow.
Somehow, right?
Again, these are the type of moves that are really worrying me in this position. H4 and just looking at bishop G5, you have to address that. You have to go H6. The problem is once you play H6, you know, this becomes a target as well. I might have ideas of doubling up my action on the C1, H6 diagonal with a queen, maybe coming to E3 or C1, and then potentially even sacrifices, right?
Yeah.
I have those type of ideas. So still, this is one of those positions in which black is so compact. It hasn't created any weaknesses, very solid position, and you still have to find a way through as white if you're trying to get an advantage. Still not easy for Ali Reza. Definitely, I have to say, very impressed with the way this young man is carrying himself in this competition. Zalmakhanov, remember the name.
Yeah, remember the name. How do you say it? How do you spell it, bro? Because sorry, I know I'm gonna mess this up. Yeah, like even Palmiachi, you know, I mean, how many times we've seen his name? I know I cannot spell it right now.
Oh, nobody can.
Oh no, I can now. I've seen it so many times, but you had to think. I had to like recall it. And like, no, it's this. Yeah, okay, got it. Yes, that's it. That's how you spell it. I think, you know, even then.
Yeah, you got to create a special mental model to try to be able to spell that correctly all the time. Yeah.
Thank you, Jada. Spelled Ian. Yeah. James. Ian, that is. Not young.
Yeah. Okay, what's happening in this one? Fabi, we did not check on this one. After queen to b3, he decided against knight to d5, keeping the queens on the board. He took on b3 and knight to d3, jumped straight into action. Knight to c1, knight b4. Okay.
Oh,
okay. So there's some repetition going on. Okay, so we might actually see a draw. I don't think it makes any sense to take on b2. If you take on b2, I go rook to b1, you go to a4, I take on b7. We sign the score sheets. In fact, I feel this pawn trade favors white because you're going to have forever weakness on the c file. So definitely not a good idea to go this route for Fabi. We're expecting knight to b4, and that's just going to be throwing the repetition offer.
Yeah, I think, and he's taking time because he's like, man, I just got 2,800, bro. Come on, like he said, I would be like, well, then I wouldn't even trade queens, right? Like if I wanted to keep 28 here, because you know, 2,800, guys, back to it, and then literally the next game, boom, a draw, you're back under again.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, Chopra has not made a move. You remember you were saying I think he had like 54 minutes, and he was like, oh yeah, we've been doing commentary for the last 5 minutes on this game, and he's still going to continue pondering his options. He's down to 38 minutes.
Yep. And that's going to diminish too. Watch that. It's going to diminish real fast. Oh, I hear the sirens. Yep, they going. Yeah, they on the way. They on the way right now. Yeah, they're on the way to get Chopra because he got to move right now. He needs to make a move. But 38 minutes is no time, my guy. It's no time. What move are we on?
Let's see. Let's see, my friend. Okay, we're at move.
Yeah, they're on the way. They are on the way to that board right now. What move?
18.
18. Okay. So,
18.
Sheesh. You got what? 23 moves?
23 moves to go.
Wow.
With 35 minutes in this position.
And he just froze. I mean, I was understandable. I mean, C5. Look at the position. My knight on the rim is dim. Bishop on B7 grows. He plays C5. What is going on? Dark square is open. I mean, you just start. I think you've been there. I think we've all been there too, especially people that play tournaments or like just if you're playing longer games. Sometimes you just get lost. You're like, yo, there's just too many things to do. Knight on H5. I got to control the dark squares. The C5 move is still quite annoying. A3. What do I do with this bishop on B7? And then you tunnel vision, and then you just flip the board out of frustration, like literally just flip the board and walk
I can
out.
imagine. I can see that. I can see that. Yes, you're in the park. If you are in the park, you flip the board at this point. You're like, okay, you're doing something weird in this game. I mean, come on.
Right.
So many problems. You've been cooking me in this one.
Rooking me this whole game, man.
I don't like it.
Hikaru getting a workout. He walking around, probably eating.
I mean, what can you do? You're not going to be able to stay there while your opponent stews, right? In fact, this is a strategy. Sometimes you just let them think. Hey, don't worry about the time. You don't have to feel any pressure. I'm not around. Don't worry. Just take your time.
I was just thinking,
checking out other games.
Imagine like, hey man, I'm going to get some coffee. You want one? Like, like talking to your. Yes. I've never done that to my opponent, but like, yeah, I can see that. Hey man, I'm going to grab some food. Do you want some while you sit here and think? Or like, no, okay. It's been 20-minute thinker too, but that's so funny.
Ask him about the coffee. Hey, cup of Joe. Coffee, yeah. Do you want a cup of Joe, my friend?
Coffee? We're going to be here a while, buddy.
Maybe I can get you a cortado or something.
You need a drink because you might need one after this.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
he took. Oh wow, Christian. It was nice working with you, Christian.
Oh my goodness. Sorry. He took on C5.
He took on C5.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he did, bro. He took on C5. I mean, no one was expecting this. I'm not even gonna lie, bro.
Christ.
Nobody was expecting this one. Maybe he just said at the end of the day, it's just not that bad. He's like, it's just not that bad.
Now I need to go. I mean, yeah. How can I continue after this one? How can I continue after B takes C5?
Yeah. Yep. He took it.
Oh my goodness.
He captured it. 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
I'm getting deported after this one. I mean, B takes C5. Are you kidding me?
He captured it.
This never happened in my career as a chess commentator, to see this type of decision being played out in front of my eyes.
Wow. I can't believe it. Chess saying goodbye. Goodbye. See you later.
I said it myself. I set up myself for this one. Oh man, that's rough. Yeah. Rough.
Yeah.
Rough.
Right. Look at his face. Hikaru like, bro, what? Hikaru like, huh?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Look at his face, what in the world is this?
What are you doing?
What in the world is this?
The eyebrows, bro. Are you kidding me? No, that's
look at
him. Blunder. No, that's gotta be a blunder.
He's confused.
What? No,
everybody's confused.
Right, everybody. Right, chat? No, right? No, it's just this. It's just this, right?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, A3 is coming. A3 is coming. That's it. A3 is coming. You have to take on C3. Okay. Let's try to make this work. Take, and now C5, right?
C5.
This is the only thing that makes sense. You have to look. Give me one more move. I'm not going to take on A7. I'm going to go B4. I'm going to block you on this side. Never C5. The bishop stays on D4 forever. And then I'm just simply going to find a way to get my queen on that diagonal as well, and that's it. Lights out. So you got to go C5. And now I have a
Gotta go
couple of
back.
options. I can go back a1 or b2. I can also take on d7.
Oh,
How
you
are we
can.
feeling about this position?
Okay, he got the op color bishops here, and I do like. Well, okay. Oh yeah, he would go back. Interesting. I was trying to get d4 in.
You're not getting d4 in.
I'm
That's the
not
thing.
getting d4 in, right?
You're not getting d4 in because
I'm
okay,
not
you
getting
you,
that
you
in.
you
I
get a
mean,
checkmating
okay.
threat. I go f3 and that's it.
Look, Q move, hit the button, resign. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Wow. Yeah,
So
I'm not
what do you
getting
do?
d4 in. So shoot, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. That is very simple.
I guess you go
Very
rook e8,
simple.
huh?
Yeah, I have to. Rook e8, rook
But then
c8
I
with
can
bishop
just
d4.
take another pawn.
Oh snap! I'm down 2 pawns. Oh, one.
Only one for the
Only
moment,
one.
but these
All right.
two, they definitely look like 2 pawns
Yeah,
for the
that's what
good.
it feels like. I'm down 2 pawns. Well, down 2 pawns. Technically, pass pawns. That is.
Yeah, yeah. And you know my bishop is going back to d4.
I was trying
Bishop
to
going
get
back to
d4 in.
d4, and then I'm starting to push my pawns.
Very good for Hikaru, guys. A3
Yeah.
takes.
So this is where we are right now. B takes c5, completely unexpected, but maybe the best move in the position after a very long thing. And you know, he didn't want to play this move, but I guess he came to the realization that there's nothing better in the position and he can stay put, but that's going to be a torturous next few moves, a torturous middle game for him. Or he can take on c5 and try to play it like this.
That's exactly what he said. He was like, you know what? I'm just not going to play this passively. I'm already down all this time. You know what? If you're going to crush me, do it now. Right?
Yeah.
Like, just do it, you know? So, but at least I'm going to be able to pawn and make it interesting in the meantime for now.
Yeah.
So he's going to get this pawn. B takes c5. And we wait.
There's
Hey.
in the back.
Okay, in the background. Kobe there. Kobe. Legendary. He actually, you can Google it too. I remember I actually saw him. This was back in the True Life days, MTV. This, you know, he was on there.
I know. He was.
Bro, I saw
yes,
him. I told him the
yes.
first time I played him OTB, I was like, bro, I saw you on True Life when I was a kid.
Yes.
Like, I was so hyped. And
He was
doing
bench
backflips
pressing
and
on
stuff.
MTV.
Oh, I remember that. And I remember
You remember him
backflip.
bench pressing on MTV?
I remember that, bro.
Yes.
I remember that.
Yes.
It's called True Life. You can Google it, chat, or YouTube. True Life. I'm a chess player. Something like that. It's gonna be Perusian for Kobean, bro. It was
bench pressing.
Yeah,
bench pressing in a tank top. I remember that. He was wearing this tank top, showing his muscles, bench pressing, saying how he's going to dominate American chess for the next few years, make it to the World Championship match. He was there. He was in it.
Hey, I gotta go watch that again. It's been so long since I've seen that. I forgot some of that stuff. It's been so long. That's crazy.
Oh,
good Prague in the back. Young feet up.
By the way, Hikaru looks shocked. He's like, "Whoa, whoa!"
Yeah, he was
what in the world just happened, man?
Look at his eyes dart around the board.
I thought you were not supposed to take that. I thought you were not supposed to touch that.
Right.
What happened?
Takes. Yeah, that should be it. That's good. Classic, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, this looks good. All right. We're gonna let Hikaru think for a little bit in this one. Let's see if we have anything interesting happening on the other boards. I'm trying to find a good game right now. Sindarov, by the way, just letting you know. LeBron Aronian with the pawn up, but I think Sindarov probably has enough compensation
for
the pawn. Actually, no, Sindarov is the pawn up. Okay, Sindarov is a pawn up. He's with the white pieces. I do think that this rook's coming and staying so active probably will give black enough compensation in this one. Let's see what else. What else do we have?
Yeah, I'll rock with Sindarov.
Chaparino versus Yu Yang. That finished in a draw. Draw? Yes. Shirov usually plays some crazy stuff, but not in this one. Okay, this these are two very fun players to watch in general, Max Sudlu and Korobov. but they still have a very tight position up to this point. White does have something to work with, though. This bishop staying very active, the knight on b5. I don't think you want to give up the bishop for that. I look at the position, I see ideas of bishop b2 followed by f4. I see this pawn on g5 I really don't like, and I think White Maksudlu has a great chance to potentially score a victory in this one.
It's so funny. Like, why is this pawn on g5? Like, if we just get here, like, yo, did you mouse slip that, or like, you know, did you mouse slip it? Or like, no, this is the game.
He just played it. He just played g5 knight.
G5. All right, cool, bro.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Was this a KID? This was like some King's Indian territory. So similar English.
Some sort of an English. Yeah, English, and then g5. I mean, completely unexplainable. No,
I'm going knight g6 as well.
I don't know.
Play f5. Yeah, the pieces look kind of strange, but whatever.
Yeah, Hikaru doesn't like it. He's like, dude, my dude, what am I missing? What am I missing? B takes c5, not supposed to be played.
We got the head nod. That's the most dangerous place, being right in front of Hikaru when he head bobbing. No music either, too, as well. Head bobbing.
Yep. Acapella, head bobbing acapella.
No music? Like, oh man, this guy's crazy. Head bobbing, no music? Yeah, it's a wrap for you.
Pishot versus Gukesh. The game next door to Hikaru.
Oh, who was it? Gukesh and who? Oh,
Pishot. Alan Pishot. Representing Spain right now. By the way, a player that was defeated in game 1 by that guy. Remember the name? Zalmakhanov.
I was like, yeah, it's a wrap. It's over.
Zalmakhanov. Yes. So he got defeated in the first round by Zalmakhanov. Bounced back.
He reached for something, Chad. He's about to move. He's about to
make a move. All right. I'm going there. Give me a second. But this one, by the way, is looking good for Pishot. Extra exchange, some compensation for Gukesh, but I don't think that's enough. He's about to make a move. What is he going to play? What is he going to play?
The head bob.
We see the head bob, but he needs to make a move right now. Even though he doesn't actually need to make a move. In fact, what he does need to do right now is he needs to calculate everything very precisely because he's up so much on the clock, right?
Right.
So he has the luxury of just spending his time wisely at the critical moments, finding the best path forward and creating, and this is a crucial part of it, creating the most problems for your opponent. So he needs to be precise. And he knows that if he does it, just about to took on c5. Okay. That's a good move. Okay. That's a good move as well.
Not bad.
That's a good move as well.
Not bad.
Bishop takes c5. And now what do we expect?
I was going to say knight a4. Correct. Okay. And I think I like this option because he didn't want to give Tempi back, which I'm a big fan. I worked at the Russian coast. So it was like, I'm a fan of the tempo. And I never forgot that. And I was like, oh, all right, cool. And like he would show me, but like he is, D takes c5. Not that wasn't really a tempo, because I mean, I did just take a pawn, but it is. You probably want to take it back. Knight a4 gives us some time. He's gonna move the bishop where? I don't know, d6, e7, because I mean bishop b6. I'm just
not to d6,
away, right?
Not to d6. You give me another tempo if you go to d6.
Ooh, knight e4. That's a sick move. What is that?
It. I think that's over.
Oh my, and queen d4. Like, oh boy,
that's right.
So bishop e7. Right. Dang.
So you have to go bishop e7. By the way, so it looks like maybe you have bishop to e5, but you don't. Bishop takes e5 or bishop takes d7. That's material. Take on b2. I take on c8. I just take more pieces along the way. You take on c1. I take on b7. That's it.
So what about okay? Wait, is bishop?
You have to go bishop
e7. Is there something? Can we cook up here? Can we cook up something? Here it is. Let me think about this. I mean, you got this pin with d7 and the queen. Yeah, something like there or e exactly. Like, is it necessary? Like, do I have anything better?
Where do we go?
Yes, of course.
Where do we go?
Where do I want to go? C4.
Let's go here. Say you go here. You take.
And I mean, I like this, but queen d7? Is that winning material? Is that just win material? Immediately.
Boom, boom. You take, I take.
Well,
And
there's
then you
rook
have to defend.
c7 though, right?
Ah,
What do you do about rook
instead of rooks.
c7?
Rook c7, okay. I take, you have to take back with
The bishop.
the bishop. Otherwise, I have a feeling you're losing. For example, like this, I think bishop e5 is the problem. You go here.
Rook.
No, I just go rook to d1. By the way, bishop e7 is on the board. So they're going straight for this line, right? So you have to take back with the bishop. But now bishop e5, I mean, you're losing something.
Yeah, this is exactly. This is just terrible. Like
you're not going there anymore, right? That's it. This is game over.
Yeah,
this is game over.
This was a very nice game. It felt very clean. Like we didn't have any trouble. Those are the best games. Is when you just never had any trouble the entire game. And I think knight f3 b3, it definitely gives you a lot of chances for that. This was d4 c4 that transposed into knight f3
knight f3 b3
that he plays online every Title Tuesday and like freaking has more games than anybody on chess.com.
Yeah.
In this setup. Hence, I mean, he didn't lose any time basically. I mean, what they start with hour 40?
Hour 40. 33 minutes for Aryan Chopra. Hikaru with an hour and 5 minutes. He's going to get back to the board anytime soon. Going to see this bishop to e7, which he has seen in his calculation as he was getting ready to take on c5. Knight to e4, knight to c4, a lot of options. Knight to f3 perhaps as well, a lot of options. Good looking options for Hikaru. A pawn down, but definitely plenty of compensation. We're going to let him... Oh, is he just about to make a move?
It's just easy. I mean, I'm up time. Look how much time I'm up. I'm up the time.
Hovering. I was just about to go on a break, but...
Was he about to take that? Like, he reached for a piece, bro. Like, he about to take the piece off the board. Whoa. What did he take?
On d7.
Oh, he took on d7.
Bishop takes d7. That's a committal move.
Very committal. I guess he wants knight e4, knight c5.
He does want knight e4, knight c5. Yeah, yeah.
Look how strong that is, right?
Oh, that's looking good. That's looking good. That is looking good. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. And we're going to be back in just a few minutes and see the next transition coming from Hikaru. Stay tuned. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with coverage of day 3 here in the Isle of Man at the FIDE Grand Swiss. We have a fire game between Hikaru and Aryan Chopra. And I have to say, the last sequence of moves, really impressive tactical stuff coming from Hikaru. Take a look at this. Bishop takes d7, queen d7, knight d4 as we were on a break, and f6 by Aryan Chopra. James, did you have some time to go in the lab, take a look at this position, see what's happening?
No, I actually had some time to go grab some Greek yogurt from Eco, so it was pretty fire. It was actually 15 grams of protein. I had 2 of those, 30 grams today, and bought I forgot, like 200 calories, something like that. So get ready for the gym later. Now that I'm back into this game, in fact, actually after 94, F6 did happen. But F6, well, first off, Ben Feingold going crazy. Can't play that obviously. So, but it does make sense. The knight can rearrange and get back to g7 without worrying about the bishop on the b2 square.
What if I go to c5?
Right. I was just thinking, I was like, maybe just go knight c5. Like that is, and then e6 is hanging too. So e6 square, that is. Man, where do you put your pieces? Oh, you gotta take it. Right. Takes.
Take it. Where do you put the queen? Oh, actually, no, that's not even a question. If you go to c7, knight e6. If you go to g7, knight e6. If you go to e7, I pick it. What
do I do? What do I even do?
I gotta go to f7.
Man, there's so many squares.
I gotta go to f7.
Now do I go rook e6? First off, the knight on c5 is an absolute menace. Rook e6 I do like, but there might be a rook e8. Interesting.
Yeah, that's Aryan's plan right now. He needs to chop. Chopra needs to chop some rooks off the board with rook to e8. Rook to e8, rook e1, rook e8, rook e1. Those type of exchanges, if you don't do that and if you don't get them in time, then you're busted, right?
Right. Yeah, okay.
So
He's thinking about it because like queen f7,
I see some ideas like this. What is this? What type of triangle is this?
That is a Yeah. You know, chat knows. Chat knows.
Chat knows. All right, all right.
Yeah.
We gotta know what type of triangle that is. But we're
That
seeing some
is
triangles for sure coming up shortly in this position. An upside down pyramid.
triangle.
Okay,
That's scalene. Okay.
that
Scalene.
might actually be
Scalene. Equilateral.
scaling.
Three line. Obtuse. You know, they just throwing them out there. It's a
Obtuse.
triangle, chat. It's a
Yes.
triangle. That's what it is. It's just a triangle, chat. It's a freaking triangle. That's what it
Oh
is
my
at this point.
goodness. Oh my goodness. So yeah, this is what we're seeing right now. F6, by the way, 27 minutes for Aryan Chopra. Big time advantage. And still plenty of moves to go. We're at move 22, still 18 moves to go. This is not going to be easy, by the way. You can see those two players, Iturizaga and Max Warmerton in the back, flanking Hikaru from both sides.
Right. If we get him this way,
what's
we
that?
can block his transmission.
What's that? What's that happening there? All right. By the way, I think while we were on a break, I just want to get you up to date with this one. Take a look at what happened in a game that doesn't have much bearing towards the standings as of right now. Blue Bomb versus Thanal.
Dang, that quick? Yo.
This finished a while ago. Take a look at this. Knight f6, d5, open. I mean, we see some interesting patterns, yeah? The same activation of the bishop on the long diagonal, boom. Queen c3, okay, all right.
Woo! Ooh, hit that
Get
man with a
out of here.
Oh my goodness.
Get him out of here.
That's one of those you knock over the pieces accidentally, all of them, like at the same time. Oh my bad, I sneezed. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna resign though.
That's it.
D7.
That's it.
What was this opening? Was this another knight f3 b3? Now, this is probably d4 c4, but I'm just curious.
Knight f3, b3.
Man,
yeah,
ready-ish. He was ready for sure today. Yeah, it became some type of Kali-ish, which is like
something very similar, and you get checkmated. You have to resign. You're a 2600 rated player, and after just 1 hour of play, you have to call it a game. Get out of there.
Yeah, that was sweet.
Nice finish by Blue Bomb. Blue Bomb. F6. We're still at this point in Hikaru's game. He's thinking. He knows he has a better position. At the same time, there are some pitfalls because of the limited material on the position. Also, you have the opposite color bishops. So you need to be careful not to simplify it too much. Because even if you get a couple of pawns in the position, you're already down one pawn. So let's say you get a couple of them, you're going to be up a pawn. But with the opposite color bishops on the board present, there's always that tendency that the position simplifies into a drawish endgame. So you got to be careful.
Yeah, and I think I wanted to go with the obvious move, knight c5. That's what we want to do. Knight c5 takes. The queen goes to f7, and that is just a situation where, hey, I'm better, but like.
Maybe I can go queen d4, yeah? Maybe I can do this triangle.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's just better, right? It's one of those positions where, okay, I'm just better. I guess that's what it is.
Yeah. All right. These are actually a lot of triangles in the position. Okay. I see what's happening. What about rook to e8?
Yep, always rook e8. But there's some g4s in there.
That's right.
G4s. That's my whole idea. But now I can take f6 though. F6 is hanging.
Do you want to take on f6?
At some point, I do. Yeah, I guess
I can also go g5, by the way.
Oh, g5, knight f5, and just queen f6 anyway.
And then I take on f6.
And you take on. Okay.
I don't even have to take on f6. In fact, I think I can go queen b4.
Whoa!
And then I take with a bishop on f6.
That's really nice. That's really nice. Yeah, I mean, look how many ways we have to do this thing here. We have it.
Yeah.
Okay, so after queen f7, yeah, queen d4 was nice. That's a good move.
Yeah. Yeah, queen d4, and now it's starting to be okay. Maybe you can go knight g7, try to go with the knight to f5 fast. But what if I go g4? Okay, it looks like a funny move, but I'm trying to take away this f5 square, and I'm trying to transition into the line that we've seen already with rook e8 g5.
Oh, you know, that's probably all going to be playing. Let me see. Car on the think tank. Just want to see the camera, EVL in the back. Yeah, I like this idea. Knight c5 first. He's also, he's using the time when he needs to. Like, look, he's still up so much time after going under an hour here. Still up
a lot of time. By the way, okay, so you can go with either knight on c5. You're still going to force the bishop trade. Bishop takes c5 is going to come on the board. Do you have any other options? Let's try to find other options. Like, for example, can you start with queen d4, let's say?
Queen d4, our idea. G4.
The same. The same knight d4,
stuff.
basically. Knight c5,
C5 doesn't work.
Maybe queen takes a7 at the right moment.
It's just miserable for black. Even though, like, objectively, Indian's like, oh, it's fine. But, like, from a human standpoint, there are a lot of problems. The bishop, the c5 square, knight on the rim, played f6. Like, there's weakness on c6. I mean, it's so crazy. All these things to juggle here. Indian can do it with ease. But a human here, it's definitely unpleasant for black.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Still, we know, and he knows, this is an advantage for Hikaru. He knows he has the advantage, but the conversion is not going to be easy, and he knows that. He understands the fact that he needs to pay very close attention to how he's going to convert this one. There's a tendency for a draw, given that we most likely will have the opposite color bishops on the board after knight to c5. So he has that in mind. He knows it. Aryan Chopra knows it. He needs to hold on to his seat. Aryan, that is. He doesn't have a very good position, and Hikaru will try to take advantage of that. By the way, there's also the time situation. The time situation is dire. Aryan. Hikaru, 54 minutes. When's the last time? Yesterday. What was happening on the clock? I'm trying to remember. Because I know in the first game, it was Hikaru who was down on the clock against Rasmus. That was a difficult matchup, difficult opening. What was happening yesterday?
Yesterday's game was with... What did he play yesterday? I'm like, there's so many games. I'm like looking at many games here.
I'll tell you.
And let me say, I'm checking right now.
I'll tell you. I'm blanking. I don't know why I'm blanking.
Me too. Oh, Sadwani. Yeah, chat.
Sadwani. There he is. Sadwani.
Yeah, Sadwani.
Yes. Difficult game yesterday as well.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting that C3 Sicilian, and he also spent, all that time figuring out what he's gonna do in the beginning. I mean, it wasn't a lot of time, but like, do I go knight f6? Do I go d5? Do I go? Which route am I even gonna take here? Because he wasn't even expecting the C3 Sicilian in the first place too. So something different. I think that was a good choice from Ronak to he wasn't expecting Hikaru, or Hikaru wasn't expecting that.
Yeah. Hit him with something unexpected. Then Hikaru hit him back with that G6 idea. That was a back and forth affair for sure. Still thinking, this is the position, f6. The last move definitely surprised Hikaru. I mean, he's thinking, hey, can this guy actually play like this? Call my bluff and take on c5, take my pawn? F6? Come on, you cannot play like this. You can never play with f6. You're going to get checkmated. What's that knight on h5 doing? You're not supposed to be surviving this one.
Because he definitely is. It feels like it, but...
Oh, there was a nod. There was a nod right there. There was a nod right there. He was like, yeah.
Head nod, boys and girls. About to
see a move. He's getting ready to make a move. There we see Pichot giving himself a face massage in the back.
It's always good to give yourself a face massage, Jet. Take care of yourself at home. Take care of yourself. Very nice.
Knight c5. That's what
knight
we
c5
think, right?
Or queen d4. Actually, that other option was, I think, pretty valid. It's a pretty good move. Queen d4.
I think we'll either queen to d4, and these are the moves that Hikaru surely he's looking at right now. But we do believe that it's going to be knight to c5. It should be knight to c5, right?
It should be. It should be knight to c5. But he did actually do And an A3 move, he played C5, which is totally fine, bro. Which is totally fine.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Knight C5 on the
Knight
board.
C5, chill, let's go. Okay, he
Bishop
takes. We're
C5
going down this line. Here we go.
instantaneously. And queen to F7 is going to come as well.
We're going down this line.
Yeah. Knight takes C5. Now we're expecting queen F7. There's no other place where your queen can land. If you go either to G7 or C7, knight E6, that's going to be a double attack on the rook and the queen. So that's not looking good, and you have to stay on the 7th rank to protect the bishop on B7. The only way to do so is from F7. And it was played.
And now
Hikaru is pondering his next move. Queen to D4. That's the move we like. That's the one we like. That's the one.
What was on Ricky? Queen D4 on the board.
Queen D4 on the board.
It all happened out, chat. But what was on Rookie 8 again? Oh, G4. It's just GG.
G4,
so
G5.
What do you even do? Well, you go Knight G7 immediately. But then we were transposed in the G4 anyway, yeah.
And if you take here, man, take, and that's
so
it.
Much heat through there.
Yep.
Look at the lean back and the water sip. So I always say, like, in like confidence and a lot of times body language is good to read. And anytime that you've seen it from us doing so much commentary, when they do, if Levon has to stretch too as well, he'll stretch and like, you know, do the thing with the, like when he stretches, to let you know, yeah, I got him. So a lot of times
there's the water sip, you know,
the water sip, right? The water sip, the coffee, or the walk away, the mic drop, walk away. Like these are signs.
There he is. Walked away, nodded at the board.
Nodded at the me, did everything, you know.
Get the heck out of there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All of that.
Let him stew. And look at Chopra. He's following Hikaru. He's like, where are you going, buddy?
Where you going, bro?
Where are you going?
Where you going, bro? Stay out there, man.
You're gone, huh?
Don't come back.
Gave me some problems to solve, and now you're gone. Is that how you play? Okay. All right.
Who do you think you are, bro?
Okay. Bro, he thinks he's Hikaru.
Thinks he's Hikaru. Like, come on.
Yeah. No, I like it. Queen to D4. Knight to G7 or rook to E8.
Yeah, rook E8, G4, right? That's what
That's
we looked
it.
at.
That's
G4
it.
was sick. That was a sick move, bro. And then G5. I mean, this is like transposition. Oh, no, but the other way, I was thinking actually Knight G7 is before rook E8, which was the transposition into the same. That's so sweet, bro. G4, and you can't go rook E8. Oh, we have a move. Something happened. I heard it.
Knight G7.
Knight G7, yeah.
Knight G7 is on board.
Knight G7. I would probably see a G4.
And you can see Chopra is right now feeling the pressure of the clock as well. He's definitely playing fast. He's making sure that he doesn't fall below 20 minutes on the clock.
26 minutes for 16 moves.
Yeah. Knight to G7. We're expecting G4, right?
Yeah, G4 just looks really good.
We just need to stop him from going Knight F5. This is key because Knight F5, then he goes Knight D6, protects the bishop on B7. That's a good square for the knight, and then potentially looking at the E4 square as well once you move away with the knight from C5. So this move, Knight to G7, definitely a good move for Chopra. And right now, Hikaru has the option of trying to open up this diagonal with the move G4 followed by G5. The problem is, after G4, can I stop you by playing the move H6? Yes.
Well, you already know. We push one, we gotta push the other one. So
you're gonna go H4?
I mean, that's the first instinct, obviously, but that doesn't mean it is right. But H4, I mean,
might as well try it, right?
Exactly. Like, how do you actually stop me, bro?
H4, maybe rook to E8. Is that it? That's what I'm worried about.
The other rook. Oh, that rook. Okay.
Well, if you go with the F rook, then you lose the F6 pawn at least, right?
With the other rook.
And that might be problematic. But why don't you go with the other rook? And now G5. What do we think about? G5, you go Knight F5.
Yeah.
And that forces the queen trade after queen takes F6.
It sounds weird, okay.
Okay. So after Knight to G7, we need to find a way forward. This is the position we currently have on the board. Hikaru
H6
thinking.
good. He also has rook. Okay. Wow. Doubling the rooks isn't that good. Queen b4.
The problem with g4 is that you're weakening your own king as well.
Right.
And that's, that's what I'm a bit worried. I understand you don't have a lot of pieces to get to my king. Queen to a4. Okay. Queen to a4. I like this. Queen to a4. Okay, that's a perfect triangle. That's actually a very nice triangle.
Classic right.
He was that makes sense. This is the classic left.
Classic left. Oh,
this is the classic left.
Got it. Okay. Classic left.
Yeah, he did a classic left.
He did a classic
Queen
left.
d4, Queen a4 coming from d1. Yeah, that's a nice classic left. I like it.
Classic. Okay.
So you got to go bishop a8, right?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, like bishop a8. I was like, yo, bishop looks crazy on a8. Bishop on a8. But then it also is the question is, well, where do I go next? You're like, haha, stupid bishop, but where are you going to go now? And it's like, okay, well, yeah, you're right. You got a point, because like I don't know where to go yet. So, or what the plan should be. In fact, like, what do I do next? It was a nice move,
but you have to do it. You have to go bishop a8. Otherwise, if you lose the pawn on a7, that's a problem.
Right.
And you know that's another triangle. I mean, if I manage to actually get there, that's another triangle.
Playing in triangles. Wow, that's new, chat. I guess learn something from Hikaru. You just
this is the double triangle hit. This is the double triangle hit. You don't want to get hit with that.
Delayed variation. That's fire. I've never seen. Okay, we're gonna try this, chat. Like, see what happens. Just don't think like playing triangles. Like, that's gonna change your game.
Ooh, that's a nasty one right there. So bishop to a8 is what we're expecting. What else can?
No, there's definitely no. Yeah, rook b8, rook c7 maybe. But then again, I guess like you're gonna play bishop c8. Like, what are you doing?
I mean, to be honest, I can even take this.
Oh, and take on c6. Wow.
Now I'm fighting bishop versus knight, and you have a bunch of weaknesses that you have to deal with.
That's a big threat.
I don't think this is good for you. I'm going to plant the bishop on d4, and I'm just simply going to start pushing my pawn. This is a nice transition into what I think is a winning position for white. So you have to be aware of that. You have to be ready for that as well. Yeah. The more I look at it, I have a feeling that bishop to a8 is probably the only move in the position. I mean, you can go a6, but do you really want to play a6?
That's so bad, bro. Up on a6. Hey, Carl's like, yeah, figure it out, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna walk around. Anish walking around.
I mean, guess what? Now I can transition into a different triangle. Take a look at this. Boom, boom, boom. I can plant the queen on b6 now.
Ooh.
What about that?
That's sweet. Yeah, that's sweet. You understand your triangles, chat? I mean, Christian about to write a book on that, you know.
There's a lot of geometry there. There's a lot of geometry there. No.
Yeah, I like that.
No. And all of these triangle transitions, Hikaru knows about them. Has studied them extensively, I want to say.
We have a knight a4, knight b6, rook e7 stuff. Like, man, you got a rook e7 there. There's some really solid play. Bishop a8 is not a move you really want to play, but I mean,
you might have to.
Choice, exactly.
You might actually have to play it. I don't see anything else. I actually don't see anything else. He's thinking about something, but he cannot be thinking for too long because he doesn't have a lot of time left. That's a problem for Aryan. That's one of the pressure points in the position.
Pressure points in the position. Bishop a8. And then, I mean, I have to figure out this next move. Like, we were expecting it, but then I'm trying to find my follow-up. Maybe I could... No, bishop d4, I don't want to get hit with knight f5. I mean, maybe I could anyway, though. I don't want to move anything yet. What do I do? How do I increase the pressure? Maybe try to double the rooks, but you're going to go rook e8, which is what
Let's double the rooks. Let's do it. Yeah. Why not?
Do it, right.
Let's see. Okay, so let's say rook e2, rook e8. Rook e2, take,
rook e8 again. Rook e8. I mean, okay. All right, the bishop's terrible on a8, so maybe we just trade it, like, whatever. trade the rooks, queen a6, and like in game you.
Basically play against the bishop, yeah?
Right.
Completely play against the bishop. Imagine all of these pieces off the board, and you're still a pawn up, but your bishop just simply doesn't move.
That's winning.
Your bishop doesn't go out. So
Completely
that's
winning.
might be a win. Yeah, yeah. Even though you're a pawn up, you might be just losing because of the bishop on a8. You're playing without the piece. And that's what Chopra does not like about bishop to a8. He knows that once he places the bishop on a8, it might just get buried there. He played it. He played it. Painful move for him, but he had to do it.
I saw him glance at the clock too as well. He looked at the clock. Slight grimace in the face there. Quick emotion.
You saw that too. You saw that too,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. He didn't like to play that.
No, he did not like that bishop a8. He did not like that bishop a8. Yeah. Okay. What now is the question?
Exactly. Like, what now? Like, you just have to double the rooks. Like, there's nothing else to do.
Look, you got everything you wanted out of this position, right? You got the bishop on a8, you got the knight on c5, you got the pressure on the long diagonal, a1, h8. What's next? How do you get it done? What's next?
Yeah, you maybe just take the rooks off and like get a position where maybe even trade the bishop for knight at some point, and then we do our dark square bishop for the knight, and then maybe we win that game, play b4, and I'll anchor the knight on c5. It's gonna be a grind though. I think it's gonna be a grind, but we're just on the good end of that grind, which is great. Which is great. That's a great place to be. Like, you're playing for 2 results, but I mean, of course, Hikaru's like, bro, I just got 2 draws. I don't want to play for no 2 results. Like, I don't want another draw here, so
I want to play for 1 result.
Play for one result here.
I need to win this one. He knows that he needs to win this one. He really does, because okay, we're getting a move. Rook e2. Okay, good move. Good move.
Same as rook c2. Doubling of the rooks. We're going to see probably rook e8.
I think we're going to see rook e8. I think we're going to see all these trades. So rook to e2, rook e8, then rook to e1, rook takes e2, rook takes e2, rook to e8. Yeah. And this will be the critical moment. What do you do now? Okay. So now I have some ideas. If you take, by the way, if you take with a queen, I just simply take on a7. That's it. Game over. Right. You have to take with a knight.
Queen.
But now,
wow, another triangle.
Well, another triangle. Man, there's so many triangles,
today, guys. Like,
there's so many triangles in this position.
Wow, chat gonna be so inspired. I'm gonna name my first son Triangle. Like, they about to be inspired out here.
Are you kidding me? I mean, there's so many triangles. It's all those entry spots in the position. And by the way,
what do you do about this move? Like,
how do we feel about this endgame?
Okay, yeah, I think it's even. I believe in that.
Now you go like this.
Yeah, it just feels like he's even. Yeah, something feels wrong.
If I manage to exchange the bishop for the knight, then it's game over. But I'm not.
Where did we lose that pawn at? Oh, c5. I'm like, how are we down a pawn? We grabbed a pawn back. Yeah, I forgot. We gave up c. He took on c5 twice.
That's right.
You know what's funny? I didn't even like realize the position just felt so good for white that you was down a pawn. Like, you actually are down a pawn, but it just feels so good for white, honestly.
Yep. But this is what we're expecting. Okay, let's try it again. I do think rook e8 is on the board, and it is on the board. So take, and then queen to f4.
Queen c7.
Let's go queen c7.
Queen e3, yes. Well, queen e6 ideas.
A nice backward step. A nice step back.
Oh, you're going to do a little step back jumper. Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
Let me see. Dang, that's annoying.
I can just slow play you. Again, it's all about that bishop. Yeah, bishop b7, like that's not possible. Sorry, you cannot do that. So what do you do now? You go knight d6? I think I go queen f4 now.
That's even stronger.
Too many attacks.
in the knight and the pawn.
Yeah, you might have to go like this, exchange, but then I hit you with the check, hit you with the queen takes a7, and this bishop is still bad. You go here, I go here. Okay. Okay.
Looking good.
Looking good. Yeah, no. I mean, rook e2, really good move. Rook to e8 was played. And we're expecting rook to e1.
Yeah, rook e1. Looks like the standard. Trade them boys off.
And then queen to f4. He needs to spot triangle. Classic right side triangle.
Classic.
That's a classic. Yeah. Yeah. And he knows. I mean, he must be spotting that. He must be spotting that.
Very good position. I mean, you're just playing against the bishop, as we said before. Like, the bishop on a8 is out of the game. So anything virtually we do here is just going to be up a piece. Playing up a piece. Which is really nice.
Yeah. Hikaru is not at the board right now. At least it doesn't seem like he is. And when he comes back, most likely, since he played already the move rook to e2, I think he's going to follow up with rook to e1. I don't see him going the other side. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to go the other side. Because the pawn on c6 is protected by the bishop.
Exactly.
It's the only task, it's the only job the bishop on a8 is actually doing, protecting the pawn on c6.
I thought as well, like he would just be hitting nothing. Like, we're not going to take this pawn, and we have to move the knight, like, which is the best piece on the board. That knight on c5. So we're not doing it.
No, I don't think he will. I don't think he will. I think we're going to see rook to e1.
Real quick, walk away from the board, maybe grabbing a bite to eat, water or something, or checking other games.
Sure. Let's take a look at what's happening. This one has not finished yet. I was in fact expecting, and we were in fact expecting, a knight dance, right? The repetition, knight c1, knight b4, knight c1, knight b4. Bobby says, nope, I like that 2800 score. I'm going to try to keep it one more day. Knight d5. And then we got to this position. Rook to c4. It does look like black has a slight edge. I just simply don't see how this can be enough.
Yeah, he's trying because he's like, man, I just hit 2800. Like, come on, man. Dang. Just hit 28. Yeah. If I draw, I'm going right back down. So he wants to keep it.
I think this is going to be a difficult one. Very difficult one. All right. Next one. Eric IC versus Serrana. Rook to e8, knight to e5. He did make the move that we were expecting. Bishop to d6, knight d7, bishop to f5, two bishops. c4, opening up the lines. Okay, I see what you're doing there, Eric IC. Bishop f4. And this is what we have right now. This is move 20. So still plenty of moves to go for these two players and only 24 minutes for Eric IC. But I have to say, this is a good position for him. Take on d5, yes. C takes d5, surely. And then I can go c4. Why not?
Oh, once again.
I am winning a pawn. I am winning a pawn, right? And by the way, rook to e1 in Hikaru's game has been played.
Rook e1.
And we're expecting rook takes e2.
Trade him and play it again, rook e8, and then just win the end game. This is the goal.
Yeah. So Eric IC is looking good. Might be pushing for 3 out of 3. And in fact, might be the only guy finishing on 3 out of 3. Let's see what Firuza is doing against Zalmakhanov. The 2400, that's on 2 out of 2. Just impressive. Absolutely impressive. Rook to c8, rook to c1, c5. Going to this endgame, but this is not going to be an easy endgame. f4, this king is going to come towards the center, and at some point, at the right moment, I'm going to transition to the d file. Maybe even get this king to c4 first, and then transition to the d file. Put a lot of pressure. This is not looking like a fun game for black.
At some point, it was good for black, but just it's not as fun. Yeah, it's not losing, right? But it's just not as fun. Knight feels very passive now. Not many squares to go to. Just kind of moving, shuffling now. We got some moves on Hikaru's board. Takes and takes.
Yeah, we got those moves that we anticipated. Just to give you an idea of what's happening in Anish, because it's a game that we haven't seen yet. And the players are actually following exactly what we were discussing. Those trade of the rooks. Anish is looking good as well. Planted the knight on d5, forced black Bakrot to take on a d5. We're expecting c takes d5, plant the bishop on c4. This is just going to be play on one goal. At some point, I'm going to break with f4 as well. It's looking good. Whoa. Hikaru is looking confused. Hikaru is seeing those triangles and he looks confused. He's like, whoa. Can I go take, and then queen to f4? Is that an option? How do you defend against that?
Right, and then we go, what was the move actually after queen f4? Oh, yeah, the knight 28. So it was queen
c7, maybe?
C7.
Was that it? But this is not fun. I mean, look, queen 7, queen e3, queen f7, and we saw that move h4. That was a nice way.
And then it's like zugged out. Zugzwang. Like, what do you do? Maybe move, make a move, find a move. King f8?
96? I don't know.
Ooh.
I don't know. I see some ideas. Maybe I can go queen f4 now. There's no more queen c7, right?
Wow. What a move. Okay, so what about king h8 then? Let's play around with these. This is nice. Ooh, I mean, you put right on the diagonal, like, sheesh.
Now I go queen f4 again. And if you take, I take on f6 with a tempo.
He has no moves. Okay, so what about you just like trying everything?
Oh, he took it.
He takes it.
He took it. He's nodding his head. Now we're expecting queen f4. That's it. That's the money move right there. Queen to f4, the triangle. Finish a triangle, and he does it.
He does it. Queen f4. Triangle.
Triangle, baby.
Triangle,
Put that triangle in.
Put triangles in the chat. Put the triangles up.
Get those triangles going. Boom, boom, boom.
Man, I'm about to get a tattoo of a triangle today.
Boom, boom,
right on my forehead.
Boom.
Yeah, that's how we feeling, chat. Who's with me? We getting tatted triangles today, chat. Everybody, let's go out and get a triangle tattoo.
Get those triangles in, baby.
Who's with me?
Oh, he did not see that. Chopra did not see the triangle. He missed the triangle. Oh, he missed the triangle.
He missed it.
He missed it. It's easy to miss. It's easy to miss that triangle. But you could see it from afar, yeah? He played that move rook to e2. He was baiting him. He was like, okay, come on, bro. Let's exchange some rooks. Let's get down to the last couple of pieces on the board, and maybe you can make a draw. No way.
Not
Put
today.
That triangle.
And you got to move fast, too,
in
bro.
The history
20
books.
minutes. In the history books, cat. In the history book.
Yeah. And he's out.
Yeah, drop the mic.
Bounces.
Drop the triangle.
Triangle, and he's out. Queen e7. Okay, that's, b4. Boom.
Question mark.
I don't know about b4. I don't know about b4. Why not bishop to d4?
No, it's like b4 is fine.
Can you get the bishop out? Oh, no. Oh, no, he might be able to get the bishop out.
Queen b8?
Bishop a6.
What? Bishop a6? How do you just make this move and like not even blink an eye, bet an eye? Wow, perpet. No.
Do I have the perpet? No. There's no perpet. There's no perpet. No. There's no perpet. Okay, you cannot get the bishop out. We're good. B4 is good. Forget about the question mark. This is a weak question mark. No, this is a weak question mark.
From the engine.
The engine doesn't know. The engine doesn't know.
This is the only time when you can like talk to the engine like that. Because usually they'll crush you. But when it comes to, practical, you're playing a human, this is when you're like, no engine. No,
he wants to go queen d8. That's how he wants to do it. But this is such a sad position.
Awesome.
Oh, this is so sad. I feel bad almost for Chopra.
Yeah, I mean, three out of my 3 pieces are on the back rank. In closer to the middle game now. Late middle game. Bishop d3.
Yeah, bishop d3. I guess you want to stay like this. King f7. No, king g7. Never mind. King g7 is not possible. Don't play that. Boom. So you probably want to stay on f7. What to do now?
I was just thinking, I was eyeballing queen h6.
Oh, you're doing a back and forth shuffle, yeah?
A little shuffle, shake and bake.
Like a 1-2, shake and bake.
Right.
Boom, and then boom. Okay, I see what you're cooking. Yeah. What about knight
Nice.
c7?
That's a great one. Ooh. Oh, 96 anyway. Oh, wow. Cleaning up shop. But there's king g7.
Now
I have
g4,
I was going to say
g5.
g4. Yeah, g4, g5.
Oh,
Bishop
yeah,
still cut off from all the action.
yeah, yeah. Oh, this is nice. This is looking really good. b4, last move. And the pressure is on. Pressure is on.
Pressure on, chat. Turn it up and turn it on.
Yeah. Hikaru sporting 97.1 accuracy test. And to be honest, it's probably higher than that, given that this b4 is not in fact a weak move. It's not in fact a blunder, because you cannot get the bishop out. Like, if you do go to a6, suddenly the engine realizes that this is not possible. You're not getting the checks. This is what he wants. Queen to e2, and finally I'm getting something, right?
Right.
But that's not what he's going to do. After queen to e4, you just go up. King to h3. Queen to e6, you give another check. But then I cover with my queen. Queen comes back.
Yeah, very nice.
Queen comes back. Yeah. Nice. Getting back to the game position. b4. That's what we have right now. 97.1 against 95.4 accuracy.
Are looking to close it out. Just a better position. I got better pieces. And that's crazy. Like, he's down a pawn too. I didn't realize that. Like, you're like, oh man, he's just crushing. Wait, do you know you're actually down a pawn? But you actually are playing up a piece. Down a pawn, but playing up a piece due to the bishop on a8 having no mobility. No good mobility in it.
Yeah, no. I don't see the next move. I'm seeing maybe king f... No, but king f7 you have to defend against. Look, queen b8 is a threat right now. Queen b8 is a big threat. Queen b8 wins that bishop on a8. And that's it. So b4, it's a very simple move. Conceptually, you just defend the knight on c5. You create the outpost. We've been talking about how important it is to have outposts for your pieces, outposts for your knight specifically. And if you have an outpost in your opponent's camp, past the midway point, right? Past the 5th rank, past the 4th rank, if you're playing with the white pieces, then it's a perfect piece. The knight on c5 is a perfect piece. Support it with the move b4, and then get ready to invade via the queen coming to b8. You have to defend against that if you're black. You gotta go queen d8. Again, you've been making a lot of moves which don't make a lot of sense. And they're very difficult moves to make. Bishop to a8, you saw the grimace on his face. He didn't like that move. Queen e7, queen d8, he's not going to like this move either.
Yeah.
These are, okay, good moves maybe objectively, but psychologically, they all take a toll on you. When you have to make this type of moves, they all take a toll on you. You feel worse and worse and worse and worse with every single decision that you make. And at some point, you're going to crack. And that's what Hikaru is looking for.
Under the pressure, under the psychological pressure as well. Wow. Oh, we got up. Walking away. Good to see it. Chopper in the think tank. How much time we got? 14 minutes? How many moves we at?
8 more. 8 more moves.
8 more? Okay.
Yeah. Move 32. Move 32. Actually, right now, 8 for Hikaru. Still 9 moves for Aryan Chopra. And he hasn't made his move. He hasn't played the move queen to d8 yet. 14 minutes on his clock right now.
Yeah, he's like, where do I move? This is miserable. He's probably going to move in like a minute.
Yeah. By the way, what is Hans doing? Hans versus Vohido. This is a game we haven't seen, and it does seem like Hans is just sporting an extra pawn in the position. It's looking good for him. Definitely a better game than what he had yesterday with the black pieces. That was a very difficult one, and Very nice, clean execution by Fabiano to reach 2800. But a better game for Hans in this round. Okay. Let's go back around, shuffle a little bit, see what's happening.
Okay.
Nothing has happened in the Caruana game. Firouzja, okay, we see a b4 followed by c4. It's looking good for Firouzja, still looking good, still a very stable advantage. It's all about the knight on d7 not having anywhere to go. If you try to put it on c6, then you lose the pawn on c4. So that's pretty much game over. It's just a very painful waiting game. I'm going to go king f3, king e4, g4, h4, get as much space on the king side as possible, f5, and at the right moment find the right breakthrough in the position. It's going to be a suffocation game right now. Unpleasant, very unpleasant for black. So good chances for Firouzja to win this one. Aronian, he was defending with a pawn down against Sindarov. Sindarov has been having a good period of time in his career for sure. All of these Uzbek kids have been having amazing times. Recently, Yakuboyev, Nodirbek Yakuboyev won the Qatar Masters after a tiebreak against the other Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, the more known Nodirbek. But still, great chances for the Uzbek kids in this one. And finally,
it's good.
Just to take a look at this one, Maksudlu versus Korobov. Picked up a pawn. How are we doing on the pawns right now? Still equal.
Even.
But I see some weaknesses. So I don't know. I like the way Maksudlu is looking in this one.
Yeah, let's talk about a Basov game. Let me just
a Basov. Okay, let me see. Let me see if I can find the Basov. Oh, there it is. A Basov versus Kuibokarov. Kuibokarov, a very decent player, actually.
Oh, man.
Did we see a dragon in this one? Oh, yes, we did. Oh, yes, we did. Oh, we got the dragon. Okay, this is one of the main lines in the dragon.
Super theory, like.
A5, A4, G4, get the knight to F4. Try to exchange these two bishops. Bishop D6, queen to B6. Bishop C5, we see a potential repetition. He says, no. Let's keep this going. King B1, get the knight to D4. Bishop takes C5. Give me that pawn. Let's start pushing.
H5, here come all the pieces. Man,
see there's something going on, right?
There's something
going on there. F4.
Man, that's really wild. Yeah, that's a wild move. Oh, I guess he's gonna take on. Can you take on D4?
On
you
F4?
can. I mean F4. Sure. Well, if he takes on F4,
this is what he wants.
Exactly.
Take a look at this.
Rook takes and mate. Oh man. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I'm like, can you take on D4? Like you can. Like that's a sick line.
By the way, what move are we on? Because Kuibokarov only has 5 minutes on the clock. Oh, we see a move. Blunder alert. Bishop B7. He played it. He played Bishop B7.
In the game? Okay.
Oh, in the game. That loses. That's a losing move right there. Queen to B8.
Oh, yeah. He was going for the, yeah. But why did Ivan didn't react? But Queen B8, Bishop H6 takes.
I told you because the engine still thinks that this is okay.
Oh, yeah, until you move it. Wow.
Until you move it, yes.
That's funny. He probably thought the same thing. I was okay until I wasn't.
Exactly. So he's thinking about Bishop A6, take, and now check. What's next?
Oh, you got to check on E4. You got
to give a check, right?
Right. Like, what else are you doing if you don't take on E4?
If you go on the first rank, Queen B1, Queen B2, at least.
Right.
Maybe we don't want to see that. So let's go to H3. This is the key moment right here. You go Queen E6, I go G4. You go H5, I bring the queen back.
Up a piece.
Yes, but we see some
tricks.
Some double attacks, right?
Trickery. Wow. What do I do? Queen E3. Oh, Queen G4 mate. Oh my goodness. Don't do that. It's a national channel. Wow. Jeez, that's crazy.
National channel.
Yeah, be
Yeah,
careful here.
don't do that.
Dang, how do you what? This is insane. That's
How do you get out of
crazy.
it?
I was thinking maybe just GH5. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
just here.
G5. We gotta go with G5.
This is he. Well, now I got Queen E3 though.
Yes, but it's not over yet.
I gotta run for the heels. King G4. I'm out of here. Put on the
Yes,
tracks.
but it's not over yet. You gotta be careful now.
Oh my goodness. This
You gotta
is
be careful
scary.
now because Queen G2, F5 ideas are coming. I don't know.
I
Gotta be
need
careful.
see right. Queen G2 is a sick move. Whoa. Bishop F6.
Bishop F6, Queen
I'm going for
D1,
it.
right? Maybe. Or do I just pick up this? Okay, Queen G2,
Queen G3.
Queen E4.
King takes G5.
Boom. Ah, King. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, 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 no,
Queen
no,
F5.
no,
Queen
no, no, no,
H5
no,
mate.
no.
Ooh, bro, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, this one.
Oh, wait, no, this is a check. I was just about to go Queen H7 checkmate, but
Oh
no, the
man.
check. But you do have
King
Queen F5, yeah.
Queen F5, Queen H5 mate.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, this is wild. This is a wild game. This can get very wild now after Bishop AC. Let me look at him on the cam. Let me see what he's currently doing. Oh yeah, he in the zone. That boy calculating. I can see him. Yeah, he's running his king up the board right now. Head shake, head shake, head shake. There, he was like, "Did I miss this?"
He didn't like this. He didn't like this
He didn't
Bishop
like it at
B7.
all.
I mean, he knows he has to go Queen B8. He will go for Queen B8, but you know, you wanted a slow game, a slow grind. You are already in the zone. You are feeling the position Bishop D4, H4, King G2. Just play the next few moves without actually thinking too much. And then Arian hits you with this Bishop B7 and calculation time. He didn't want to see that. That's why you see the grimace. At the same time, he knows that if he calculates correctly, then this is probably a win. It's a force win. You gotta go for Queen B8. There we go.
That's a long line.
Take stakes. Boom, boom.
It's a long line. Yeah. Check.
Boom, 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 boom. Queen E4. Okay. Do we have anything else?
Yeah, I don't. I was looking at F3 and King F1. So I don't have. If I want to play for a win, I have to go.
No, he did not play Queen B8.
Oh wow! Where did he go? He did an update for me.
I think H3.
Oh man. He wants to go King H2. Okay, so he's asking him though, where are you gonna go? Wait, but Bishop C8 is the first move I'm looking at.
Yeah, he's gonna go Bishop C8.
Yeah, I mean that's tough because now he has a target. Bishop C8 just attacks the pawn. I don't think I'm gonna really capture this. Queen E1 is still a move too. Dang.
You gotta go King G2, right?
I mean, you can't blame him though. Like, I mean, it's hard. Queen check. You had to go H3. There was a check. It's just too many moves.
Yeah. That was a lot to calculate. Calculate. Queen to B8 had to be played, but it's so, yeah, not easy. Those decisions are not easy. By the way, Bishop to C8 is on the board. King to G2 on the board as well.
Wow.
This is what we have right now. But you know he's not happy. Hikaru is right now not happy because the bishop is out of the cage. Out of that A8 cage. Where you can dream about just locking it forever, right?
Right. Yeah,
now that bishop is out. Bishop is on C8, has some offensive tasks. I can always go to F5 and E4. This is a completely different game right now. Now the big question is A5.
From black? Oh, A5. A3?
What do you do if I go A5? Yeah, but if you go A3, then I'm more or less happy to exchange the last pair of pawns on that side, right?
Yeah, this is looking like Drosky. Queen B8.
Right.
Wow. Tough game.
He did not.
I think I asked him in the review. What was he? Well, I mean, it's deep, like to think about. It's a very deep move. Like playing knight takes A6 required. It was a lot of calculation. I'm sure he calculated a lot of lines. He probably just missed something in there, which is like insane. We've looked at like 10 different lines. I feel like in that game, for that variation.
Well,
I mean,
I mean, if we go back to that variation, just to say it
Take,
one more
check.
time,
Right, check, king
after
h3.
queen to b, you have to go king h3 is the only
You
way
have
out.
to.
You have to go queen to g3 is the only way out. You have to go not queen to e3 because you get checkmated. You have to take on h5, right? And open things up like this. And after g5, guess what? You have to calculate this line with queen to e3. If you don't go queen to e3, then you lose the bishop, right? It's over, either the bishop or the knight on a6. So you cannot save the piece. You gotta go queen e3, but then the king goes for a walk.
That knight g7 move was really hard. Like after that, you're like, whoa. And that's probably where he got this far and was like, knight g7. Ooh, there's so many things going on. Like there's a lot of checks. The knight's still hanging over there on a6. So
seems like the best move right now is to go king to f3 back.
And that was now. I wasn't even looking at that.
No. And to be honest, to assess this position, that after g4, king takes g4, queen takes a6, I have queen to c8 coming with a check, so you don't have time to take on f6. That would be a blunder because of queen to c8, and in fact it is, I believe, black that's winning after that. So you now have to go king f3 back. I mean, this is not easy stuff. This is truly not easy stuff.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. Imagine, I mean, how far this down is down the line, chat, accurately, and other moves that you have to consider as well. It's tough. It's tough. Very tough. Looked like it was an excellent game out of the opening. But man, tough.
Still not over. Still not over. Bishop to f5, bishop to d4. And that was the last move. We're going to let Aryan Chopra think. Once again, we're going to take our break, and we'll be seeing you shortly. Still some chances for Hikaru. Definitely going to be a long game. Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of day 3 here at the FIDE Grand Swiss, held in the beautiful and sometimes rainy Isle of Man. James, how are we looking?
We are looking okay here. I mean, we're playing for 2 results. He's trying to play for just 1 here, but we have this move a6 where he's just like, you take, I take. Same.
Yep. By the way, let's see what happened, because we left it off somewhere around here after bishop to f5, bishop to d4, and then knight to d6 came on the board. G4. Whoa. Take a look at this move. G5.
Dang.
Queen f3. Bishop to e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4 so that you don't lose the f6 pawn. And now queen to a3, a6. If you take on a6, I take on b4, is what Chopra is saying.
Right.
So what do you do now?
Yeah, this one's tough, man.
You can also start with f3.
F3. Can I kick the knight away?
I think you can try.
If I kick the knight away, where does it go?
It's actually a very good question. I might go to d2.
What if I take on a6?
Now you have to take on a6, right?
Yeah, exactly. Hold e2.
Can I take here?
What? Oh, queen e4 check? Dang, bro, this is some crazy stuff here.
Yep.
Oh, I might try to bail out, bro. Checking queen a7 and be like, hey, bro, you want to draw? Like,
checking queen a7. I see what you're saying. Problem is checking queen a7 is I take on d4.
Ooh, and takes and check.
And then I pick up the pawn on e2. No, this is not good. This is not a good bailout. You're a pawn down right now.
We are a pawn down. Indeed.
So that might be a bit problematic. Yikes. Okay, let's try something again.
Maybe bishop c5.
Bishop c5 here, right?
Wow,
try to go for some checkmates.
Yeah, there are some mates.
Okay, knight h4.
Check. That's even better. It's a good check. King f2. Yep.
The knight seems to be a bit trapped. If I manage to push my pawn, I mean, that's going to be all she wrote, right? Forget about the extra pawn. Forget about the extra pawn on king side. It doesn't really matter. As long as I manage to push the pawn. How do I do that?
Yes, I think this is actually a good practical chance that we being serious. Actually, this is really, that a pawn is strong. I can bring the queen back around to e2, or like, obviously if you don't cover the back rank, I can check and do some stuff. So this is a practical chance. That a pawn is a very scary pawn, especially with the knight being short range piece and it's on the edge of the board.
Yes, I sort of like this. I think this is the best chance that Hikaru right now has. just to try to go for this f3 move. But this is not easy. This is not easy. Let's just review what happened in the last few moves. It was all about keeping that bishop on 8 caged, right? But unfortunately, he was unable to do so because he didn't go for that queen to b8. That was a critical chance that he had a lot to calculate, and I'm sure we're going to review that with Hikaru as well during the post-game interview. But this is what happened. Knight takes e4, defending the pawn on f6, queen to a3, a6, and f3 is not on the board. He's thinking about pondering his next move. Doesn't seem to be happy, unfortunately. He feels like he left something on the board, and he probably is right about that.
Yes, I mean, definitely. It just feels that, I mean, he's also frustrated too as well. You're looking for your first win. You got 3 back-to-back, 26, like 50, something like that. I mean, around that range. And haven't got a win yet, right? With all draws, or at least here, looking like a draw here. We hope to win, but it is 2 results, so not losing this. It's very hard to lose this game.
No.
Yeah, but it's difficult. It's difficult, and also they're approaching time control.
It's still not over. Again, it is still not over by any means. One more move, as you were mentioning, then we get time control. And f3, the critical move, was played.
He found.
So this is a very good. This is very good news, because by the way, you have 5 minutes on your clock. You are Aryan Chopra right now. 5 minutes on the clock, right?
Mm-hmm.
Big, and you have, this is the 40th move. This is a big decision. What do you do? Knight to d2. Scary looking move. I'm not gonna lie. This is not an easy decision to make, right? Or knight to d6, which seems much more controlled, but is in fact the worst move in the position. Because after knight to d6, I can just simply take on a6, and I'm going to make use of this pawn. I'm going to cover up any sort of checks with bishop to f2. My king is safe. I don't have any problems, right? And in fact, I'm the one playing for a victory because of my a pawn. So this is a big moment right now. A very big moment. If he plays knight d2, he has very decent chances to survive. Chopra, that is. Still something to be played even in that variation, as we have seen a couple of minutes ago. But if he makes the wrong decision and plays the move knight to d6, then Hikaru is in pole position. Hikaru has a great chance to take the full point home. Do you think he's going to go knight d2?
I think he is, because he actually found, believe that b takes c5 move earlier that nobody's playing.
Oh man!
But he did. He was like, yeah, okay, I'll open it up. And this knight d2, it is going forward, threatening queen e2. The knight can go over to c4 at some point. It kind of ties your queen down, right? So, you know, if you go queen d3 or something, that can back up to c4. So it is a very logical move to find. Knight to d2, because I mean, knight d6 is the other one. Really, the only 2 moves you have. So
it's logical, and definitely it's on his radar. But if you think about it, okay, let's go down that rabbit hole. Yeah, knight to d2, queen a6, most likely. You go. By the way, what if I go king f2 after knight d2?
That's a good one. Let me see.
What do you do now?
Knight c4.
Knight c4. I go here, and now you have to
d4.
start calculating some checks, some nasty looking checks, right?
That is annoying. The only thing I notice is that, yeah, you're right. I gotta be very.
Do you really want to go to h6?
Ooh-wee, that's scary, bro. With 2 minutes on the clock, I'm not just going to go for it at this point.
That's the point. That's the point. The 2 minutes on the clock is the problem. That's what I'm worried about for Chopra.
Some heat in there, boy.
So this is the perfect moment to have a move such as f3 in the position. And you can see it. You can see it on his face. There's some sweat there. You know, he's sweating a little bit. He's trying to figure things out, calculate everything.
Right.
Down the last move, knight to d2 or knight to d6. This is the last move before the time control.
And usually, as we've seen, this is when you make your blunder.
40th
of the game. 40th, it'd be the 40th. It's like literally like clockwork.
The 40th
move.
That's it. That's it. 40th move, blunder. Boom. 40th move, blunder. We've seen it so many times. I mean, we've commentated on a few games in this tournament, and we've already seen it like at least twice. And I think we looked at a dozen games, maybe 20 games.
Right.
Like a 10% accuracy that you're going to make a blunder on the 40th move.
That's it. Very high chance. Because you're like, all right, get that extra time. And let's see. He got to move though. Minute 30.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't have to move, bro. You actually don't. Like you can just I don't know. Maybe he thought he made move 40. Which has happened before. I've seen that. I thought I made move 40. I'm like, bro, it's on your score sheet. Like you're taking notation.
Yes. Knight d2. Keep your breath, chat. Don't blink.
Breathe, chat. You gotta breathe. Don't hold your breath. You're not telling you to hold your breath over here. It's some
Don't
of y'all
blink,
gonna
though.
do it. Yeah, don't blink though. Don't blink. Keep your eyes open. There it is. 92.
He played it.
He saw
He
it.
played it.
Yeah.
Dang.
I heard a snap. Queen a6.
Chopra, man.
Bro, his face. Hikaru's faces are so great, bro. He like 92, bro. What is this garbage move? I love his face expression. Even if it's the best move, like Hikaru will make you think that it was garbage. And that's a great sight. Great sight there.
Oh,
If
yeah.
it's his face, you like, oh, was it that bad? And then you start second guessing.
So once again, knight f3, only move. If you take on b4, and that's an easy pawn to take, guess what? Queen to d3, I drop back. You go knight c4. This is, again, nothing because bishop to c3 is coming, right? So you have to stop bishop c3. That picks up a piece. You got to go back.
Very nice.
Go knight to c4. Then I just pick up the pawn on f6. I have the a pawn. And I have a mating attack brewing. And this can be very tempting for black because you have the connected passers. And from afar, the connected passers, they look very dangerous. But in fact, in this position, you cannot push them. You really cannot push them. So knight f3 is the option. Queen takes b4 is another option. And I have a feeling Aryan Chopra right now, he's going to be spending a lot of time trying to figure things out.
Yeah, he like, time. No, he's already made 40 shot. He's good now. Like, yeah, he made 40.
That
I
was
mean, he made
40.
40 moves, right? Yeah, he's like, oh, he flagged. Wait, huh? Imagine you thinking he flagging. And
No flag.
he did not flag.
No
That
flag.
one's gonna hurt.
Let's look at knight f3. Because this is the key, right? This is the critical moment. Critical moment right now. Knight to f3.
Yep.
We cannot take because of queen to e4. That's just simply not it. You're never going to win that. Even if you manage to take, you take the pawn on c6, it doesn't really matter. There's going to be checks forever.
Right.
It's going to be perpetual. Check, 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 check.
Check and more.
Check everywhere. This is just simply a draw. So you don't want to exchange the bishop for the knight because then you're not going to be able to hide the king from checks. Perpetual all the time. So after knight f3, you have to keep the bishop on the board. You're protecting against any checks on e2 with a queen from a6. So you don't have to worry about that. Let's say you go bishop c5.
Like it.
The thing is, bishop c5 also supports your own attack. You have some ideas to deliver the checkmate as well. Make no mistake about it. If you go queen to e4, that's a checkmate.
Why can't I go queen e4?
That's a checkmate right there.
Check.
Check. Check.
Check.
And mate.
Mating. Splitting.
That's it.
Mate.
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. So that's it. What can you do? Can you go to e6? Not really. Queen to e8. Checkmate in one.
Ooh.
Bishop on c5 doing a tremendous job. So by the way,
What happened?
after bishop to c5, it's easy to look at the position and be like, maybe I'm busted.
Right.
Maybe I'm busted right now because queen to e4 is coming. Queen to c8, that's checkmate. So I cannot do that. Can I give a check on e1? Probably not because I go king to f1. That's going to connect my king to the knight. You're not going to be able to defend against absolutely everything that's coming your way. So that's not good. But then he will have to look at knight h4. Like, he has look at knight h4. Right?
And then king f2. And then what was after king f2?
But then you see the knight on h4 and you're like, wait a minute, what is my knight doing on h4? I'm busted, right? I mean, what white has to do, he's just going to have to drop back with the queen and then start pushing the pawn.
Yeah.
I just
human defense, that's almost that's so
with a
hard
knight
to
on
do.
h4, you don't feel good, right? You don't feel good about your chances. By the way, queen to e2 is coming also.
Yeah,
queen to e2
I hate worse than queen d3 because I can at least move the knight back around in time. If I trade queens, I think I'm gonna lose the game after queen takes c2. It's just that outside a, that white people on the a file is very, very strong. Very strong. You gotta
Yeah.
be careful.
Yeah. No, to be honest, after queen takes a6, knight f3, the more I look at it, is not an easy decision. I understand it's the best decision, but it's not an easy one. To be honest, I'm looking at queen takes b4, and I'm starting to feel like queen takes b4 is the much more human way to progress in this position. Queen to b4, I go not queen to d3, and this is the critical move, by the way.
Okay, knight c4.
Knight to c4, and after bishop takes f6, it does feel, look, I understand there's some threats in the position, but does white have any checks immediately? No. There's no checks, right? So you feel safe. From a human's perspective, you feel safe. Oh, I'm safe. This a pawn, I'm guarding it. I have the queen and the knight ready to guard it. The a pawn is not going anywhere. I feel safe, right?
Right.
And I still see some checks in the position. Queen to d2 at times, if I really want to. You cannot really move the queen because I'm starting to throw in some checks. The more I look at it, queen to b4 is starting to appeal to me more from a human's perspective. Forget about the engine. I understand knight f3, the engine is saying black is fine. But knight f3 and knight h4 is not easy to be played. And look at his eyes right now. Look into Aryan Chopra's eyes. He's looking on the other side.
Yeah, you can tell.
He's looking at queen b4. So I don't know.
Yeah, he might already saw knight f3, but then he just glanced at the clock there.
He's looking at queen b4. I'm telling you. He's again, it's human psychology to like these two pawns. I mean, I understand the g5 pawn is hanging, the g5 pawn is probably, but look, make a normal move like this, and now you go bishop takes g5, and I take on a2, and we go into this position. You still don't have any checks. I think this is more or less okay for black.
Yeah. No checks. Both kings weak. And queen is in a weird spot with no checks. Like, that's the strange thing.
Yeah.
Weird. Like an open board.
Yeah. No. And perhaps this is also why Hikaru was looking so confident when he saw this move, knight to d2, queen takes a6. He was looking confident. He was like, yeah, I like my position now.
Yeah, he actually frowned at knight d2. He was like, what is knight d2, bro? Are you kidding me? Took on a6 instantly.
Yeah. And by the way, take a look at the time right now. Wait, how
time.
Does Hikaru have an hour and 25
Hour 25,
minutes?
Bro. Hour 20, like it just restarted.
So he had 35 minutes going into the first time control?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Up a lot of time. That's a whole new game. Hour and 25 minutes.
This is a whole new game.
Bro, it's like you just got here. You just started playing. Like.
Yeah. And by the way, it feels like 50 minutes is a long time. And it is a long time. But I guarantee you, it's going to go down fast. It's really going to go down fast.
It always does.
And Chopra is going to realize that. So we'll see. We'll see how this one is going to develop. But I have a feeling queen takes b4 is going to land on the board, and then Hikaru suddenly is going to get more chances once again.
Perfect. That's what we want. We're looking for a win here today. 2 draws. I mean, not bad. Well, you guys are 2,600 plus, like every game. So, but he wants some wins. He definitely wants some dubs here because it's like annoying to lose rating. Like if you draw this, that's like you're down like 10 points from 3 games.
Yeah,
all
3
draws.
Points,
like you
3
didn't.
Points
These
here,
guys aren't
3
weak
points
either.
there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What's happening in the other ones now that Chopra? By the way, Caruana versus Lamy, a good friend from the Netherlands. That was a draw.
Fabiano is under 2,800 again.
Back to 27.99 or something like that. That's depressing. You just got to 2,800 and now
from years ago, like
less than 24 hours later. Yeah. And then Erigaisi, what's happening in this one?
Whoa.
So we left it off after c takes d5, and we're saying c takes d5 followed by c4, right? Bishop takes c3 king. F takes. Take. c4. Yes. Rook to e5. Queen to g2. Keep reinforcing the threat on that d5 pawn. Take on d5, rook to d8. Bishop c2, rook d6. Trying to create some sort of a blockade on dark squares. Queen f3, g6, queen h1.
That's a move, boy.
What is this? What is
That
this?
is a move,
Queen
bro.
f3, queen h1?
I think he just want to go h4, h5, but like it is a very strange move.
Queen f6, rook d6. We see some shuffling. And that's what we have right now. We're expecting rook to d6, right? Shuffle back and forth.
Right.
By the way, this is move 30. They still have plenty of moves to make. So this one is going down to the wire for sure. Down to the wire on this one. Because 10 more moves to make with such complicated position and only 7 minutes and 8 minutes respectively for Serrana. That's not going to be easy. Okay, let's move on from this one. See what happened. Oh, Firouzja is making a draw.
Oh, this is that IM he playing too.
This is Zalmakhanov, 24-47. I mean, this is a big
playing out of
rating
his
hit.
mind. Yeah, he playing out of his mind.
This is close to 350 rating points difference.
Yeah.
That's when you lose around 4 rating points if you make a draw. That's the maximum you can lose with a draw. So Firouzja is taking a hit in this one.
And it's annoying too, because like, man, underrated player by so much is always some of the worst. And some people don't understand that too as well. Yeah.
I mean, who is this guy?
He's strong out of his mind. Who did he beat?
Zalmakhanov.
He beat 2 other strong players, obviously, too, to have 2 points. He have a lot of rating right now.
He beat Pichot and he beat Amin Bassem, who is close to 2,700.
27, exactly. From Egypt. Sheesh.
Oof. Sheesh, man. I mean, come on. 2440. Crazy. And this guy is definitely a wild card. They don't let any 2400s play in this tournament. So the organizers knew something. The organizers have probably been looking at the games of this youngster. They're like, oh yeah, this guy is good. This guy is underrated. He's good IM. He's good 2400. All right, rook d7. Rook c7 is what we're expecting.
Yeah, we just shuffle. Rook c7. Trade back to the second rank. Yeah, there probably are some chances for white. H3, G4, F5. You want to obviously try to get that in, but without getting mated, because there are some chances. Well, that's why trading a pair of works is going to be good. So, but we need to get like H3 and G4 in. Takes.
How do we feel about this? You have rook c5, right?
Yeah.
So you cannot take on H5. Can you take on F5? How is this position?
Feels better.
Now I give you a check.
Yeah, okay.
Check now.
King, no.
Go to E2 back. We're probably going to see this endgame. 2 versus 1.
Yeah, same. 2 versus 1.
Yeah, 2 versus 1.
Interesting.
Oh, by the way, apparently this Zalmakhanov guy is like 3,000 rated.
On chess.com. Oh, wow. Blitz. Jeez. Yeah, he up there, big dog. He up there. He very underrated.
By the way, Aryan Chopra still thinking at that point. We knew that he's going to take a massive thing because, again, big decision, queen takes b4 and knight takes f3. Those are not easy.
He also has a, he has more time, so he can think. He can take as much time as he wants to. He has more time. That's how he got in trouble the first time as well.
He has more time, but we were discussing about it, right? Those 50 minutes, they go down so fast. Yeah, and you still have to make 20 moves.
Yeah, let me see where he's at time-wise. Because we've been talking a little bit, and, yep, he was in the 40s. He's at 37 now.
37, down from 51. Yeah, not easy. Not easy. I mean, he's looking at knight f3 and queen takes b4. He's giving us the side eye, though, also. He's looking at, hey, I know you guys are watching.
Man, stop looking, bro. You're distracting me, bro.
I know you guys are watching. All right. So that's looking good. What about Giri? We haven't... All right, let's see. What's happening with Giri? Is Giri looking good?
Giri with white. Let's see the opening. I'm always curious to see his You know, his opening prep. We all are a
Oh,
fan of it. Bro, he
let's
got an
go.
E4 course. That's so crazy. He got a par 3, and it's nice. What he played against Nightdorf and like all that stuff, and then he gonna play D3 out of it. Like you got a chessable course. I am just baffled by this. Baffled by
Oh
the
my
choice.
goodness. I'm telling you, this is the problem nowadays. This 4 knights is so annoying.
It
This
is
is a big
annoying.
problem.
True.
And if you the thing is you have to know so much theory, and there is so few lines which give white any sort of chances to get a better position, that this is a big problematic line for players with the white pieces. That's why we see this D3 nonsense. I call it a nonsense because it kind of is a nonsense.
And you know what's funny? It's more of a King's Indian attack, but it's against the best way you would play it, which is the French. The King's Indian attack is the best thing to use, or at least who used it? Bobby did. Bobby used it a lot. You can also have some very fun games in the French with King's Indian attack, but he mixed it up. He played E5.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. C3 castle, knight a3. Okay. Knight is headed to b5. So he was basically just looking for a simple position that he can play a long game in.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he got. Long maneuvering game, and he just bases his whole strategy on the fact that he believes he's a better player than Bacrot, which is most likely true. He is a better player, and he should be able to outplay him from, let's say, an equal position.
Right.
Rook to f2, equal
Take.
opening. Yeah, take, and now c4, and he is outplaying him. Knight to d5, e takes d5. We were saying that c takes d5 was an idea as well. He decides to take with the e pawn, and now we have this position. f4, okay, take. All right, queen takes a4.
Man, it feels like I got this passer. Like exactly.
That's what. Yeah. That's what he's going for. By the way, don't go queen to d7. Queen to e8, game over.
Yikes.
Check, boom. d7 at the end.
Start over.
That's over. g5.
Wow. Question mark too. I mean, yeah, it's G5. No, I'm kidding. G5 is crazy. Wow. And he stole a pawn.
Give me that pawn. I don't want to take the second one because you're going to take on c4. That's too much. Queen d5. Get behind. Rook d7. That's all we have right now.
Maybe you got to prepare somehow. Rook e7 looks like the move, but.
By the way, is Aryan Chopra still thinking?
Yeah. Yep.
No way.
Oh, yeah. We over here like,
no
yeah,
way.
what y'all having for lunch, chat? Yeah, what y'all doing?
It's like what, 20 plus minutes in the tank? He's really calculating everything, huh?
Yeah, queen b4, knight f3s. He's looking at everything.
Wow. He's thinking.
He's thinking.
He's thinking. Exactly. Yes, he's thinking at that point. All right, that got me excited. I'm not sure why, but that got me excited.
And thinking a lot, chat. He is. Let him use his time. Go ahead. Sure. Use all the time you like, buddy.
Under 30 minutes, we're being told for Aryan. So definitely a big moment in that particular game, in the marquee matchup of day 3 here on Hikaru's channel. All right, let's get back. So Giri looking good. What do we think about Report? Is Report doing anything in this game?
Oh no, they about to shake hands soon on this one. Everything locked up too. Pawns in the center.
Yeah, I mean he's a pawn down, by the way.
Yeah, that's that double pawn.
4 versus 4 on this side. 3 versus 2 on this side. I get it. Look, you have a weak pawn on e5, but I don't think that's going to be enough. If anybody, maybe you can go knight takes d2 and knight c4 and try to target the pawn on b6. Perhaps this is what he's looking for.
Knight d2, knight c4 looks good. Exactly. Target b6 and e5. You can't defend both. You can't. You have to defend with one or the other. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. Sindarov, he was trying for a very long time to win against LeBron.
LeBron.
Still has some chances. Which pawn do you take? Okay, he took on a6. We're expecting rook to c4, target both pawns, right?
Take. Yep.
Take. Which one do you take now?
I will.
This or that?
Wow. Probably. Yeah, that's a great question. Probably the
If you
H.
take this, I think I'm going to take your b5
Oh,
pawn.
yeah, you're taking that one. So we have to take the B1. Oh, because I was looking at that, but he can take either way. Yeah, one's going to be connected. It's either going to be not connected or connected. So rook takes B4, and then check moves.
Where do you go?
Forward.
f4, right?
Yeah, rook takes King F.
But then I throw in a check.
Okay, so we don't want that. So maybe this has got to be a draw.
Not sure.
Says no. Well,
This might actually be
shoot.
winning already.
I was actually trying to just go rook A4
Mm-hmm.
and King G4 first, maybe.
King G4 here, yeah?
Hit the rook, right? Stay close to that pawn. And take.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And wow, that cut off. Whoa, that's a weird cutoff.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. But that is a weird cutoff. Max cutoff.
Let's see what he did.
That's
He
deep.
played rook c4. So we're expecting rook takes g6. And the funny part is that you actually don't take any of the pawns. You go king b4. What?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
What? No.
Nah, dog.
No.
When you look at the
This
end game,
nonsense.
you mean don't take either one of these
No,
pawns
no.
here.
He's gonna take one of the pawns.
I'm down 2 pawns currently.
No.
And I don't take one back. That is insane.
He's gonna take this. And now he has to go towards his own pawn. Very counterintuitive, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. And
this is very counterintuitive.
He takes my pawn? I mean, I don't understand. What's the idea?
Take, and I guess you want to go king c3. Is that or king c4 and try to push your own pawn?
What?
I don't know. The more I look at it, I feel like Sindarov is going to take it.
Yeah.
I think Sindarov is going to win this one.
Beating Bond is huge for him. 26-58 now. Wonder how. Oh, he also has another win, King's Indian. I saw that game, Knight BD7. I was hyped to see it. Turned into some type of Sicilian. With C6 taking and opening the C file. Big fan of Sindarov's play. He just plays King's Indian all the time. And I am a KID player myself. KID. Shout out to the King's Indian players in the chat. Say something in the chat. Shout out to you. You know, we here, family.
KID, baby. KID.
King's Indian players.
Yeah. No. I have to say this one is looking good for Sindarov. From a practical perspective, I don't know exactly what the engine's eval is. It always changes. It feels like the engine believes that this is going to be maybe a draw, some sort of a table-based situation, and then you make a few moves and then it says white is completely winning. I don't know. These rook end games are so confusing, man. I've been studying rook end games my whole life. They're so difficult. Sam Shanklin wrote a book on the rook end games, and then he went on and lost a couple of rook end games at the US Championship. They're so difficult. They're really so difficult. You spend your whole life studying them, and then you still make mistakes.
Yeah, it's that's why
it's just the nature of it.
It's correct. It's the nature of it. Yeah, I just use Devereski's now and play and study it multiple times because I'm going to get in games similar to it, and like it's just so much study. You study it and you still forget stuff, or in game you've never reached before, and etc. Chess is very intricate like that.
Yeah, difficult, very difficult. By the way, he still hasn't made the move.
Oh, we having a conversation. We having a kumbaya.
I cannot.
We doing all of that, and
he still hasn't made a move.
Still hasn't made a move. Talking everything.
What in the world is happening here? He still hasn't made. What in the world is happening? All right.
Whoa.
Knight
takes
F3.
Lower it gets, the higher our chances go up. I mean, we're just hyped about that. The higher our chances are, the more that he thinks.
And he doesn't look like he's going to make a move.
Yep.
He doesn't look like he's going to make a move. Look at him. He's following Hikaru with his eye gaze. He's like, okay, what are you doing? You've been chilling. You've been walking around.
Why is he not sitting down at the board?
He still has to make 20 moves before he gets the next 15 minutes. Don't forget that.
More time.
After
That's like
60
so
moves,
ridiculous.
it's a long time control. This is a world
That is
championship
long.
time. Whoa! Look at that.
Look at that cam.
Look at that cam
Look at him
with the
talking to the
knight.
pieces. The knight. What do I do? What do I do, bro? What do I do? Tell me what to do.
Oh, that's
Where
a
do
good
I
one.
go? Come on, Orion. Where do I go?
That's a good one. Is that's the Black Knight? That's the knight on D2.
That's the one. That's the one. He's like, come on, bro. Move me.
He's
Do
looking at the
something,
knight.
bro.
He's looking at him. He's looking at him. Okay, knight f3. Knight f3. Is that it? Or queen takes b4. How do I do it? He's really intense on that knight on d2. He's not even moving his eyes. It's like, I'm only looking at you, buddy. I'm only looking at the knight on
Right.
d2. Maybe he's looking at us.
Hey,
Maybe he's
guys.
actually looking. Okay,
Is that the
fine.
chat?
Oof. That was too much tension right there. That was too
Looked
much
away,
tension.
broke eye contact.
Yeah, I cannot. Too much eye contact.
Back in the think tank now. That boy thinking. 26 minutes.
Hmm. 26 minutes. Again, those minutes are gonna go by fast.
Easy.
Especially since you know Hikaru. He might be walking around, but he's thinking about the position.
Yeah.
He's thinking about what he wants to do. He's thinking take, check, there. And then I have my king and then I push my pawn and that's it.
That's it.
He's thinking about this type of things.
He takes.
He takes on b4.
Question mark. He did it. He did not play knight takes f3.
I'm going to take a bite of my poisoned apple right now. You talk for a couple of seconds because this was a poison
absolutely.
pawn. This
You know
was
what
a
I'm saying?
poison pawn on b4.
Poison
He
pawn.
took the wrong pawn. And I'm going to eat my apple right now.
Go ahead, eat your apple, man. I had a protein shake. Chat, what y'all eat today? We can talk food now because we about to eat. We about to eat. Let him rook. Let him AKA cook. Okay. You know what I'm saying? What you eat today, chat? Because right now, Hikaru about to eat up this game. He said beer. Wow, that's a day.
Oh.
Eggs, okay.
There you see
Fried
it.
rice. Chick-fil-A, that's fire.
There you see it. Queen d3 is
Tacos,
coming.
Caesar salad, chicken and rice. Queen d3 on the board.
Ooh. I told you. He's thinking about these things. He's calculating everything that's happening right now. And he does play knight c4, and now we expect bishop takes f6. And I've been telling you, man, from afar, this is a position that you look at and you're like, I'm okay with black. I have connected passers. Your a pawn is not going anywhere. My king is fairly safe.
That's what he said.
You're not safe, bro. You're not safe.
Try again, bro.
No, you're not safe. Yeah, that's good sequence for Hikaru. Now his chances are increasing tenfold compared to what we've seen a couple of moves ago. Now his chances, after one slight inaccuracy, queen takes b4 instead of knight takes f3, munched on the wrong pawn. And right now Hikaru knows it. Did you see that sight of relief?
I see that. Yeah.
You saw that, right?
Yep. I saw
It was
that.
like, oh yeah. Now I'm feeling good. Now
Fine.
let me go take another stroll. Let me go. You think
I'm
because
saying?
now you're in
Exactly.
trouble. Now you're in trouble, buddy.
And Ariana cannot afford, and this is the even more, that last part was critical, but this one is even more critical. And you don't have the time to think through critical moments, right? A lot of times you see, the critical moment in the game, but that happens, a few times a game where there's another critical moment being here where you have to figure out, what do I do and what's white going to do next? In fact, well, that's a great question too. Like, what does black do here?
Very good question.
Right.
Very,
G5
very
thing
good
you
question.
do?
Well, h6 is not playable. h6, queen g6, I think it's over.
GG.
I mean, I'm not sure if I'm mating you, but at least I'm taking all your pawns
Then that's good.
if I really want to. And you're not, you don't have any checks, in fact. I take another one. I control this check. I control this check. I control this check as well. So, yeah, you actually don't have any checks.
Looking great. Looking
good. Looking good. And look at Chopra. I think he realizes, hey, did I just underestimate this position? He doesn't seem very happy right now.
Yeah, I
I'm
can
not
see
gonna
that
lie. For good
now.
reason, by the way.
Calculating.
Yeah.
Good job. Hikaru finds a way, put some pressure on the clock, and then make some accurate moves afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a thinker though, for sure. Like, I mean, guy uses his time, which you should. It's nice to use your time, obviously, to spot everything, find some good moves, but you can't do that all game. You don't have all game. You're using all of your time. That was a 20-minute thing twice in this game earlier, and obviously before he got to about 25 minutes. Another 20-minute thing there. He doesn't have another 20 minutes really to
No.
be thinking here. You don't even get the extra time until 17 moves from now.
No. No. 17 moves, and that's a lot of. By the way, 18 moves or
18 moves,
Aryan.
right?
Yes, Aryan Chopra, 18 moves for 23 minutes. That's not going to be easy, especially in this position. This is not a simple position. You might see the material as being quite limited. This is not an easy position because there are so many things hanging. You play h6 to defend the pawn on g5. Queen g6 is coming. You get checkmated. You lose all your pawns. If you don't do that, then how do you defend the pawn on g5? How do you look to try to take the pawn on a2 while I'm munching on the pawn on g5? Maybe that's the way to think about this position. Maybe you have to go queen a4.
I was just thinking that. That's a great move. Great observation. And then maybe, I mean, I
But
think I might go queen
now
f5
I'm
anyway.
penetrating.
Oh,
Now I'm getting in. It's over.
dang,
My queen gets in.
Ooh, that's it. And queen e6 is
Boom, boom,
coming
boom.
mating. You can't even do. How do you get out of this?
You're not. No, you're not. You gotta go queen c2, and that's a losing endgame.
Nifty.
That's a losing
With
endgame.
the trickery.
Yeah.
Okay, bishop takes pawn.
Push. I take. This is over. It's over.
Yeah, that's it.
You see how easy it is to be over, right?
All right.
Boom, queen. You're not paying one second of attention, and my queen is in.
Queen e2. E8.
It's in. That's it. I'm
That's
getting
it.
in. Boom. Game over. I don't know. I ask me. I don't know. I have no idea what you're going to do next. What do you do next? Queen b6?
What does that do?
Well, if you take on g5, I want to go queen b2 and take the pawn like this.
Okay. A little trickery. I mean, king g3 there takes queen f5. I think you're getting mated. It just feels mate. Like you can just smell the mate. Bishop takes you up, check, king g3. You go ahead and take the little pawn. That's cute. And then queen f5, and you have to be getting mated. Like
you're getting in. You're getting in.
Wow. Like
somehow you're getting it.
Bishop f6, queen g5. Like, how are you defending this? You know, it's going to take too much accuracy, which you don't even have enough time to do that.
It's over. No, okay, it's not over. I'm getting ahead of myself here. It's not over, but it's not easy either. I mean, by the way, queen a7 apparently is the best move in the position. Good luck finding this type of moves. What is this? Queen a7.
Oh,
you're allowing me to go queen e6?
Oh, that's what.
Oh, you have queen g1.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's
I didn't even see that square.
Yeah,
I did not even see that square. No. This is some supernatural stuff.
Super defense.
Supernatural defense. Yeah. No. All right. Let's see. Queen b6. What if I go a4?
Oh.
And say, okay, you know what? I mean, how do you defend? Still, how do you defend that pawn on g5?
Yeah, you're right. I don't think I'm doing it at all. How do I make any chances? Like, I just kind of throw away.
I guess you give me a check.
I'm about to say, yeah, just throw it in. Whatever. Who cares? Do it.
Let's just do it.
King. If I go king g3, there's a queen check. Right. And then things are looking dicey here.
I don't know.
Is this a perpetual? Oh, no. You take the bishop. Yeah, this should be fine for black. Should be.
Probably.
Right.
But that's the thing. It's probably. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure if you do have the perpetual. It doesn't look that easy to my eyes.
Exactly.
And if I manage to connect this pawn with my queen, either on a6 or a7, that's all she wrote, baby. That's all she wrote. So, lots of... And by the way, This is like 10 moves away from what we have in the position right now. So good luck trying to see all of these things from afar. That's why Chopra is thinking he played Queen B6. Best move.
Boy, good. Queen B6.
Best move.
Boy, strong. Boy, he found it. Queen B6.
Good move by Chopra. Not gonna lie, this was a good move by Chopra. But let's look at A4 and then hide the king. Tuck it in.
Tuck the king. No checks. What a move.
No checks.
Wow, you can get away with this weird move. And Bishop D4 is coming.
That's right. Bishop D4 is coming. Bishop D4 is coming. So how do you defend?
That's funny.
Queen C5?
Yeah. Oh, I'm going Queen C1. Okay, we'll start with that.
So Bishop D4, at least you have Queen C1.
Right.
And in fact, you might get some sort of some sort of an attack there. Yeah. Even though it still has to be
Knight F1
looked at. Knight F1, King G2. Don't I trap that?
Oh, yeah, that boy trap.
Boom.
Whoa.
I think that's it.
I didn't have a move out of there.
Oh, that's not it. You can still take.
Man, this is a sick line. Takes, check, takes, and I might be winning. No, I'm not. I mean,
did Hikaru play a move already?
Oh, he wrote something
Hikaru
down.
Just
he just wrote down.
This guy, Hikaru just got back. No, but I can just simply take on F3. We've been complicating matters for no reason. Just take the knight.
Right. Easy.
That's it. So Chopra is like, okay, I finally get to get up after time control. Finally go hit that restroom. Do my thing, because this is going to be a long game. This is going to be a long defense, and I've been drinking a lot of water. So
yeah, finally
get in there. Get in there, Chopra. All right. Well, while Hikaru right now, he has 1 hour and 23 minutes on the clock. That's plenty of time to be thinking about this position, making the best move that he can. Plenty of time to do so. We're going to take a break. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of day 3 from the FIDE Grand Swiss in the beautiful Isle of Man. We have Hikaru with the white pieces trying to squeeze a victory against Aryan Chopra. Definitely great chances in this one. Just about to make a move. And Grandmaster Christian Kirilla alongside my brilliant co-host, James Cunty.
We are here watching Hikaru about to make his move. See what that's about to be here. This is a very intense battle. We have the bishop versus the knight, open position. Of course, we have the pass A pawn, but black has his own trumps as well, the D and C. But both weak kings. This is becoming a game. We got to move, and it is A4. Getting used to moving that pawn. Doesn't want to give anything up. Very nice.
A4, best move in the position.
Very nice.
Best move in the position. Right there. Putting the pressure once again on Aryan Chopra, because knight to e3 sort of has to be played. If you don't play knight to e3, I don't see any other move.
Right.
If you go queen to b4, try to target that pawn on a4, then I drop with the queen. Queen to e2, and I'm combining attacks, right? Okay, you can take my pawn, sure, but then I'm going to checkmate you.
Oh, it's definitely getting mated somewhere in there.
That's mate.
Immediately.
That's mate.
Boom.
That's mate. There's no knight e3, right? Without the queen on b6, there's no knight e3 to try to clog the e file. The queen is coming in. Queen is saying hi. Hello. Hi. How are you?
Hey.
How's it going? King f7, you have to stop, but then I just simply take. That's it. That's it. Simple. You still cannot touch this pawn because of queen e7.
Check. Mating.
Hi. Hello. How are you? Here. There's no more checks. You have one. I go to g3, and that's it. So it's looking good. a4 was a big money move for Hikaru. He needs to find knight to e3. And now, this is, I would say, not the final moment, but one of the critical final moments if you want to get a victory in this game. King to h1. He needs to find king h1. Not an easy move to find. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is not an easy move. I mean, it's an easy move to find. It's not an easy move to play.
Yeah, king h1.
I mean, you're boxing your king in. You're going in the corner like that. Why? You might be asking why. Just for the simple fact that it's very difficult to get and give a check.
Oh my goodness! You know what? Go back a move. I think this makes sense too as well. If king g3,
yes,
there is a knight f5.
Ooh.
Look at how sick that is. If you take it with either piece, you get mated on g1. This is why king h1 is so nasty.
Oh,
that's
yes,
crazy, bro.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. There is a knight to f5. You cannot take it with any of those pieces.
This is why king h1 is like best. Boy, man, make sure y'all doing y'all tactics chat. We do them every night. This is crazy. Queen g1, man. King h1 was not on the radar, but it like, has to be played. Maybe you could repeat. Oh, but then if you went king g2, it meant knight h4 check. Like,
then you have to worry about knight h4 idea.
That's crazy.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, look, you still have king f1, and that's okay for you. But at the same time, and I don't think Aryan is going to put his knight on h4 again. He rejected this idea of putting the knight on h4 for the simple fact that the knight is so out of place on h4. I'm just simply going to go king to f1. You got to defend this, and then I can go bishop d4 and then support my pawn, push it down the board, and that's it. You don't have enough just with the queen to give me a perpetual. So I can still see this as a win for Hikaru, but I do think that he's going to see king to h1. Basically, by elimination.
Yeah.
If you get to this point and you're like, okay, can I go to g3? Not really, because of knight to f5, and then at best I can do is repeat. Can you go to h2? Maybe on h2.
Knight takes
yes.
Oh no, never mind. There's like I thought you could play knight takes g4, but it doesn't work.
I have the f1 protected by the queen, luckily, and this one is winning. But the problem is you have queen b8 or queen c7.
Oh, that's
this is in fact not good at all. By the way, we have a move. Queen a7. Whoa.
That wasn't on the radar.
Nope.
I don't know what that is, boys and girls. Come on, Chad. We need that energy. Bishop takes g5 and we live. Queen takes a4.
And then queen e2. That's it.
Yeah, e2.
You're not stopping any of this. Queen a7. Blunder. Blunder. Blunder alert. Because after bishop takes g5, he's going to take that pawn on a4, and he's going to get checkmate.
That's it. Chad, let's go. Let's go,
Bishop
Chad.
takes g5. Well, bishop takes g5 is not that difficult, right? And to be honest, you don't have a lot of ways to defend this pawn if you go queen to c2. Sorry, not queen to d2, obviously. Queen to c2, knight e3 is game over also. He's going for it. He's looking at that pawn. He's just about to snatch it off the board. Snatch that pawn.
About to.
Bishop takes g5.
There we go. Here we go. Master Chef says this feels like this is a time-induced blunder. And you got to remember that. That is like a great observation, Master Chef. You do have to use your time here. And when you get in time trouble, it definitely shows and things happen at all levels here. The time is considered, in a way, I remember talking about this, a extra piece. If you're down a lot of time, but you have a piece, you can blunder the piece back. I mean, that's, every time control sees it. You need to sometimes we don't give it enough credit, your time management. So
yep.
Very nice.
Took g5. Took it. He didn't even think about it. He took it. And the idea being that if you do take on a4, we've seen this pattern in some variations. Queen to e2 and now queen to c2, right? And I have knight e3 and finally I get my queen back.
Get my queen back. Psych.
Nope. There's a bishop on g5 now. You don't have these tactics anymore.
I don't have any of those. Try
no
again.
No more tactics. Try again. Put in another coin. No. Yeah. Bishop takes g5 critical. And you're not only taking a pawn, but you're also controlling this e3 square. Important. There's
LeBron Aronian walking by with the look at him, just super fly. Somebody get that man a contract.
He took on a4. And Hikaru, he's just about to play queen e2. There's no way. Yeah, this is over. He's giving him the look like, What's up with this? Can I just go queen e2 and checkmate you? Where exactly
He's
are you
checking.
hiding?
He's gonna spot that. I mean, he's been spotting everything else.
Where
Besides the queen
exactly?
b8, you can't blame him for that because that was just, I mean, that was too dank of calculations. Even with the king on g4, knight g7, your best move, king f3, that's some wild stuff. So,
okay, I see what he's trying to do. Okay. I see what he's trying to do. Take a look at this. He's trying to get the knight back.
Queen e6.
And now
Queen
knight f7.
What about bishop f6 here?
Then queen a8, right?
Queen a8. What a move, bro. Come on.
Which,
Ridiculous.
by the way, is still probably winning, but this is probably what he wants to do.
Bishop d4, queen f8, queen f6. Oh my goodness. He's defending. How do you defend? Defense is so annoying when they're defending. You're like, how do you defend it?
You know the funny part?
Okay.
The funny part is that I might just go h4, g5, h5, g6, and there's no way to stop it. We need to is on the board.
It's on the board, chat. It's on the board.
We need to is
energy. Let's get some spams in the chat. Let's get some energy, chat. High T energy. Get some high T energy in the chat.
That was the only move.
It's on the board. We need to.
Only move on the board, winning. Winning.
Let's go.
I only see 96.
Much needed dub.
I only see 96. I don't see anything else. What else?
You gotta stop the checks, or you have to block the checks.
You gotta go to f7, right? You have
What's wrong with queen a7?
Queen a7, probably queen e8.
And then king g7?
That has to be a mate somehow.
I thought the same, but then I was like, well, it's not mate. It's just not mate yet. So
can I just take
oh, yeah,
pawn?
probably just grab one. Why not?
Can I just take the pawn?
Thanks for the little juicer gumdrop. Appreciate the generosity there, right? Yeah, quick one.
Why not? Yeah, I just... And the problem is that you're also losing the d5 pawn. You don't have a way to do anything. By the way, Firouzja did draw his game.
Wow, man, that guy good, boy. Man.
He is good.
Ramazan is like, I can do anything. I drew 2,800 Firouzja.
Zalmakhanov. Remember this name once again. Take a look at this. F5. Take. Rook e2. Boom. Rook e7. King g8. Take. And he just was like, okay, I think you got it. I think I'm going to offer a draw right now. Because I take, and then I take on e6, and that forces the trade of the rooks. And the best thing, don't take with a pawn, because then you get checkmated. And that's a checkmate in a couple of moves. Don't do that.
Ouch.
But if you take with a rook, and then we exchange, the best you can do is just
check.
Yeah, that's it. Nice defense by this Zalmakhanov guy. He's good. 2.5 out of 3. Are you kidding me? That's like Fabiano Caruana level score.
Yep. I know. He's playing out of his mind. He's having a tournament of his life.
There's nobody on 3 out of 3 right now. Yeah. There's nobody on 3. Maybe one of these two guys is going to land on 3 out of 3. Erigaisi versus Serrana. Let's see. Let's see what we got. F5, Rook e7, Rook d4. We see some trades. Rook endgame. Always difficult. Pawn up for white. Some chances. But we know the Rook endgames have a tendency. A specific tendency to be a draw. So
Rook endgames are drawn. But you got to draw it.
Yeah. So still some chances for Erigaisi. But it looks more and more likely that we might not see anybody on 3 out of 3 after 3 rounds.
Nice.
And what about LeBron? Oh, he went king f4.
Oh yeah, but he took the pawn. Like he was supposed to go king. What was the move? King d4.
King d4.
Yeah, he played a human move. 2 pawns are hanging. I'm down 2 pawns. Do you think I'm going to not take a pawn? You got to be kidding me. King d4.
Yeah. Good luck. I mean, and the thing is, you can take the pawn on b4, but then you have to go king d4. You cannot go king f4. And
king f4
it's so difficult. It's not... It's not intuitive. It's very counterintuitive to go towards your own pawn when you can just like go towards the mate, right? And towards white's pawns to try to stop them. So king f4, and right now, after rook takes h5, it does seem like this might be a win for Sindarov, which, by the way,
still requires some precision.
Yes.
Definitely.
All right, let's keep going, my friend. All right, where are we? All right, a lot of draws. Sevian.
Sam, I am.
Big Sam.
The bigger Sam.
I am. He won 2.5 out of 3. Won with the black pieces against Tersa Hakian.
What was that opening?
That's
what that is. When they win with black too, you always want to see what was played.
That's a good victory.
Okay.
Oh, the Benoni.
Okay, little Benoni. Noni. Okay.
We got some Benoni action.
Okay, big dog.
We got some Benoni action. All right. Okay.
Benoni,
yeah, this is looking good. This is looking good. Very nice win. Very nice win with the Benoni, by the way. I mean,
yeah, it's rare.
Win with the Benoni in what? That's like 29 moves, not even 30. That's good. Good job. That's a good All right, game. By the way, we do have a move. Queen a7.
Yeah. The Queen a7 move. I thought as well. I was like, I mean, you can go Queen a7. Queen e6 is going to block. So Queen e8 and just snatch the pawn looked very clean. It looked very clean. I also could try check and Queen e6. Oh, yeah, even this way.
This is the problem.
Oh, snap. Yeah, that's why we have to go Queen e8. Oh,
that's the problem. Yeah, that's why you have to go Queen e8 first so that you don't allow this blocking and Queen takes f3.
I didn't even see that. I like Queen e8, King g7, and I mean, I could take, but I like Queen e6 too. Both of them are like really strong because I'm threatening Bishop h6, exactly.
That's a mate.
I don't even know how you stop this.
How do you stop it?
Bishop h6 is deadly. This GG, like you can't even do anything.
You don't wait.
Put the queen on the back. No, that's mate. Yeah, everything's mate.
Everything is mate. If you go here, I give a check. You go here, I give a check. You go here, I take on f7. That's it. Queen e8, Queen e6. Queen e8, Queen e6, and that's game.
That's it.
Okay, you gotta go h6, which is sort of ridiculous. Okay, no.
h6,
no
might as well hit the button, bro.
Sure.
All right, come on.
Give me some more pawns. I'll take them all.
Yeah.
That's GG. No. Queen e8 followed by Queen to e6. A nice shuffle by the queen. Boom, boom.
Very nice.
And that's it. That's not a triangle. But
that's not a triangle.
It's something. It's something for sure.
It's like one line of the triangle. You know what I mean? So it's
like back and forth
part of it.
Yeah. Like Queen e8, Queen e6, Queen e8, Queen e6, Queen e8, Queen e6.
That's a song.
Yeah.
Right.
Nah, this is over. To be honest, I think he's going to come to the board. He's not at the board right now. I think he's going to come back. He probably already saw it. I think he already saw it. I think he already calculated this. He saw Queen e8, Queen e6. I think he's going to play it very fast.
Vision, and it's going to be
that's going to force a resignation. Forces a resignation. There's nothing you can do. Yeah.
Great play.
Big victory.
Great. Yeah, that was big. He needed that victory. He definitely needed that after having 2 draws in these big 2,600 ways.
That's a big victory.
Got himself a dub.
That's a big, and in conjunction with Firuza's draw, that's big because he wins a couple of rating points. I think 2 or 3, maybe 3 points, right? He wins around 3 rating points. And then Firuza losing around 3 rating points, maybe even 4 rating points. You know, that gets them back on even field, I think.
Right.
Or at least close to that. So this is the battle that we're discussing as well. And he's thinking about the position. Maybe he hasn't seen this Queen e8, Queen e6 yet. But he'll see it. There's no. This is like puzzle rush. He's
Yeah.
been doing this his
Long
whole
time.
life.
Long time.
I mean, he does this every single stream. This type of nice tactics, one two combos, 1-2 punches. He sees them all the time.
He's using his time though. I like the fact that he's using his time, even though you can play Queen E8 fairly quickly, Queen E6 fairly quickly. He's using his time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hear a check. I hear a check.
The
It's
check
Queen
is on E8.
E8.
Check is on E8. Yes.
E8, and we
all
grades.
the way with a nice little.
You know what I'm saying? A little pinky. You see the pinky up? Always pinky up at the end, like slightly. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you got the pinky up for the fanciness. And then a slight twist. Very slight.
Just a slight twist.
Very slight.
Not a full one.
Don't do
not a full one.
It's not a full yet. It's not
like
full.
a slight.
Exactly. Slight. Pinky up.
Yes.
Hit the clock.
Yes.
Hit the clock. Very nice.
That's it. Queen E8, King G7. And now we're seeing Queen E6.
Queen E6. Should we play next?
Yeah, there's no way he takes on C6.
Yeah.
No way he.
It's stronger.
Yeah. No way he takes on E6. Queen E6 is just so much stronger. Yeah. Just finishes the game on the spot.
Very nice chat. The spirits today. Good game. Much needed.
Much needed victory. And look, we felt it from the beginning, didn't we?
Yeah.
We felt it. We knew it's coming. We knew something is coming.
Yeah,
it had to happen. At some point, it had to happen.
And it happened now. And we got it done. We got it done here. It was a grind to the point where things were equal. But, you even have, you have to use all the elements of the game, especially OTB, for, his time, psychology factor, but definitely the time thing, putting them under pressure, moving faster than you are. We hit the second time control, and bang, there it is. You got 11 minutes. I'm almost up an hour on the clock. Crazy. And then it's a losing position.
Yeah, and after Queen to E6, it's resignation time. Resignation time. Queen to E6. No way to stop Bishop to H6 unless you give me another pawn. And if you do that, I'm picking up all of your pawns. Look, he's looking at Queen takes E6 as well. He's looking at Queen takes E6 as well, because that's a pawn. That's a pawn, and you feel compelled to take it. Why not? Getting to that D5 pawn as well.
Yeah.
But you see knight D3, and you start calculating. Bishop takes E3. This is what I'm talking about. Bishop takes E3. Sure, you take back, and I take on D5. But now you're starting to give me some checks, which I maybe don't want to see.
Checks, not necessary, right? We don't want to see these.
Maybe that's another check, and I go out.
Check.
That's another check, and I keep going forward, and I'm probably going to escape the checks. But do I really want to go into this?
Well,
no.
Somebody check these bishops. Yasser would be all over that pawn. Yes, I would be all over on these bishops. You know me very well. I will take all of the pawns you give me, Christian.
Oh, yeah. Not so fast, yes. Not so fast. Go with that Queen E6. That's much better. Much more precise way to finish the game.
Yeah, Queen E6 is better.
Still not played. Still not played. One more move. Keeps the precision alive. That's it. Keep the precision. Game over. Finishes.
It's pretty good.
Finishes the job.
Pretty good. I like the fact this shows another level and another level of class where I still would be thinking too as well. But just to make sure of everything, but Queen E6 is the best, but that's so nice. So nice. Never seen Canty and Yasser in the same room together. Exactly. Come on. Hey, come on. You're on to something. Yes. Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Back to you, Jack.
Oh my goodness. Still thinking. We're gonna stay with this one because this is it. This is a critical moment. This is the game that finishes. This is a move that finishes the game.
Queen E6, baby. We're waiting for that Queen E6.
But you see, that's the professional way to do it. That is true.
Huh? Exactly. Psych. Hold on. I know I'm gonna play it. You know I'm gonna play it.
What was that? What was that right
That's
there?
the like
Thinking
man,
again.
like the repeat thing. You know, always repeat for the psych part. You know he's gonna play Queen E6. And we sound like psych, haha, haha, tricked you. And then he's gonna play Queen E6.
No, a slight fake out right there with maybe Queen takes E6, but I don't think he's taking that pawn. I think Queen E6 is coming. Queen to E6 is coming. The thing is, yeah, there's just simply no way to defend after Queen E6. Like Bishop H6 is such a powerful threat.
Yeah,
Such a powerful threat.
This is looking back.
Hmm?
Here it is. Oh. Bro, I would probably. I'm like, man, I'm just gonna resign, bro. Man, I don't even. You didn't make the move. Hey,
we don't see Queen to E6. Not yet. Not yet on the board. And then there we see Murzin, young player from Russia, 26, 50, 14 years of age, or 15 max.
Player.
Strong. Very strong, yeah. That. Queen to E6 still not there yet. Not there yet. So just to reiterate why Queen to E6 is so much stronger than Queen takes C6. It's because there's no more knight E3. Knight E3, bishop takes E3, the game is over. I'm threatening checkmate in 2 moves. Bishop to A. So let's say you go Queen B7, Bishop H6. You gotta go back to H8, Queen to E8. That's checkmate. And in fact, there's no way to defend against that. Bishop to H6, followed by Queen to E8 or Queen to C8, depending on where you put the Queen. For example, if you go Queen F7, check, check, check. And that's a mate. So it forces resignation from the simple angle that the only move to survive is to go H6, not to get checkmated. But then I just take. I can give you some more checks, but I can just simply take the pawn.
Run the king of the H file.
Yes. And now you can take. But the thing is, you can go knight E3 and force me to take on E3. But the thing is, I'm taking the pawn on D5 with a check also. So you're not even getting the checks. 3 pawns up, no checks, resignation.
Yeah, that's all.
So Queen to E6, we expect it on the board. Still hasn't played it, taking his time. Which, look, he has so much time. He has 1 hour and 2 minutes right now for the next 13 moves, after which he gets an additional 15 minutes.
That boy up time. A lot of time, and he's using it right now. He's using it. I wonder, I think, well, yeah, that's just force. Like, I was wondering what else he was thinking about. Because obviously, he's thinking about something. After Queen E6, H6 is only move. Takes King G8, Queen check, or even take on C6. Queen check A2, King G3. Yeah, it's just easy.
It's easy. And the thing is, you cannot go to F7.
Right.
Because of Queen H7. Queen takes A7. That picks up the queen. So everything is forced. You have to go King to G8. I mean, where are those cameras, man? Where are those cameras?
Camera right there. Focus there. Queen cam.
Queen cam. Queen cam. Those are some small cameras. Small cameras. Hasn't played it yet.
He's thinking about it.
Don't take that pawn, Hikaru.
Still
if you take it, and that's another 30 minutes at the office. Queen to E6, and that's it.
Very good, very good. Cam E6, yeah, there it is. Someone play camera C10. That's exactly where it is. It's on C, the square C10.
Why is he thinking James?
I don't know. We definitely have to ask him about this. I'm sure he was looking at something. Maybe Queen E6. Like, is there something we are just missing? So I have to look around for that because
Are you
E6 is
getting
really nice.
nervous?
No, not at all. Everything's winning. I think we can do like even King. Okay, maybe not King G3, but maybe even as stupid as that is, King G3 walk the king up to H5. Like, imagine that. This is showing you how much you can go King G3, Queen G1 check, King H4, Queen F2 check, King H5, and like, look at this. You could do this. This is winning as well. Like, you get made it somehow. Everything's made. So I think he's just figuring out the best way he wants to do it. Maybe the most flashy way for content, for the memes. Whatever. No, he wants to win here, but 26 is quickest.
It's just because you have Queen E6 on the board.
Queen E6
okay.
on the board.
Okay.
On the board.
How that was a long thing. Queen E6 on the board. Slow clap.
They play H5.
H5.
I mean, this is still the same.
Get him out. Get him out of here. This is probably what he was thinking. H5. G takes H5.
He's thinking about what he wants to do. And then we're in the same situation. This might be a resi. He might just put the hand out here immediately.
Yeah, that's it. G takes H5. Guess what? You have another buddy to help you with the checkmate. Another one. And that's it. I think Aryan is, look at him. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows it. Shake and bake, baby. Shake and bake. That's it.
They can move.
That's it.
Glance at the clock. Looking at the board.
Clock doesn't matter.
Nothing matters.
Clock doesn't matter anymore. That's it. G takes H5. So this is what he was thinking about. It was this move H5 that was making him think for a little bit because of, you don't have Queen takes H6 in this position. So Queen H6, I go King to G8. And now if you take on C6, then at least I take on G4, right? And it's a completely different situation. Maybe I can even go Queen to F7 without losing the H pawn.
But figure out the most accurate after H5, which is just take it. Now we got more threats around King.
Yeah, just take it. The H pawn is going to be used for a victory as well in this one. This seems to be just about done. Just about done. I don't see it. I don't see what he can try to
10 minutes.
survive.
He's looking at the clock there. A lot of times it's getting the composure to just like resign.
That's it.
Just like,
and if he tries to escape, let's say to G7 back, Queen G6, Bishop H6, I'm going to force you on the 7th rank.
And then take the queen.
And that's it. So there's just simply no way in the current game position to take it. Yeah.
That's it.
No, this is looking good. By the way, we see an accuracy level of 96.7 for Hikaru. His opponent dropped, given the fact that he missed a few things and allowed Hikaru to take the full point. He dropped to 88 points. Oh, Resi.
There it is, Resi. Hand out. Oh, Resi! Get hyped, let's go! We needed the dub.
Not bad.
The dub.
He's shaking his head a little bit. I know I missed a couple of things. I know. But I got it done. I got the job done.
Right.
That's the job done right there. That's a good job right there. Good job done right there. Not bad. Not bad. All right. What else has been happening in the tournament? And we will be getting an interview with Hikaru in a very short amount of time, in fact. I don't think it's going to last long. You know how he teleports.
Good.
You know how he teleports from the game to the commentary booth.
Easy.
You know how he does it. Yeah, and there's the arbiter setting up the pieces. Sending back the pieces to their initial position after recording the win on the DGT boards, baby. DGT boards.
Much needed win.
Good victory. Very important victory for Hikaru. 2 out of 3 right now. This is already starting to look like a good tournament. It was a much needed victory because those last couple of games were not easy, and he never got any chances to actually score a full point. He was worse in the first game with the white pieces against Rasmus. He was worse against Sadwani as well. Managed to be resilient, managed to save half a point in both of those games. And in this one, he took his chances. It wasn't an easy game. I mean, Aryan played a good defensive game, but it just simply wasn't enough. He posed more and more and more and more problems along the way, and at some point he cracked. At some point you crack. That's the way. That's the way to do it.
Takes. And the pressure on the time too as well. Time pressure makes it happen.
That's the way to do it.
Make mistakes.
That's the way. And by the way, he's in the chat. He teleported. He's in the chat now. How is Ali Reza? He's thinking about Ali Reza. Ali Reza drew his game. Yeah, he's in the chat. GM Nakamura. I don't know if that's actually GM Nakamura, GMHikaru, but
no, it's. I think
he's somewhere in the chat.
Right, he's right there. No, that's not Hikaru. It would actually be his name. Believe it or not, kind of funny. GMHikaru. So like, I thought the same thing when I was like, oh wait, no. Yeah, I saw that yesterday, actually, maybe 2 days ago. I was like, oh wait, that's not him.
Not yet.
Yes, GMHikaru is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Nice,
beautiful.
Much needed.
By the way, all right, let's see what's happening in this one. The only players, I guess, that can still get on 3 out of 3 are Erigaisi and Serrana. Definitely not Serrana is not winning this one. Erigaisi is the one with an extra pawn in the position, but I don't think this is enough.
Yeah, especially with white people pawns on A and H, so it's going to be difficult.
Yes.
I got counterplay of my own.
So basically, even if you do win the A7 pawn, but you allow the exchange of the H with the E pawn, this A and C, they cannot win. Well, technically, it's not a win, right?
Correct.
Yes. Yeah. So it seems like nobody's going to go in round 4 unscathed. Everybody is going to leave at least half a point on the table. 2.5 points is the maximum score we have currently. Those are Irvin Lamy, Fabiano, Esipenko, Pretke, and you might not have guessed that at the start of the event, but Zalmakhanov Ramazan from Kazakhstan, international master with a rating of 2447. He's right now on 2.5 out of 3. That's the sensation of the event up to this point, undoubtedly.
Amazing. Panko and half is crazy. I see Faruja down. Yeah, wow, 2.5. That puts
Faruja is on 2.
Hikaru adds 2. Half point behind.
Faruja and Hikaru, both of them at 2 points. So definitely striking distance with the leaders. Very important, crucial victory for Hikaru in this one. Crucial. All right. What else do? Oh, by the way, there was this game that I saw on Twitter earlier on. Let me see if I can find it. And there was a crazy finish to that one. Let me see if I can find it. I think it was who was it? Oh, there it is. Wojtaszek versus Lazovic. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. So Wojtaszek is with the black pieces. At some point, I'm going to quiz you. So be ready. Get ready. I'm going to quiz you. Take. Go here. Bishop takes h6. Take a look at this.
What the heck is he doing?
It looks good, right?
It does look great.
Queen d4. Attacking 2 pieces. How do you win right now? Black to play and win.
Pig.
This is absolutely wild. This is absolutely wild. Boom, queen.
I was just about to say queen a1. Oh my goodness, but I couldn't find a follow-up.
Queen to b2 had to be. If you take on a1, I take bishop f1. E5,
yeah,
son.
E5, bishop h3. Oh my goodness.
All right.
How's it
but
going,
we
you
do
guys?
have Hikaru in the chat. Hey, Hikaru, how's it going? Congratulations, first of all. Big victory for you. This must have felt like a must-win situation already for you, and we're just in round 3. Is that how you went into today's game?
I don't know about must win, honestly. I mean, I felt pretty horrible. I had a headache pretty much from the start of the game. Luckily, I got a position in the Slav that was kind of acceptable. At least I could just play. And I think, I mean, this whole queen 7 bishop b4 is not something that I'm super familiar with. I basically played this bishop e2 because, speaking of chessable, Sam Shanklin obviously recommended it. So I figured, you know, if you can look at all the chessable courses, might as well just pick stuff rather than do work yourself. So yeah, I mean, he played this queen e7 and then he played this bishop b4 very, very quickly. And I was kind of confused by this move. I don't know. Either rook e1 is bad or bishop b4 is bad. I don't know which one. But yeah, I thought what I did was interesting with knight d2. I don't know if it's the best move, but it looked interesting.
It looked very good from our perspective. Yes.
Well, I mean, he played e5, which I think after e5 it's probably just bad. After bishop f5. I mean, maybe a computer will show there's something, but basically after takes on d4 and queen d8 and c5, I mean, I think I'm very much in the driver's seat. And I mean, it was looking like it was going to be a very, very beautiful game. I deviated from Shanklin's course. Okay, well, that's what happens when you just like borrow courses from people and you don't actually study chess. So anyway, yeah, so basically, I mean, it was looking like a very, very good game, knight h5 g3. I don't know if g3 is best, but it looked right. But basically when he took on c5, like I kind of miscalculated this. Not that it wasn't still very good, but I did miss this whole f6 idea. Like when I played g3, I saw the line with this knight e4 coming. What was it?
But I have to ask you about this b takes c5. Were you shocked when he played it? Because we were like, okay, we understand the engine is saying b takes c5, best move in the position, but it didn't feel like a human would ever take that pawn on
the
c5.
diagonal. It's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, on the other hand, what is he supposed to do? Play b5 and bishop a5, bishop c7? I mean, it just looks absolutely miserable. Like he has this horrible light square bishop on b7. So, I mean, I don't know. Of course, I don't know whether it's whether it's like how bad it is. But yeah, I thought that it certainly looked really, really bad. But nonetheless, he did calculate quite well. And I mean, I kind of. I don't know if I really let it slip, but I did miss this whole f6 move. Like I thought after knight a4 takes knight e4 is game over. I just missed f6 with the idea of queen f7. And I think it's still very, very good for me, but I mean it's a little bit annoying. And then I played queen d4. He played knight g7. I mean this is just so beautiful here with this horrible light square bishop on b7.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I thought a6 was maybe a better try than bishop a8 because essentially in the game, like, I mean, I still think it's horrible, but in the game, I should have just been winning, I think, if we go forward a few moves.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, like right around here, I mean, I was going to play bishop d4, and then for whatever reason, I just decided to play b4 instead, like a total moron. I mean, I think if I play bishop d4, this game is over like at least an hour. I would have been at least 1 hour less that I would have had to spend torturing myself playing chess.
And what's the big difference if he goes bishop b7?
I go queen b8 now.
Now you go queen b8, and it's a completely different.
I have well, mainly it's I have f3 and bishop f2. So queen e1, king g2, queen e4, f3, and if queen e2, I have bishop f2, and I just win the game.
Right.
So yeah, I mean it's like, and then as soon as he played bishop b7, I of course I realized it almost as soon as I played b4, and I pretty much wanted to go and just like get out of there as fast as possible, but. I figured, I might as well still just play some moves because I don't think I'm ever at risk of losing, even once he gets the light square bishop back in the game.
Queen b8 seems to still be winning at this position.
Yeah, I mean, probably I should have used time, but frankly, like I said, I had a headache. I couldn't really calculate at all, and so I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna play moves. When he was thinking it before playing bishop b7, I did consider it, but I didn't realize that apparently this is good with this whole g4, h5, queen g3, right?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, this crazy line.
Yeah, I mean, not but I think I go what, g takes h5 and is probably still winning or something, like.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, I've lost the handle. Like I had this completely under control. It should have been a nice, easy win with no counterplay, no nonsense whatsoever, and it should have been very clean. And already it's gotten to the point where it's very, 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 very messy. So I was just like, okay, whatever. I'm not even going to play it. I'm just going to make random moves and try to cheese him on the clock. and it actually seemed to work surprisingly well.
It definitely works.
Yeah, like I played h3 simply because I just wanted to go like king g2 and g4 and just pretend, just play chess. Even though it should be a draw, just keep playing chess. And yeah, and then he allowed g4. Now after I get g4, suddenly it gets very, very tricky. Like I suspect that maybe there's a way it's still holdable, but after bishop e4 takes and queen a3, I started becoming very, very optimistic about my chances here. And this was move 40. I think he played a6 here, which I don't know if it's right. I played f3, knight d2, queen a6, and
92 after was 40.
After queen takes a6, he spent probably 25 to 30 minutes here on a move before playing queen takes b4, which I think is probably just a bad move. I couldn't tell what was going on after knight takes f3. That was the big question, because of course I go bishop c5.
c5, yep.
Yeah, I think he's going knight h4, king f2, and then queen e8, I think. It's important that queen e5 gets mated, just to show, for people who are wondering, like, because you check, and then queen g8, bishop f8, or queen e7. It's just classic puzzle rush. Yeah, basically, then it gets to this point where he thinks forever, and he just played queen b4, which was also nice for me, because obviously after queen takes b4, queen d3 is the only move that I even have to consider, so I don't have to actually think and get annoyed at myself. I just play queen d3 right away, and then he keeps burning time. And I think after queen d3, it was surprisingly straightforward here. I don't think he ever had a chance to save the game after this move. The last critical move was a4. Very important move to play a4. And I think after this, it's just lost. I don't know. Maybe a computer shows some way to save it, but to me, it felt like it should be losing.
No. This is winning for you now. And after knight d3, the idea that you have king h1, just tuck the king in. There's no more checks, and that's it.
It's basically like it's Zugzwang. Like if I don't have a4, I think black is completely fine. Like if I don't have a4, black is fine or better. And then it's the same thing here after a4. He doesn't want to move his pieces. Like he can't move any of his pieces either. So it's like this mutual Zugzwang. Yeah, that's like what it is.
That's a funny way to put it. Yeah, you move the h pawn, queen g6, checkmate. You move the king,
it's like
queen h7,
he can't move any pieces. Yeah, it's like I don't want to move anything here, but he doesn't want to move anything either. That's kind
so
of
funny.
Point.
That's so funny. Yeah.
So nice. After a4, he played queen a7, and then I think I just mopped it up very nicely with bishop g5 and queen e2. I don't know if he missed something in here or what happened, but yeah, it was very very straightforward.
Yeah, beautiful. Finished off with queen to e6. Why did you spend so much time on queen e6?
Was it h5?
Basically the reason is that queen takes c6 is also probably winning, and after what I did earlier with the whole b4 debacle, I just kind of didn't want to mess it up at this point, because I think queen c6, knight e3, bishop e3 is winning, but I was saying to myself, like, this is a winning endgame. It's queen in3 versus queen in 1. Long term, this should be winning. But I'm gonna have to hide the king and calculate and all that jazz. And I was making sure that queen e6 worked. That was basically the point. I just wanted to make sure, because after the mishap earlier with b4, I had an hour on the clock, so I might as well use some of that time.
Right.
Yeah, no. Big congrats, Hikaru. This is a very important dub for you going into the fourth round with only half a point behind the leaders, because nobody seems to be winning on 2 out of 2. 2.5 seems to be the leading score. How are you feeling after 3?
I feel pretty good. Ali Reza drew against random 2400, underrated monster, it seems like. Yeah. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good so far. In terms of results, I obviously felt pretty terrible throughout the whole game today. But I kept it together, and it's just have to keep going one game at a time, and hopefully good things will happen.
What's up with that? What's up with this kid, Zalmakhanov? Did you know about him before? Did you face him before?
No, who did he beat in round 1 though? Because I was playing someone good in round 1.
Pichot, and then Bastem Amin.
Yeah, I saw the game yesterday that he won. Again, this is what happens. I've said it before, and I guess I'll say it again. There very clearly is something wrong with the rating system, and that's not to say that were the top players not overrated per se, or players aren't underrated, but if the rating system was working the way it should, Ali Reza should be beating this guy 9 out of 10 times or something insane. And it just feels like there's something out of whack in general, because the predicted scores are not turning out the way that they should. So I hadn't heard of this guy, but again, there's so many players from everywhere. There's the Indians. This guy, is he from Uzbekistan or is it Kazakhstan?
Kazakhstan.
I'm confused.
Kazakhstan.
But yeah, it's you have the Kazakhstans, the Uzbekis. So many of these guys who are so dangerous, and I mean, I'm just glad I'm not going to have to play these guys for for another 10 years, because that was my future. I don't know if I'd even want to play chess anymore.
I gotta ask you about the cameras. Did you know there's some cameras, very small cameras, somewhere next to you? We don't even know exactly where they are. Can you see them?
Yeah, they're basically by the side of the board. Again, that's part of my agreement. As far as like playing both in the Qatar Masters as well. I think that's the one, or is it another tournament? I forget. I think that maybe it's the World Cup. Like I'm losing my mind. But yeah, I had an agreement that there would be cameras on my board, so that's why. Obviously for all the people who are watching at home, it makes for a great experience. So I was aware of it. But mainly today, I think anybody who was watching would have noticed I was visibly just uncomfortable throughout the game. I just wasn't really feeling very good. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, I was aware, but it's what it is.
Yeah,
Very
James.
calm, smooth game. I think it was. I mean, of course, you probably wanted to convert it cleaner, but it seemed like it was very smooth through the opening. You got an advantage, and you were able to capitalize on it, especially from a aesthetics point of view. Getting the knight to c5, we knew it would probably be not clean, but obviously we are pushing for 2 results. Obviously, we wanted that win.
Yeah,
Dub,
but
so.
still, I mean, I should be better. I mean, it's not good enough. I mean, like if I had done this against Magnus, I would not have won this game. I mean, it's very clear cut if I had allowed Magnus to go bishop b7, bishop c8. So, yeah, I mean, it worked out, but it's certainly annoying, especially when I'm not feeling great, to have to sit there and suffer for another hour. Because it would be much nicer if I could just come home and eat dinner and go to bed. But it's how it goes. But at least I got the rest. That's all that matters.
Get some rest, man. Get over that headache. Get some water in your system. Relax and come back strong tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Congrats once again. Big victory for you. Go get some rest, get the recap going, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. See you guys. Have a good one.
Bro.
Bye, everyone.
Hikaru. Bye-bye. All right. And there you have it. Hikaru finishing the game strong. Hot queen e8, queen e6, getting the job done, moving to 2 out of 3. And right now, only half a point behind the leaders, striking distance. And we know tomorrow is going to be a tough one for sure. There's no cakewalks in the park, baby.
No cakewalks in the park, chat. You know what I mean? Remember that. We're not walking. Don't walk your cake in the park. That's dangerous. Don't do that.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Cool. And we do have some more games. And let's keep an eye out for those. Let's see what's happening in those as well. There is this game, this big one. The one between Erigaisi and Serrana. This could determine one of the players, maybe one of the players, is going to be on 3 out of 3. It's not looking likely. It's still looking like Serrana might be able to hold this. He should be able to hold this. But Erigaisi is definitely going to push. How are we feeling about this rook endgame?
I'm going to try to push with white. Because, I mean, you have to. You have the extra pawn. It is hard to do, but you are just hoping for some type of mistake or something that you can get. I mean, and it's possible because you have 2 passed pawns here. One of them boys get really rolling. Black's going to have to be more accurate than white is. So I am going to be happy with white and pushing, playing it kind of forever.
So let's try to make some moves and let's try to understand how we make it happen. So knight king to d4 was the last move. We expect h4. Is that the move, or do we try to go for the pawn?
Yeah, the hard part is like, what is the idea? What am I supposed to do? That's the hard part, is what am I supposed to do? And I think I probably would just go for this pawn. That seems about right. Just go for the pawn, maybe take it, try to level it, and then, man, you got to be careful with these checks. I think it's easier said than done to hold this.
Absolutely. And this one is going to be a long grind, definitely. But let's take a look at what's happening in Hans versus Vohidov. Take a look at this. Hans is definitely grinding things down, trying to get a victory, trying to get dub in this one, bounce back from yesterday's loss against Fabiano Caruana. And this could potentially move him to 2 out of 3. Are we going to see a Hans versus Hikaru? That would be an interesting matchup. That right there would be an interesting matchup.
For the books.
Unlikely because they have the same colors, but still, definitely something that we could be seeing down the road. With that being said, we're going to take a quick, short break. We'll be back to cover some of the remainder of these games in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of Day 3 of the FIDE Grand Swiss, held in the beautiful and rainy Isle of Man. We had a big victory by Hikaru against Aryan Chopra, the first victory of the tournament for him. That moves him to 2 out of 3, but we still have some very interesting games left, and we'll be covering them. I'm Grandmaster Christian Kirula, and I'm joined by my good buddy, James Canty. How's it going, James?
I'm good, bro. I'm good. We saw Hikaru get the dub there.
That's looking
needed
good.
dub, looking good. Yep. Let me see the rest of these games here. So this is an interesting imbalance here. We got the pawns for the queen. Should be winning. We have to figure out maybe F5's coming up, which is going to be really annoying to face.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that you shouldn't do as white is start pushing the H pawn, because that's not going to allow the king to get in front of the pawns, right? And that would be problematic. But indeed, if you do go F5, it does seem like this is just simply going to be a win. It's black to move for the moment, but again, there's no way to stop it. This is looking good for Hans. So Hans seems to be bouncing back. Important win for him, because yesterday was a complete disaster. He got completely obliterated by Fabiano with the black pieces, but now with the white pieces, putting in the work and getting the dub against Vohidov.
Definitely put in that work there. Ed is much needed work. In fact, as that bounce back has to be serious. Fabi definitely had a great game yesterday. Hans looking to strike back.
Oh yeah,
after losing yesterday. What other games are there?
Oh, by the way, LeBron, he lost.
Yikes. Sindarov with a dub over LeBron.
That's a huge win.
That's a big win.
That's a huge win right here.
And shoot, he might be 2.5 as well. The kid going crazy. He had a KID win that I looked at because I love Kings India. So, and then he drew first round with white and then winning this round.
Yep.
Great stuff.
He won swinging. It. Yeah. King E1, take a look at this. B4, H5. I have so many pawns. You cannot touch the F2 pawn. Rook takes F2, Rook to F5. That finishes the job on the spot. Don't do that. B3, Rook to C3. King has to go back, but the problem is I have so many passers, so many runners in the position B2, and now, sure, I will stop you from promotion. I'm not going to go H7. That's going to allow Rook to D1 and then promotion with a check, but I will go behind, Rook behind the pawn. King to D5. Actually, that was not even a move. He just resigned at this point and placed the king on D5. That's why we see king to D5. Big victory for Sindarov.
Big victory. The boy is playing out of his mind here.
Yeah. No. Big win for him. Erigaisi, by the... Oh, never mind. As we were discussing, this one finished. Erigaisi against Harana finished in a draw. And you know what that means? That means that no player goes into the 4th round perfect.
Wow.
The leaders right now have 2.5. Nobody on 3 out of 3. This is a highly contested tournament. And this just goes to show there is no easy games in this tournament. It's very difficult to win a game. 2.5 out of 3 right now leads the tournament.
2.5. And there's a lot up there. Stacked, bottlenecked, in fact, what they'll say. So lots of work to do.
We have Lani
left too.
We have Zalmanov.
Yeah, that's a lot up there.
We have Pretke.
Look at
we
that.
have, by the way, Maurizi Marc Andrea from France. We haven't discussed this player, but he is the World Junior Champion.
Wow.
He just became a World Junior Champion. He's only 25-55, but I'm telling you, this guy is very underrated. Very, very underrated. I would say around 26-50. Easy.
Ooh, easy, huh?
Easy. No, 25-55. That's very deceiving. I've seen him play. He can play. This young man, and he's only, I think, 15 or something like that, or 16, from France. Incredible talent. Erigaisi, 27-12, 2.5 points. Fabi, Sarana, Sindarov, Sevian, Big Sam.
Big Sam, I am.
Esipenko as well with 2.5 points. 10 players right now lead the tournament, and are only separated by tie breaks. And after that, a bunch of players with 2 points, one of them being Hikaru as well.
Wow, 2.5 at the top. Tomorrow's going to be huge. I mean, that is going to be a crazy day.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, this doesn't happen a lot where, like, all these people are up here 2.5. Open tournaments, you will see that. But, I mean, it's just so many people with 2.5 here. Tomorrow's going to be huge. The matchups are going to be crazy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Big matchups coming up tomorrow. And by the way, take a look at this.
Game's still going on. That was that crazy game earlier.
Kuibokarov, the Dragon.
Whoa.
Remember Dragon?
The Dragon. Okay.
Kuibokarov versus Abbasov. How do we feel about it? Is this winning or?
I don't think it is. It's got to be. Oh, Engine thinks a little bit better, but I don't think.
Well, better for sure. But how did you make progress? Because if you allow the exchange of the last 2 pawns, that's it.
He goes knight f6 too.
Knight f6.
Yeah, you just like exactly check. Okay, key. Whoa, even
I'm telling. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
How do we win?
This might be some sort of a table base, right?
Oh, it must be something with like the king getting closer to the rook and playing rook e8.
Okay.
But you need to like, something like this.
But now I'm giving you a check.
Okay.
Now I'm giving you a check. So you go e3, I go to g1. Where's the win? Ah, now you go here. Okay, yeah, this is it.
Oh yeah, that's okay. Okay.
No.
Knight h5 don't work here? You gotta be kidding me.
Knight h5 wins.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's it. Oh man. That's the whole idea.
Wait a minute.
Rampaging rook. Oh, sheesh.
Wait a minute. Where do you hide? How do you hide?
I'm stuck. I don't know. I don't actually know.
How do you hide? I don't see it. Okay.
Unbelievable.
Now I can go here. I can keep giving you checks. You can go all the way up. But I still don't see it. Checks, you go all the way to e7. Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Wow, this is like a study. I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. This is like a study.
Yeah. I mean, you can put your knight on e4 and that's fine. But now you don't have any checkmating threats.
Yeah.
Now I can just chill. Now I can just go rook to g1. Again, how do you make any progress?
I can't make progress. This is like, you know those puzzles they make where like, the engine says that, the engine says that you're winning or losing. Engine says that this is a draw, but it's like they're confused to say the least. I've saw puzzles like that where like the engine just didn't understand it. And I was like, wow, there's no way. Like it could be something similar. There probably is a win here, but it's just like, how do you do that? How do you do that is the question. And I don't think it's even possible. As hard as it is for a human to figure this out.
I don't see it. And this is what we have on the board right now. Rook to g1, king to c4. Maybe you can try to get the king in. But even once you get the king in, then what next?
Do you do?
What's next?
What do you do? That's always the question. You don't want g5 to hang.
All right, let's try something. I have an idea. So let's say you wait. I go king e7. I go king e8. Now you're threatening to go rook e7. I have to address that. The only way to address that is try to give you checks from the side. Right?
And yes, that is correct. So he got.
So let's say I give you a check.
Block with the knight.
And then I go back.
There's nothing. But where do I move my rook? I mean, the rook is terribly placed to be attacking.
I don't see it.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is wild. Wow. I've never seen this type of material imbalance in a real game. Maybe we try something crazy. Well, like we try to get the knight to e8. But that's going to be a task.
Yeah. Rook c1. That's what we have right now. Abbasov is just giving checks. I mean, okay, drive the king to e7, drive the king to e8, and then I'm just going to move on the a file. Drive the king to f2, and then you're going to go rook to e8, and then I'm just going to get the mad rook. Rook f1, rook e1, etc., etc. I'm just going to give you checks until the end of time. You cannot capture that rook because of stalemate. Nice.
Yeah, that's really good. That's a really good idea. That's a very annoying idea. Abbasov is playing great chess. Well, how many points he had? He had 2
Um,
or 1.5.
Basov, I think he's on 1.5. I think both of these players are on 1.5, and they're going to be going on 2 out of 3. That's going to be a similar, well, the same score as Hikaru. One of them could be Hikaru's opponents tomorrow.
Check.
Let's see. What else do we have? Let's look at this one.
Shirov.
Always.
That's a big game.
Always fire on the board.
Always. Let's see from the beginning. Oh, definitely got to see his opening choice, Mr. Fire on the board himself.
Let's see. Ooh, French.
Advanced.
Not sure. I'm not sure about the French.
Yeah. Be careful with that French. You have to be careful with those.
Here. Those French, man. I don't like the French at all. It's just a bad opening. It's so passive.
Yeah, you have to. There are ways to try to play it aggressively that I've seen. I've even tried, but you just counter queen side like every game. But you might be getting mated. That's the problem.
Double question mark back to back. So why? Knight h6, queen d7, knight g4, knight g5. Still looking good for black right now because you're getting some sort of counter chances against the f2 pawn. Not knight to d8. Knight to d8, just defend like that was the best way forward. He took on f2. Rook f. Ooh, nice
move. Oh, because knight f7.
Nice move. Knight f7 is coming.
There it is.
Don't allow
That's
that.
Gonna sting.
Don't allow that.
That's gonna sting.
So rook f8. Queen takes e6. Question mark or cancel.
What was he supposed to do?
Big miss. Rook takes f2, I guess.
Interesting. Oh yeah, rook f2. Oh, okay.
And if you take like this, now knight e3. Okay.
Ooh, that's spicy.
Yeah. There's knight f7 at the end. Very nice. Okay, so he missed that. And he played queen e6. Take. Knight f6 back. h6. Take a look at that. Again, softening up the outpost of the knight on f6. Take. We trade. And now there's a bunch of trades.
Easy.
Maybe queen to c1 was a little bit better. But okay, queen b2. Take. Take. And now a bunch of checks. a3, knight e3.
Good in this game. Wow. I'm trying to take out the young fella.
Is he? Is he taking him out? I think
He's trying. He definitely is. He has them 2 pawns. I mean, 93 on the. Is that board? That's last move? That's game
That's the last move. 93.
Yeah, that's looking good for
right here.
That's looking quite good, quite well.
I mean, you can throw in a check, but I just move up. You can take, I take back. And that defense, that's the thing. The queen on e3, not only that it protects both pawns, it also is getting ready to take on g5. And if you go to d1, now I have a couple of options. I can go king to e4, but I can also just simply hide. Where's your next check? There's no more checks.
No more checks.
No
and
more
I
checks.
might be snapping on g5.
Yeah, no, I think he might actually just get it.
That's going to be huge for him. Thinking that, what's the rating difference? 26. Okay. Well,
not that high, but again,
exactly, not too high.
Abdusatorov, look, Shirov is a very strong player. Has been a very strong player for a very long time.
Right.
But again, Shirov is not close to retirement, but he's not fighting for that world championship. He's not fighting for the candidates anymore. He's still an extremely strong player and a legend in his own right. But Abdusatorov is trending upwards, right? He's getting close to that 2750. He's getting close to those candidates, those type of situations, right? It's a battle of generations, and this time around, it does seem like Shirov will be winning this battle of generations.
Yeah, this time around, especially classical chess, Shirov says, "I still got it, young fella. Don't get it twisted. I still got the juice.
I still got it. Yeah, and he definitely still has it in this one. Yeah, beautiful game, I have to say, and very sharp game as well, right? From Shirov, really well calculated. Sure, a couple of misses along the way, but that doesn't matter. That really doesn't matter. As long as you're the one that makes the last mistake, well, if you make the last mistake, you're in trouble.
That's all it takes. Be the last.
Yeah, don't make the last mistake. All right, what else? Because a lot of them have finished. So this is on board 9. Oh, Bogdan Daniel Dak
Yeah.
from Romania, my countryman. What is happening here? Okay, this doesn't look like it has any chance to win, right?
Yeah. I think the same.
That seems to be more or less. I mean, I understand you might be able to get some sort of a check on h5. In some sort of an ideal scenario, you're going to get there. But the problem is I'm also taking the pawn on g4 next.
That's the problem.
Go king e4, check. I'll take this. Yeah, no, this is...
It's not it. You got to worry about the outside pawn now. Yeah, you might be in some trouble, so...
Yeah, bishop on f6 is perfectly placed.
Right.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, this one seems to be going towards a draw, and that means, I believe, these two players are going to move on to 2 out of 3 as well.
A lot of 2s, 2.5s.
Not so many 2.5s.
Like 12. Like that.
Yes. Okay, I have to see how did this happen. So Maurizi beat Sargsyan, by the way, 2686. Sargsyan, this is a big
black
upset.
Pieces too? Yeah, let's see what he played. Definitely
a big
when
upset.
You see from the black pieces.
Let's see. Let's
QGD
switch that board.
Stuff. Regular QGD. 94s. Play solid.
E5.
Center. I like it.
Push the pawns. A5.
Gain some space.
F5. Queen D8. Okay. This is ultra sharp.
Man, for
Check.
Queen's Gambit decline, right? Wow.
Yeah.
For sure.
Fire.
Oh, double exclam. I mean, a double question mark. The opposite.
Already kind of difficult. If you go king f2,
yeah.
maybe I can take on, not yet take on
D5.
d5 because the bishop to c4, but maybe I can go bishop d7, rook to c8. That bishop on b4 supports the entry, the invasion of black's pieces. Is starting to look good for black.
Super strong piece. Takes.
d6.
Maybe takes. Yep. Takes. Wait. Oh, wait. c5. Okay, got it.
Bishop e5. Take. Castle. Finally, you got the king to safety at the expense of a lot of material in exchange.
Ooh,
whoa!
That's some heat. He didn't see that one. Ooh, takes him.
Oh, there's rook
a5
a5 at the end.
Oh my goodness, what a line.
So if you take on b5, rook a5 is coming. That's it. Game over.
That's a
GG.
big boy game. That was a big boy move.
Ooh, that's nice. Knight takes d5.
Calculate.
That's the move right there. Not only that, not only you're picking a pawn with tempo, but you're also opening things up for queen b6 check.
Right.
Yeah, no, this is really, really good. Queen to
That was some
b6,
heat.
and that's it.
Good work, boy.
Okay, I had enough. You got it. Not bad, not bad. So kudos to Maurizi. He's continuing his ascent into the 2600s.
Great game.
Great game for him. What else do we have? Tersahakian versus Sam. We've seen that one. Bunch of draws. A lot of draws. But guess what? Vincent
wins with
got a dub.
White pieces. Dang, look
Let's
at
see
that
how
imbalance
this played
too.
out. By the way, Hans,
English.
as you can see, Hans is the board you see on your left side of the screen.
Cleaning up. He's looking better. King's up.
Yes. Boom. Bishop b2. Okay. Creating some structural imbalances. I still like the bishop over the knight right now because also because of the weakness on c6. That's one that I'm looking forward to exploiting. Okay, 5 rook b8. Okay. I like this idea of potentially switching from one weakness to the other. Probably now focused on the pawn on a6. Queen to a4, as you can see. Yep.
Take.
Give me that pawn. Oh!
Whoa. Sheesh.
Oh, he missed that.
Boy, yeah, that's a spot.
Oh, he missed that.
Completely.
He had to defend. Maybe queen to c1, queen to d3. Those type of moves are not easy to make. Rook to a6. Boom, that's a pawn. Queen to c5. Ah, and perhaps
Double
this was it.
question.
This was it. Oh, this is nice. Take a look at this move.
Rook e4, man. That is hard to spot. What's the
No, no,
idea?
no.
Oh,
I'm
man,
still
that's
not
the hard one.
convinced. I'm still not convinced. What if I go king
What the
f1?
heck is that?
You
Might
move
be
the knight, I
through.
take the pawn.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
Not convinced.
Yeah.
But he played queen c8. b5. Nice
Oh,
move.
want to move
King f1 now.
f1,
b6.
b6, and pawns.
Oh, it's looking dangerous. That's a checkmate in one.
He said, I can sack the queen. Queen takes d4. Boom. Yep.
Nice. Rook to e8.
No
There's
checks.
no way to stop me. That's it. That's it.
Very strong.
In fact, there's no checks for the next two moves. You will have one check.
Yeah, you have queen takes h3, and then b7, queen g4.
That's it.
Queen g2,
You get
bishop
another
f2.
one, bishop f2.
Yikes. I can get him out of here.
The rook on e8 defends everything.
That's nice.
Nice.
And queening and winning.
Nice. Queening and winning. So this one, big game. Big game for Keimer. And by the way, continuing to cement his position over 2,700. Right now, 27-17 going into this event. I'm pretty sure he perhaps is winning some rating points in this one as well. So looking good from the young German. By the way, when's the last time Germany had such a strong player? I mean, this is a once in a generation type of player.
Right.
So kudos to him.
Playing a great chess.
Great chess. Great chess.
The rest of his games too. Let's see what he got. Let's see.
Let's go back to Duda is still playing. Once again, a crazy structure.
Okay. Oh, whoa. Man, his game has been wild. Every game, like all three games, are just like, how did you get this position? Even when he lost, it was still a wild game. Like,
let's see how he got this. Okay, it started off slowly.
He definitely played g4 here.
You think he did? Yeah. At some
like
point, he did. Boom,
yeah.
f4. Okay,
F4,
f5.
F5.
Okay, keep going. Yes. At some point, you gotta go g4, but first, let's get the king to the other side. h4. Get a king to a3.
Bro, he castled, like you never would have thought he castled king side in this game. He castled king side and walked the king to the why did he even castle? Why did he even castle?
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Castle and then boom. That's a funny route.
What a game.
Ooh,
man. Boy, how many brilliant moves he had in 3 games? Well, okay, they was hitting him with some brilliant moves in the last game, but his first game had 6 brilliants.
Oh, that's good. That's really, really good stuff. And c5 right now. Desperation.
Yeah,
coming from.
That's kind of annoying, though.
It's a good move.
It's a good move. It does make me make some type of concern. I either have to I don't want to touch this pawn, to be honest, but he's going to touch b4. Okay, maybe it's not that many checks.
It's a good move.
Yeah, that's a good move.
So we go queen f4, right? You give me, you take. Do I take back? I probably take back.
Yeah,
right?
just take back, because I have king b3 after rook b4.
Now you have to go queen h8.
No, I don't know. Maybe we have a knight move. Knight, can we take the pawn?
What do we do now? So at least you're not checking me with your queen, which is encouraging. Let's take, right?
Something feels bad. There, Eval something's wrong here. Maybe queen at no, you can't even move the queen. Takes. Check. Oh, now queen f8. Yeah.
And now the king becomes weak. Yeah,
I understand that now. That makes sense.
Okay. So c5, big money move for Murzin. He really is trying to put some pressure on Duda, trying to make him work for the conversion. Not easy. So knight takes c4, mistake. How do we do it?
That's a good question. I can't. I need to do something with a piece. Maybe push the pawn. King's
hide the
kind of
king
weak
again, right?
Queen H2 doesn't make any sense. Rook H3.
Which one?
H4. I'm just trying to find possible candidate moves first. In fact, maybe no, but that's probably the same thing. If I get the knight to H5, is that anything? That's going. I mean, it takes 3 moves, but I do feel airy. My king feels airy over there.
Mm-hmm.
Feels quite airy, but it is a plan.
Let's
So
try it out.
Knight E2 and walk the king back to
Let's
H5.
try it out.
H5.
Let's try it out. It's funny. It's looking funny, right?
Knight G3.
Okay, I give you a check.
King Sweet.
King back, right?
Breathe.
Give you another check.
Knight H5, and we live. Oh, Queen H6. Oh, well, I'm in check. Wait, okay, I'm in check.
I don't see
King
it anymore.
B2,
I think this
and
is
then this is it. But Queen H8, bro. That's what I didn't like. Oh, I just go G7 after that. That's what.
yeah. No, this is good. This is good. By the way, take a look at this. Ooh. Take a look at this.
Oh my goodness, that's serious. That is so nasty.
Check.
Knight F6, King G7, Knight E8, and then oh man, that's nasty, bro.
And if you go King F8, this is an easy win.
Where it takes.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
that's so
bait you
cool.
with
You see
those.
them type of games, bro. I love.
These are some nice games, James. I have to say, really good stuff from
Yes.
all of these
Yes.
players. Everybody's fighting. Everybody is playing very fighting chess. They know that they need to pile up some victories if they want to fight for those 2 candidate spots. And that's the extra additional motivation, incentive to play fighting chess, because you know that everybody wants to make it to the candidates, right?
Right.
Everybody wants to make it to the candidates. But there's only 2 of them that will make it from this tournament.
Only 2.
Only 2. Only 2.
Only 2. That requires some work.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see what's happening in the Hans game. We have that on the left side of the screen. We're going to focus on that for the remainder of the broadcast. Let's see if he manages to convert, which, by the way, doesn't seem to be an easy task. The more I look at the position, the more I understand that this is not going to be an easy task. He just played the move queen to b7, and let's not forget, Hans also is down to his last 4 minutes. I'm not sure if he gets another 15. Yeah, he will get another 15 minutes after the move.
This is a ridiculous
60.
time, bro. You forget about that. You're like, what do you mean you get more time, bro? What?
Yeah. You
What
get
are
more
you
time.
talking about? That is insane.
You get more time. You get always more time.
Man, that's a lot.
Queen to
That's a
b7.
lot
Okay,
of
but
time.
James, how do you make progress?
I was trying to get F5 in, but yeah, I was trying to get F5 in, to be honest.
Say
Or
I stay.
G5. If
Okay.
I get G5 in, that could be something.
Mhm.
Maybe not F5, maybe G5.
Mhm. But if you go g5, I take, right?
Takes, check, King H5, Rook takes King up. He just checks me into oblivion. Check,
Yeah.
check. Check. Connect the rooks. He's
And
fine.
that's it.
Annoying.
That's it.
Okay.
And now just check all the way down. Okay, so g5 doesn't seem to be the right way.
It's
I think
probably
he has to go f5.
Yeah, it's probably F5 first.
Okay. So you got f5. Say I stay.
Okay, so now, wait, do I have G5 now? Something with this F5 G5 is going to be a thing at some point.
By
Oh,
the
I
way,
don't. But
Rook
I
to
don't do F5.
d7 was played.
Okay, Rook D7. King B4 check, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, like, who knows where to put the queen? Like, the problem is you don't even know what to do, actually. So, for the Rook D7, there were so many queen moves.
At
Yeah,
some
I
point,
have to
you,
go F5.
you gotta go f5.
Right, I have to. I just have to go.
Let's
Make
just
some
play.
progress.
Let's just get it out of the way, right?
Make some
Let's just play
progress.
it. Let's just have
Right.
it on the board. Okay. Say I go here. I'm just waiting. You give a check, I go to f7. Let's say you go to
Smooth.
h8, right?
I was thinking that.
You're trying to get me from behind. How do I do it now? Rook f6. What's next?
Hold on. Something's wrong here. Something feel right. Exactly. I'm looking like, when can I get that in? G5 doesn't work now because you have rook G3 check.
This is not easy. This
Queen
is
H-
really not easy.
Queen H7, then G5.
Okay. I see what you're saying. But now,
King takes.
don't I just stay on the 6th rank forever?
Well, I could push. Oh, you're
That's
right.
fine.
I could
That's
push
fine.
to H6. Let's try it. Yeah, I'm going to
That's fine.
H6.
That's fine.
Yeah,
No
all the way
problem.
through H6.
But I'll take that.
Oh, you dirty dog, you.
I take that. That's a draw.
Oh, man. Stupidity draw.
That's a draw.
Unbelievable. I think so. You can't win. Like, how are you supposed to win it? Like, how am I supposed to win this?
So you got the best thing you can hope for. But now that you don't have the connected pass pawns anymore, you cannot do anything. You cannot make any progress.
Wow. That is fascinating, actually. That is fascinating.
You give me a check, I go to
engine-like
F7.
thing, yeah.
And let's see if we have the table base. Yeah, this is a draw. We actually do have the table base. And this is a draw.
100% draw.
So this is not easy. This is truly not easy. The more I look at the position, and you can see that reflected in time spendture. Hans is not sure how to make progress. Where is the progress?
Yeah, that's the question. Where is the progress? This is the live position.
Where is the
Dang.
separation?
Okay, Queen E5, and like, who knows what we're trying to do at this point.
Yeah. Where is the separation is the big question, and I
need
don't
too
see
many things. Like, I need king safety, but I also need to push the pawns. Like, if I get H4 and G5 in, I could have something.
That's right.
I could have something. So I have to
H4,
go like
get the king to
F5.
G4 somehow, and then G5. Yeah?
And G5.
That's just not possible, though.
Exactly.
Okay, we still think that Hans has great chances to win this one. We just don't see exactly how to do
How
it.
is that happening?
How is that happening? Look, at some point he's going to go F5. We understand that. At some point, if you manage maybe to get the queen to F1 to defend the pawn on
I
H3
was
and
thinking
then
that,
get
just
the
to be
king,
able to, right.
maybe that's the plan.
Just to be able
Maybe
to.
that's the plan.
I'm right. I'm with that.
Well, James, let's review everything that we've just discussed as we are getting ready to wrap up our broadcast for day 3. Once again, let's go through the current standings. After 3 rounds, we have a bunch of players on 2.5 points. We have Ervin Lamy, Zalmakhanov, the sensation, international master from Kazakhstan, Pretke, Maurizi Mark, Andrea, Erigaisi, Sarana.
Sarana.
It's like we're spitting bars here. Sindarov, Sevian, Esipenko. 10 players on 2.5 points. And then a large pack of hungry wolves on 2 out of 3 points, including Hikaru, who got a dub today. Big victory against Aryan Chopra today. I have to say, important victory. Much needed victory. From a lot of perspective, looking at it from a lot of perspectives, you could have seen that he wanted this. He wanted the victory in this one. He forced his way through. Even after, let's say, dropping a little bit of the advantage, he still managed to find the way. I've had a good time. It's been a great broadcast. Lots of exciting games. Your final thoughts?
It's been a great day. It's been a great chess. Hikaru got the dub. We was looking forward to that. Now he's up there with the leaders. So we're right half point behind. But still lots of chess left, man. It was great being with the chat, watching the games. Hopefully we all learned something today. I know I did. Hopefully you learned something at home. It was great. So great commentating with you, Christian. I think we're back on another day. So I'm not on tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Are you on tomorrow?
Absolutely. Not tomorrow, I think. Mr. Benjamin Bach is going to join us. Big Bach is going to join me tomorrow. After that, I'm going to take a break, and you guys are going to be taking over. And then I think I'm going to see you again towards the end of the tournament.
Yeah, and somewhere towards the end of the Sunday. Yeah. We on, Big Dog.
Had a good time. Had a good time with the chat. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place. We'll be here covering Hikaru's games and all the others as well. So see you guys tomorrow.